Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Mount Mayaboku, one of the three great holy lands of the ninja world, together with Ryuchi Cave and the Shikatsu Forest. These sacred grounds are home to extraordinary summoning beasts and powerful ancient arts. But what truly sets them apart is their legacy, Sage Mode, a mystical ability that allows one to draw natural energy into the body, greatly enhancing strength, speed, and chakra potency. Only a rare few can withstand the trial to inherit this power. So when Naruto Uzumaki accidentally summoned Toad Fukasaku, a grand sage of Mount Mayaboku, shock rippled through the entire ninja world. Even 5 Kage were speechless. 4th Hokages, forget it, I'm done. My heart can't take this anymore. Terumi May, I think we've seen enough surprises for one day. Onoki, bold theory incoming. What if Fukasaku's taking him a train in Sage Mode? Raza, it's possible. There's still a month left before the Chunin exams begin. Tamari, but Dad, what about Gaara? Raza, didn't Naruto say he'd ensure Gaara's safe return to the Sand Village? Gaara, awkward silence. Gaara, watching events unfold, had already seen his fate in by Ming's alternate world. He was defeated by Naruto, who summoned Gamabunta, and for once, Gaara's emotions were deeply shaken. In Bai Ming's story, I had a future, but here, I'm just another stepping stone, Gaara thought bitterly. Meanwhile, 2 very curious kunoichi were spying from the grass. Wait, isn't that the small old toad? Not the huge one Jiraiya summoned. Sakura, looks like the white-haired pervert is teaching Naruto now. We should probably be nicer to him next time. A short distance away, Jiraiya and Fukasaku were in deep discussion while Naruto fumed quietly. Naruto tapped his foot impatiently. Why are they whispering? Just give me the 8-sign seal key already. But Naruto wasn't unreasonable. He understood that Jiraiya might be hesitant for good reasons. After all, the 9 tails inside him wasn't just chakra. It was an intelligent being capable of manipulation. Naruto, to Kurama, don't worry. Even if Jiraiya doesn't give me the key, I'll figure it out after the Chunin exam. Toad Fukasaku was equally baffled. Fukasaku, you're serious? That kid summoned me. Jiraiya, yeah. He even said the 9 tails taught him Rasengan. Jiraiya laid out everything. Naruto's reverse summoning, Rasengan mastery, and even Kurama's role. The similarities to Minato were eerie. Jiraiya, maybe this is fate. Like me, Minato, now Naruto. Fukasaku, thoughtfully perhaps, it's a legacy continuing. He looked toward Naruto, who was still waiting. Shall I take him back to Mount Mayaboku and test him? Across the world, reactions were explosive. Onoki, Kuramaki's going to Mount Mayaboku 3 years earlier than Bai Ming. Tsunade, so what if he does? It's still up to him to prove himself. Orochimaru, Tisich, unfair or not, I'm expecting him to shake the entire ninja world. Hokages, he's already doing it. Naruto, torn between the opportunity and the upcoming Chunin exam, hesitated for a moment. Will I get stronger if I go? He asked. Fukasaku didn't answer with words. Instead, he effortlessly lifted a boulder 100 times his size. Naruto's jaw dropped. Chunin can't do that, he muttered, eyes wide. Reassured that the training wouldn't interfere with the exam, Naruto agreed. Jiraiya promised to handle the formalities. The decision was made. Naruto, let's go, Grandpa Toad. Fukasaku, stand here. You'll be reverse summoned. Naruto blinked. Wait, reverse what? Poof. He vanished in a cloud of smoke. From her hiding spot, Ino and Sakura gasped. Naruto was just kidnapped by a toad. We have to tell the Hokage. Back in Konoha, 3rd Hokage listened with furrowed brows as Jiraiya explained. Hiruzen, so you believe the Akatsuki are after the Nine Tails? Jiraiya, yes. I found clues during my travels. They're forming a powerful rogue ninja group. Hiruzen Dawn, Jiraiya. Naruto's only hope is to grow strong enough to resist them. Hiruzen nodded grimly. After the Chunin exams, I'll speak to Naruto myself. But the audience watching this scene only sighed. Old man, will that day ever come? Meanwhile, Naruto reappeared in a land unlike anything he'd seen. Mount Mayaboku. Towering mushrooms, lily pad villages, and fresh mountain air. Yo kid, you the one brought by Pops. I'm Gamakichi. Nice to meet ya. Naruto grinned, taking it all in. Then, Fukasaku appeared. Fukasaku, welcome to the Toad Kingdom. But first we eat. What followed was a feast that nearly broke Naruto's soul. Are those bugs? Sakura, I swear I saw black smoke rise from them. Hinata, Naruto-kun must be suffering so much. Reikage, he actually ate it. The boy has guts. Jiraiya, he probably thinks it's some training ritual. Naruto tried his best not to vomit, convinced that enduring bug cuisine might help him train faster. Back in Konoha, Tsunade, Danzo, and others debated Naruto's fate, power, and potential as a future Hokage or destroyer. Sarutobi, meanwhile, looked toward the future, unaware that fate was already accelerating far beyond his expectations. And somewhere in the shadows, whispers of Akatsuki, Chunin selection exam venue, Konoha Arena. The air was tense. Jiraiya and Hatake Kakashi stood side by side in the observation gallery, both silent as they surveyed the arena below. Their thoughts, however, were anything but still. After returning to the village, Jiraiya had briefed Kakashi on a looming threat, the Akatsuki organization. They're a den of S-rank rogue ninjas, Jiraiya had said grimly. Each of them has unique obsessions. Dangerous ones. They weren't just a threat to a village. They were a threat to the balance of the entire ninja world. Their primary target? Jinchuriki, the living vessels of tailed beasts. Despite the looming danger, the upper echelons of each village seemed oddly dismissive of Akatsuki. Kakashi found that suspicious. Either they were unaware, or worse, willfully ignorant. Strange, with all this power at stake, why aren't they taking it seriously? Kakashi wondered. In Kiraming's world, Jiraiya seemed more relaxed, confident in Kiraming's strength and growth. It made sense. The boy had reached a level where even Jiraiya had nothing more to teach him. His fundamentals were complete. The next phase, chakra nature transformation and advanced Rasengan theory, was a domain so complex that even Kakashi found it difficult. Minato himself never finished fusing Rasengan with nature transformation. Jiraiya had made the call. It was time for Naruto to train in Sage Mode. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki, inside a dimly lit hideout, Haiden and Deidara were engaged in a smug discussion. Deidara, boss, we've been exposed, but the 5 great nations don't seem that concerned. Haiden, that's cause they're terrified of us. They know we're monsters. Deidara, doesn't feel like it. We're still avoiding direct attention. Leader's orders. Pain remained silent, cold eyes cast downward. He wasn't surprised. After all, he had Uchiha Madara in his shadow, someone who had once controlled the 4th Mizukage of the Mist Village. Recently, Ao and Terumi may had uncovered and shattered the Genjutsu on their former leader, but such shameful affairs would never be publicly admitted. Onoki, the old schemer of Awagakure, was no better. He once hired Akatsuki for war missions. Most villages had dirty hands, Konoha included. You'd kill a whole clan for peace. Danzo, don't think I don't know what you are, Pain thought coldly. Back in Konoha, the big day, excitement buzzed through the streets of the village. Fireworks cracked the midday sky. Nobles and daimyo arrived at the gates in lavish ox cart caravans, escorted by retainers. The Chunin exams were not just a test of strength, they were political theater. Every eye, however, was on one match. Uzumaki Naruto versus Gaara. Terumi May. Can Kiraming return from Mount Mayaboku in a month? Sage training can't be mastered so quickly. Jiraiya, the key is natural energy. Once the body adapts, the rest is just refinement. Onoki, so if Naruto can balance the energy flow, he's already 80% there. Jiraiya, yes, but if he fails, he'll turn to stone. Permanently. The arena filled with noise. Nobles placed bets casually on lives. VIP guest, hey, I'm betting on Gaara of the Sand. Solid track record. VIP guest B, I'm all in on Uchiha Sasuke. Kid's a prodigy. To them, this was entertainment. To the Genin below, it was survival. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reflection. The old Hokage watched silently. Naruto, I hope you return in time, he murmured, gazing at the combatants. Gaara, Sasuke, Shino, Shukaku. He saw Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, approach with a mocking smile. Still holding the Hokage seat at your age, old man? Time for a new leaf. Hiruzen, smiling, I've still got 5 good years in me. Danzo, watching from root, scoffed. Liar. Step down already. But something was missing. The matches hadn't started. All Genin had arrived, except one. Sasuke. Where the hell is Naruto? He hadn't seen him for a month, not since training under Kakashi. Sakura and Ino looked worried. We went to his house. He hasn't been back once, Ino whispered. Don't jinx it. Sakura snapped. He's fine. Hinata clasped her hands together, whispering a silent prayer. Please be okay. Even Jiraiya was getting uneasy. What's taking him so long? 1 month should have been enough. Then, it happened. Boom. A toad, massive and unmistakable, crashed into the center of the arena, shocking everyone. Is this an enemy attack? Wait, that's a Mount Mayaboku toad. Another puff of smoke exploded. A second and a third. Then came the largest, a mighty toad with a scarred face, pipe in mouth, and sword at his waist. And atop his head, Uzumaki Naruto. The entire stadium fell silent. It's Naruto. Sarutobi let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He made it. Even Orochimaru's eyes widened behind his disguise. That brat really went to Mount Mayaboku? The younger Genin stared in awe. Rock Lee, that's a bit much. Kiba, he disappeared for a month and comes back like this? Hinata smiled in relief. Naruto grinned awkwardly, trying to play it cool. Sorry I'm late. Shikamo, late? You just rode a toad like it was a parade float. Naruto, smiling, yeah, well, I got stronger. He exchanged a nod with Sasuke. Shino muttered something about being forgotten. Gamaji, perched on Naruto's shoulder, chuckled. That's the fastest Sage mode progress I've ever seen. Even the toads admired him. A promise delivered. Gamakichi. All right, Naruto, we've done our part. Don't lose now. Toad Wentai. Good luck, kid. The giant toads vanished in clouds of smoke. Naruto descended to the ground with a gentle landing. Let's do this. Every spectator leaned forward. This wasn't just a Chunin exam anymore. This was the moment the world would witness what Uzumaki Hymen's last mental activity immediately made all the audience's scalps tingle. In previous viewings, most of what Uzumaki Naruto is doing on the surface is paving the way for his own plan. But this is the first time that Vice Admiral sees the opponent as weak directly in his heart. Terumi May, I remember that Black Ming usually does things with a humble personality, and there are very few situations where he looks down on his opponent 100%. Onoki, is it difficult to understand this kind of thing? It must be that he felt a qualitative change in his own strength during the process of practicing on Mount Mayaboku. Fourth Raikage, plus he saw the battle between Rock Lee and Gaara, so he probably has a sense of balance. Jiraiya, no, he's still exaggerating, because he doesn't know Gaara's strength when he summons the crane after completely transforming into a tailed beast. Uzumaki Naruto, is there a possibility, the big fox has already told Hymen about the situation of guarding the crane? Audience, such a thing is not impossible. And when watching by Ming's battle, even if Gaara fully summoned Shu Crane, it was still under the doze technique. Once he was woken up, Shuha would return to his body again. All in all, for the current Kuranoru, even if Gaara summoned Shukaku, he will not be the opponent of Kuranoru. Get it right. Judging from all analysis, there is nothing wrong with what Hyman said, and he can already handle the current Gaara with ease. But Gaara, in Hyman world, didn't seem to feel the danger coming. As always, he showed a look of resentment, bound to tear Uzumaki Naruto apart. Everyone, seeing that everything is ready, the audience seemed impatient to wait any longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen put his hands behind his back and walked to the edge of the high platform. Welcome all guests to come to our Konoha village to watch the Chunin selection exam. I would like to express my sincere 333 thanks. Next, let's invite these candidates who have passed the qualifiers to participate in the official selection competition. Please watch it to your heart's content. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's back indifferently and sneered in his heart. Teacher Sarutobi, maybe you can see more exciting things later. Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech ended, and the proctor Shiranui Genma came to everyone with a toothpick in his mouth. Shinjien, with his hands in his pockets, put on a cool look and said calmly, although this is the main match, the rules are the same as those in the qualifiers. Only if one of the two sides in the battle dies or admits defeat will the winner be determined. However, if I think the score is over, I will stop the game. Don't resist, understand? Another life-saving battle. However, Shiranui Shinjin seems to have more confidence than Moonlight Gale. That is when he thinks that the opponent is powerless to resist or has no strength to admit defeat. Shiranui Genma will not allow the other party to kill the opponent at will. Uzumaki Naruto and the others did not express any willingness to refute, especially in Naruto's heart. This Chunin exam is actually just a match between him and Gaara. Naruto, are you nervous? In the spiritual world, Nine Tails stands uncharacteristically straight. Due to the teleportation from Mount Mayaboku, it seems that you didn't have time to install a clone in the village. It's okay to be nervous, but I missed the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I don't know when I'll have to wait. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly. There is no need to worry about the shadow clone arrangement. My original plan was to let Gaara show off his tail beast power, and then let him chase me all over the streets of Konoha village as much as possible. Uzumaki Naruto looks around the arena. As long as he breaks the wall on one side of the arena, he can directly enter the neighborhood of Konoha village. I think with Gaara's strength, I shouldn't care about the status of this Chunin exam. What I need to do is to stimulate his strong intention to kill me again. Uzumaki Naruto looks at Gaara, who is trembling with excitement. I don't know to what extent he has used the power of the tailed beast, but I hope he won't let me down. Naruto gave a thumbs up to Kurama behind him. Big Fox, let's tease Gaara. 1. It will be a game of cat and mouse. Is this a game of cat and mouse? After hearing this, the audience gasped. What is it like for a cat to catch a mouse? It's for playing, it's for teasing, and the cat will give the mouse a fatal blow when it gets tired of playing. Now, Hyeming is that cat, and poor Gaara is a mouse in his eyes. But how confident is Hyeming to say such words? In any case, Gaara is also a Jinchuriki that can be completely tailed. It is even possible to release the real crane. This is not something that ordinary Jinchuriki can do. The most outrageous thing for the audience is that everyone knows Gaara's strength through Bai Ming's vision. But Ming didn't know what happened because of his black eyes. In this situation of insufficient information, he actually dared to make a plan. Onoki. I remember that when Haimaru was in school, he especially liked a subject called reasoning about the development of a situation based on uncertain factors and conjectures. Terumi Mei. Did he make these series of follow-up plans by capturing Gaara's character? Fourth Reikage. Even if Gaara turns into a half-tailed beast and runs after Konoha village, it will bring great fear to the villagers. Kankuro. Yes, to be honest, I can only tremble with fear when I face the half-tailed Gaara. Temari. Me too, let alone us. I remember Bai Ming's vision, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Bai Ming saw Gaara, which one was not shivering with fright at first, let alone those villagers. Orochimaru. It's a pity that Naruto-kun is too worried. Gaara is not only beyond his imagination, but I am here to help him. Let me take a look. The first contestant is Gaara. Uzumaki Naruto. The moment Gaara heard the name of Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara's eyes suddenly widened, bloodshot eyes filled with anger. Here we come. This day has finally come. Gaara roared inwardly. This month, he feels, is the longest phase of his life. He tried to defy Baki's order to find Uzumaki Naruto, which of course he did. It's a pity that I searched the entire Konoha village, but I didn't find any trace of Uzumaki Naruto. He even went to Uzumaki Naruto's house, but still found nothing. At this moment, he waited for too long. The feeling of wanting to tear Uzumaki Naruto apart is finally about to explode, as if he could feel the killing intent emanating from Gaara. Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled, and then a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Hulu, let me test your strength in a moment. Hey, Examiner, when does it start? Gaara looked at Uzumaki Naruto excitedly, However, his words made Jin frown. Just now, he could clearly sense a strong, murderous intent passing by his side. Just passing by makes him feel shuddering. This guy, Shiranui Genma glanced nervously at Gaara, who looked like a monster, and looked deeply at Uzumaki Naruto. This kid, there are many dangers, and I have to find a way to stop them as much as possible. Shinjin naturally knows the importance of Uzumaki Naruto. If he really watched Naruto be killed by Gaara, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely hold him accountable. Moreover, it is still a very heavy responsibility. Hey, it's really troublesome. Xuanjian sighed, and then shouted, Those who have nothing to do with the competition, please retreat to the viewing platform to wait for the results of the competition. Finally able to go, Kankuro was trembling all over, and the palms holding the puppet straps were already dripping with sweat. Uzumaki Naruto is afraid that he has lived too long, so he has the urge to seek death. Feeling the monstrous anger emanating from Gaara, Kankuro couldn't help praying to Naruto. Boy, you'd better let Gaara vent his anger completely. 1. Otherwise, Temari and I will suffer. Here we go. The battle between Gaara and Uzumaki is finally about to begin. Everyone swallowed nervously at this moment. This kind of angry Gaara is even more frightening than when Beiming World played against Sasuke. Everyone admits that Hymen's talent is different from ordinary people, and that he returned from Mount Mayaboku cultivation at a young age. However, what he is facing is not so much Gaara, but Shuha is more appropriate. 12 or 13-year-old boy facing Shoha alone? This is beyond anyone's imagination. Among the audience, Baki watched Gaara's every move nervously. This guy... No, I haven't seen Gaara so excited for a long time. Is there really no way to forget Uzumaki Naruto's taunt? Damn it, this guy has already left all his plans behind. On the field of the venue, Uzumaki Naruto and Gaara stand facing each other. Contest. Start. The game officially started. Jin stepped away and left, leaving the entire arena to the two. Hum. This day has finally come, Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara chuckled excitedly, her body shaking uncontrollably. I heard that you and I are the same kind. You really have the qualifications to be killed by me. After Gaara finished speaking, he let out a heavy breath. Lift up your face to enjoy the sun. He feels that today's sunshine is extraordinarily bright. It shines warmly on the body. Uzumaki Naruto. Big Fox, do you mean that all the Jinchuriki look like they're seriously ill except me? Naruto didn't expect Gaara to face him, and he was so excited that he was about to pervert. I don't know, but it doesn't seem to be as serious as him. I have some neurological problems. Ninetails replied indifferently. Boom! The gourd plug behind Gaara shoots out suddenly, and Uzumaki Naruto knocks it down with a wave. Excited Gaara takes the lead, The sand in the reed slowly floated out of it. However, at this moment, a mutation occurred. The sand that was originally floating suddenly stagnated in midair, but Gaara seemed to be stimulated by some kind, painfully covering his right face. Naruto frowned, shocked in his heart. Damn it. At the critical moment, there won't be anything wrong with this kid, right? Audience, no. This is Gaara being overly excited. Just when Naruto was puzzled, Gaara's voice sounded again. However, this time, his expression became ferocious. Don't worry. This guy's blood must be the most delicious. He is just like me, a monster. Big Fox, what is that guy doing? Naruto Fox asked. Ninetails grinned and said, Naruto, I really didn't expect this kid to be so weak. 1. What? You mean? Rampage, this guy's about to go berserk because he is too excited. There's such a good thing. Uzumaki Naruto heard the words, his eyes flashed brightly. Then help him. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto showed a hint of cunning. I'm going to act now, little gourd. Small gourd. Temari and Kankuro are directly surrounded. Can't that idiot feel Gaara's emotions? Still trying to provoke him. Uzumaki Naruto naturally wants this kind of result. The next second, Naruto suddenly disappeared in place. Appeared again, he has come to Gaara, punched down. Gaara is not a vegetarian either. The suspended sand immediately turned into a sand wall to block Naruto's attack. Boom! With this punch, Gaara's sand wall was pierced immediately, but Naruto's attack was also prevented. Unfortunately, the next moment, Uzumaki Naruto disappeared again. This is impossible. Naruto. In the stands, Uzumaki Naruto's contemporaries all showed surprise. This action is very similar to the battle between Rock Lee and Gaara. Naruto-kun. Rock Lee, who was on crutches, was dumbfounded. What exactly did the other party do in this month, and why did his physical skills improve so fast? No, Rock Lee just realized that he had never seen Uzumaki Naruto make a move. Lee, in fact, you said something wrong last time. For 0.3 inch, Naruto is not an existence comparable to me. If you think I am a genius, then he is an existence beyond genius. Uchiha Sasuke's words immediately shocked Rock Lee. It turns out that this is the original truth of the matter. Terumime, Hei Ming actually imitated Rock Lee's taijutsu. Onoki, he was killing people, try to remind Gaara of the humiliation of being beaten. Fourth Raikage, Hei Ming this kid. Bang bang bang. The two sides contacted several times, and Gaara barely blocked Uzumaki Naruto's attacking fist. But such moves annoyed Gaara very much. Damn Naruto! Recalling the scene of being violently beaten by Rock Lee, Gaara suddenly set off a wave of sand and wanted to swallow Naruto. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto easily escaped. Umph. Is this the level? Gaara sneered. Imitate others' tricks, but can't play Rock Lee's aggressiveness. So you are so weak. However, in the face of Gaara's ridicule, Uzumaki Naruto didn't care, waved his hand and smiled. I'm just trying the results of my recent practice to tell you the truth. I'm actually a sensitive player. After speaking, he suddenly unbuttoned his jacket and threw out the weight wrapped around his waist. Boom! With a loud noise, a thick layer of smoke and dust was raised behind Naruto. This scene made Gaara frown even more. Sorry, Gaara. After this, you won't be able to touch me. Uzumaki Naruto remained calm, with a tepid expression on his face, as if he had completely taken Gaara into his eyes. Little gourd, I'm about to go. Try to keep up with my speed if you have the ability. Gaara's sand flies away, following Uzumaki Naruto's figure. But every time I hit it, it's all after images. As the other party said, he couldn't touch Naruto even once. Even Gaara occasionally feels someone's hand on his shoulder. Naruto's speed is completely beyond Gaara's imagination. Damn Uzumaki Naruto! Gaara let out a roar, and then felt a blow of punching wind. Boom! Feeling the pain from his face, Gaara flew out 10 meters away with the gourd on his back. Impossible! Temari and Kankuro in the stands looked dumbfounded. The situation on the court is completely beyond the imagination of the two. If Gaara can't even touch Uzumaki Naruto, then what AF ****** G fart. Your face is cracked. Uzumaki Naruto stepped in front of Gaara, who fell to the ground, and read the previous jokes between words. But he said indifferently, "Is this your skill? I thought you were strong, but it turns out Such weakness. Naruto's mockery made Gaara even more annoyed. In Sunagakure, which ninja is not afraid of his existence? Every time a mission is performed, no one can escape his strangulation. The thrill of slaughter excites Gaara and makes his blood surge. And now, what Uzumaki Naruto gave himself is definitely the most humiliating time in history. Uzumaki Naruto, go to hell with me. Gaara couldn't hide the anger in his heart. The sand on the ground was just like his mood at this time, followed by a mania. And in the blink of an eye, Uzumaki Naruto was tightly bound. Not good. That is, Rock Lee yelled badly. He has suffered from this trick. The sand of Gaara has the power to crush human bones. Snort. Didn't choose to avoid it. You are very confident. Then I will. Gaara clenched her fists and muttered 29 words. Sand waterfall. Boom. But the next second, Gaara was dumbfounded. The sand that originally tightly wrapped Uzumaki Naruto was blown away by a force in an instant. Looking closely, I saw that Naruto was holding a chakra ball emitting faint blue light in his hand. Rasengan. Hatake Kakashi saw this, his monocular trembling suddenly. This kid, But Kakashi is naturally relieved when he thinks of Uzumaki Naruto's trip to Mount Mayaboku. It seems that Naruto is hiding a lot of things from me. Seeing Naruto break free from the bondage of the sand, while Gaara was surprised, his eyes fixed on the Rasengan in Naruto's hand. This guy looks like he's going to use ninjutsu to attack. Gaara chuckled. Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you going to run around like a cockroach? While speaking, Gaara has already started to seal. The sand under his feet suddenly rose up, wrapping him tightly. Come on, let me see how you can break my absolute defense. Absolute defense? Seeing this scene, the audience felt sympathy for Gaara of Hyumin World. Even the defense that Uchiha Sasuke's Chidori can break through, isn't it vulnerable in the eyes of Konoha today? The most pitiful thing is that Gaara in Hyumin World doesn't know these things at all. Uzumaki Naruto ignored Gaara's bullying. When the other party is completely wrapped up, Naruto sets off with Rasengan in his arms. Snort. Gaara, who was hiding in absolute defense, sneered. Through the eye of sand, he can accurately see the movement trajectory of Uzumaki Naruto. The originally calm sandball immediately started. The attached sand turned into spikes and rushed towards Naruto. However, the next second, Gaara was stunned. Uzumaki Naruto faced the stabbing sand cone and did not dodge at all. After instantly entering Sage Mode, Naruto cut off the sharp sand cone with a wave of his hand. Rasengan! Boom! In an instant, Gaara only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. When I reacted, I realized that my absolute defense had been completely penetrated. Rasengan's high-speed rotation opened a huge hole in the absolute defense. Fortunately, this ninjutsu did not hit me. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Naruto, can you perceive his position? Yes, after entering Sage Mode, I can indeed clearly sense the specific position of Gaara in the sandball. Uzumaki Naruto communicated with Nine Tails indifferently. I feel that things are a little bit bad. I seem to have overestimated Gaara's strength. Audience. For a while, everyone didn't know how to evaluate Hyumin. You used Sage Mode in the Chunin exam. Isn't this a dimensionality reduction strike? Terumi Mei, is that Black Naruto's Sage Mode? The pupils have become toad eyes, and the corners of the eyes are accompanied by a shadow. Jiraiya, good boy. He doesn't even look like a toad. This is the perfect Sage Mode. Inoki, so he just used the spikes from the Gaara sandball that Sage Mode chopped off? Fourth Raikage, is this the body of a fairy? Boom! Another heavy blow. Just now, Uzumaki Naruto controlled the oyster ball and did not hurt Gaara. He was very afraid if Gaara lost all combat power after that move, then all plans would be ruined. Boom! Gaara hit the wall of the meeting place heavily. Fortunately, he was protected by the gourd, so he was protected from extremely strong damage. At this time, the entire venue was quiet. Especially Temari and Kankuro. I can't believe it at all. Uzumaki Naruto is actually beating Gaara in front of him. What can I do? What if? No. Kankuro just wanted to worry that Gaara's injury would affect the battle plan, but now that he thinks about it, he is more afraid that the battle between Naruto and Gaara will continue like this. Gaara will become like that. You are really weak, Gaara. Naruto stepped in front of Gaara. The indifference in his eyes was like rubbish. You're not my opponent at all. Surrender. I'm a very kind person in my heart, and I don't want to kill you. That would bring unnecessary trouble to our Konoha village. Uzumaki Naruto pretends to be kind and persuasive, but its purpose is to keep suppressing Gaara's self-esteem. As weak as you are, no one in Sunagakure will recognize you. But it doesn't exist at all. Uzumaki Naruto squinted at Gaara, carefully observing the changes in the eyes and expression of the other party with the glory of his eyes. Yes, a weak person like you, who can't do anything for the village, has absolutely no meaning in existence. The meaning of existence. When Uzumaki Naruto said this, Gaara suddenly felt a splitting headache. He shouted hysterically, "What do you know? My existence will never disappear." At this time, Gaara sneered a few times. "Why do you think I exist? I am different from you. I exist to kill everyone except myself." Ah! Gaara let out a loud roar suddenly, and the gourd on his back exploded on the spot. The manic sands together completely enveloped him. The next second, the sand covering his body seemed to turn him into a monster in the form of a civet cat. The thick arms are more than 2 meters long. Sharp fangs, plus a pair of orange civet cat eyes, and a thick and long tail growing out behind it. This is Big Fox. Is this what Gaara looks like after using the power of the tailed beast? Looking at the transformed Gaara, Uzumaki Naruto is overjoyed. But no matter how it feels, apart from becoming a little ugly, Uzumaki Naruto didn't feel any trace of a strong person from Gaara in this state. Although it's not perfect, I can feel the chakra of that stinky raccoon from him. That's right, this should be the tailed beast of Gaara. Transformed, Gaara turned into that ghostly look. Temari and Kankuro, the siblings, were dumbfounded. "Hey, crazy, this is completely stimulated by Uzumaki Naruto," Temari said tremblingly, then planned, "Uzumaki Naruto, I will kill you." The sound that resounded through the heavens and the earth made the audience present feel terrified. Even Shinui-gama on the field doesn't know how to deal with Gaara, who is going berserk. Third generation project. Shinui Shinjian is numb. This kind of matter can only be handed over to third Hokage. This is above the high platform. Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally confused. Could it be that Gaara belongs to Sunagakure? Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know how to solve it for a while, and he couldn't stop the game directly in front of the big names and dignitaries of various countries. Fourth Kazekage, look, I see your hammer. At this time, Orochimaru's face was even uglier than Sarutobi Hiruzen's. He didn't expect Gaara to be stimulated by Uzumaki Naruto to look like this. Now the tail beast is shown directly at the venue. Who knows if it will directly become a crane in the next second. The old snake hasn't waited for Uchiha Sasuke to appear. Third generation project. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen look at each other. Now that he can't care much anymore, he cast a warlike look at the subordinates behind him. "See you too." Without any hesitation, he rushed forward and immediately opened the smoke bomb in his hand. Boom! The sudden commotion on the high platform also attracted everyone's attention. Uzumaki Naruto saw this. His eyes tightened suddenly. What happened again? What? Could it be that? Baki stands up abruptly. He didn't expect that the fourth Kazekage on the high platform would give the order to attack at this time. Yakushi Kabuto was even more dumbfounded. He didn't even have time to use illusion to put the people in the venue into a deep sleep. But fortunately, seeing the signal flare, the ninja of Inin village, who was originally hidden in the crowd, appeared in front of everyone first. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Kakashi, this is... The incident happened suddenly. Might Guy turned pale with fright. Damn it, could it be called war? Boom! Kakashi's voice just fell when a roar came from outside the venue. Sure enough, we were careless. What? War? The audience at the venue raised their buttocks in horror and were about to run out when they heard the words. Suddenly, the venue was in chaos. Uzumaki Naruto looked up 713 to the high platform, and at some point, a purple enchantment had risen there. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have been hijacked, trapped in the Enchantment King. That person is Naruto, who is still in the circle, is even more confused when he sees the face of the other party. I assent that the Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. This guy actually trapped the third Hokage of Konoha Village. Look at this, the two seem to be fighting each other. Hey, Big Fox. Naruto laughs and looks at Nine Tails behind him. Nine Tails puts out a thumbs up. Nice, I didn't expect someone to help us. I really didn't expect that even God is on our side. Uzumaki Naruto was happy. He was thinking of relying on Gaara to create chaos, and the two came from the street for a death chase. I never expected that Orochimaru from Inin Village would take the initiative to attack Konoha Village. And listening to the continuous roar outside, the smart Naruto guessed that the outside world of the venue was also in a mess. Naruto, I'll leave this to you. I'll go support Kakashi and the others. Shiranui Ginma left a sentence and ran towards the auditorium nonstop. Help! How so? Very scary. In the venue, the audience who originally wanted to escape did not escape the poisonous hands of the Inin Village ninja. Not only Inin Village, but also a group of Sunagakure ninjas appeared from nowhere. Kankuro, Temari yells, let's go to Gaara. Stupid. Do you want to die early? Instead of going to Gaara, we might as well stay and fight the Chunin in Konoha Village. The screams of the villagers, the screams of the ninja. Suddenly, the venue was full of wailing, and the situation was quite tragic. Uzumaki Naruto, I heard from the villagers of Konoha Village that you are determined to protect their existence. 1. Is the current scene in line with your wishes? What about your existence? Let me see how you protect them from us. Damn it, you despicable guy. Uzumaki Naruto pretended to grit his teeth and said, I will finish you soon, and then go to protect the villagers. Audience, Konoha Honkai plan has long been expected by everyone. For this reason, they did not feel any surprise. However, what Gaara said made everyone silent. Silly boy, the group of Konoha Village villagers you called are actually Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone. However, Uzumaki Naruto's performance was even more overwhelming. How thick-skinned are you guys? Doesn't your heart hurt when you say this? The Konoha Honkai plan of Heiming World is obviously different from that of Beiming World. Gaara was unhurt and did not escape under the cover of Temari and Kankuro. Unsurprisingly, Shukaku is bound to make an appearance in Konoha Village. What makes people feel the most tragic is the villagers and ninjas who came to watch the battle. In Hakumen's world, everyone fell into a deep sleep thanks to Yakushi Kabuto's illusion, and those who fell asleep were not persecuted. But Heiming World, they suffered heavy casualties. Is this what war is supposed to be like? In the world of Beiming, those ninjas who have never experienced war are panicked. He looked stunned, especially the ninjas in Konoha Village. Seeing someone they knew died at the hands of the enemy, they felt complicated and didn't know how to let go. And it didn't end there. Gaara has not turned into Shukaku, and Uzumaki Naruto has not yet started his street bombing action. What will happen in the future? Many timid people have already closed their eyes in fright and dare not explore further. Konoha Village Chunin examination venue. The form is pretty grim for Konoha Village. Uzumaki Naruto, who returned from Mount Mayaboku, was pinned down by Gaara, and third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, even entered a tug-of-war with Orochimaru. What makes people even more panic is that Orochimaru actually summoned Konoha Village's first Hokage, second Hokage, to fight against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi. Boom. Might Guy confessed to a Inin Village ninja with a fist. Guy, concentrate. These ninjas from Inin Village and Sunagakure are still pouring into the venue. The two are back-to-back. The incident happened suddenly, and the enemy was well prepared. Konoha Village fell into a more passive situation than the two imagined. Nowadays, they simply don't care about protecting the so-called people. However, fortunately, The ninjas of Inin Village and Sunagakure don't seem to be interested in those villagers lying on the seats. As long as the villagers don't move around, the other party won't attack them. Hasn't Naruto solved Gaara yet? Rock Lee said anxiously. He has never been so unwilling. Because he was seriously injured and leaning on a cane, he had to be surrounded by his companions for protection. Now is not the time to talk about this matter. Everyone maintain a good formation. Don't move around. Naruto'shokage roars loudly. As the genin of Konoha village, they don't seem to be able to help Kakashi and Might Guy effectively. The only thing that can be done is to ensure that they will not cause trouble to the two of them. Simply, Naruto's contemporaries surrounded the city and carried out effective defense. Uzumaki Naruto. Boom! Gaara thrust his arms into the ground of the playing field excitedly. Let you see my power. Quicksand burst. In an instant, the originally calm land trembled slightly. Then, the sand all over the ground rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto like waves. Big Fox, do you think Gaara can continue to use his tail beast power? During the speech, Uzumaki Naruto communicated with 9 tails, while spreading out the words. Buzzing. In a very short time, a fan-shaped Rasengan appeared in his hand with a huge roar. This Rasengan is like being wrapped in a shuriken. That is, the huge roar from the competition venue attracted everyone's attention. Rasengan? No, that's... Hatake Kakashi kicked a sand shinobi away, and with the help of Sharingan, he could easily see the terrifying chakra contained in Naruto's Chunin technique. A new ninjutsu born after the Rasengan form change? Naruto, as Naruto's teacher, I don't know anything about it. When Kakashi was shocked, he also felt guilty in his heart. Naruto-kun, what is he going to do? Could it be that Naruto is going to use that kind of ninjutsu to fight against the waves of sand created by Gaara? It's so scary. The battle between those two people seems to be completely beyond our ability to participate. Uzumaki Naruto's contemporaries gritted their teeth. The same group of ninjas, why is there such a big gap? The 4 purple flames are in the formation. Orochimaru frowned. That kid, he still hides his hand DY. No, I thought I practiced after I went to Mount Mayaboku. Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru was also shocked. The young Naruto actually mastered ninjutsu together with Zainjutsu and Rasengan form change. This makes Orochimaru feel a little moved. In addition, the opponent is Jinchuriki from 9 Tails, maybe. Is he more fragrant than Sasuke? However, remembering that Uchiha Itachi almost sent him away in a second, Orochimaru sneered. It's a pity that compared to Sharingan, it's still a lot worse. Naruto, don't worry about whether Gaara can continue to be a beast. 1. Let's resolve his attack first. 9 Tails points to the sand waves that were approaching before him. It seems that the Jinchuriki of the stinky raccoon cat has some skills. Got it, I'll crack Gaara's trick now. Uzumaki Naruto said casually. By the way, golden eyeshadow appeared again between his eyes. Facing the ground, not far away, let out a clear drink. Wind-style Rasengan Shuriken. Buzzing duck. The spiral shuriken hits the root of the surf with a huge roar. At the same time as it touched the ground, the entire spiral shuriken exploded instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the explosion sounded suddenly, Gaara only felt a gust of wind blowing from the opposite side of the sand waves. The next second, the entire sand wave seemed to be pulled by some terrifying force, and the intention was directly scattered in all directions. Nanny! Impossible! Gaara stared, and before he could feel astonished, a strong gust of wind swept across his body. Whoosh whoosh! Gaara, who flew upside down, could hear light ringing from time to time. This sound was like a blade cutting through something constantly. Boom! It wasn't until Gaara fell heavily to the ground, and after struggling to get up, she realized that the sand covering her body seemed to be cut into pieces by thousands of knives. It's full of scars. Of course, everyone who has seen the power of the wind-style spiral shuriken. But at the same time, he stopped the movement in his hand. Hey, what did that blonde kid do? He actually knocked the tailed beast Gaara into the air. No, I mean the deep pit on the field could be caused by his ninjutsu just now. The ninja of Sunagakure couldn't believe what he was seeing. Who the hell is this? When did such a terrifying ninja— Hold on. The ninja audience shook their heads after watching it. Is this the shape-changing ninjutsu formed by Rasengan adding wind attribute chakra? This is too scary. Not only does it have the power of Rasengan itself, but after adding the wind attribute, the power of the entire ninjutsu has undergone a huge qualitative change. Even more amazing is the chakra blade created by the wind attribute after the entire spiral shuriken explodes. The momentum of cutting people into pieces is too scary. Inoki. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto kept his hand, otherwise Gaara would have been much worse. Terumi Mei. The power of the explosion broke through the sand waves, and the wind attribute chakra contained in the storm even cut Gaara's body with scars. It's a terrible ninjutsu. Luo Sha. If it weren't for the sand armor of Shuha, Gaara might have been seriously injured. Hey, my child. Fourth Hokage. This kid, if you give him a chance to develop, it's really scary. Could it be that our Lord Danzo, the darkness of shinobi, can hold his breath? Shimura Danzo. Humph. Shut your stinking mouth. This old man must be fighting the enemy bravely in a certain street. Kill a ghost enemy. Danzo was irritated. Although he didn't mention himself on Bai Ming's screen, he knew that at this time he was squatting in the room at the Root Organization site, waiting for the news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. Impossible. This, looking at the deep pit in front of him, Gaara was completely dumbfounded. Uzumaki Naruto. Why is he better than himself? Hee, I thought how powerful you would be after becoming a monster. So it's just like that. Uzumaki Naruto pretended to be weak and showed a little contempt for Gaara. Didn't you agree to tear me apart? Look at your messy appearance now. You can't do it anymore. You can't even beat me. Why dare you speak arrogantly? You have to kill everyone except you to realize the value of your existence. You, Gaara bared her fangs. The Uzumaki Naruto in front of him belongs to the same person as him. They all have monsters sealed in their bodies. Why is his existence different from mine? Why did the villagers of Konoha village not exclude him? Recalling the Konoha village villagers who walked by her and discussed Naruto before, Gaara now wants to tear their faces. The existence of that guy should not be like this. Also, how could I lose to a guy like this? Uzumaki Naruto. Damn you. I will kill you in a way that my existence is correct. Gaara roared loudly. A pair of civet cat eyes suddenly closed. The next moment, the sand around him rose into the sky. That is not good. It's Gaara. Temari and Kankuro are too familiar with the scene in front of them. This impossible Uzumaki Naruto was able to push Gaara to this point. It's him, it's that monster. Temari and Kankuro look at the energy gathering in the arena. The two looked at each other and saw the meaning at the same time. Escape. Must escape. As long as this happens to Gaara, one of the people present counts as one, and they all have to die. Watch out for the cranes. It's Shukaku coming. Luo Sha. I only saw this kind of scene in Sunagakure before, but now I see Shizuru in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen. You have to save face if you didn't join forces. Orochimaru, what happened? You ended up getting killed by Orochimaru. You're so stupid, Rosa. Luo Sha. Nonsense. It's not because you Konoha village are shameless. Our name in the Kingdom of the Wind is ignorant, and you who entrusted the task to the allies have fed you Konoha village we. Sunagakure is starving to death. Okay? He's still disarming. I can't even exchange gold in the sand for resources. Can I not think about our Sunagakure? You detain Koho. That's the daimyo's choice. What can we do? Luo Sha. You won't refuse? Can't we, Sunagakure, do his big task? I see that anyone who follows your Konoha village is thankless. Chiyo, hey. Thinking of the Third Ninja World War, we came forward to help you contain a Wagakure in the end, so that the war between you is quelled. It turned out that this was the reason for the war. Bai Ming fell silent at the same time. Fourth Kazekage, who is Sunagakure, will naturally not see Sunagakure declining more and more. He had no choice but to take the risk. Wrong? Just? For Konoha village, it's an evil invasion. but for the people of Sunagakure. It's an adventure where they can keep eating. At this moment, all the young ninjas understood a truth. In their ninja world, war is so simple. Just start a war. Then the war began. It is impossible to be peaceful if you want peace. Jiraiya. This is also my wish that people can understand each other. Only in this way can the group bring peace to the ninja world. Onoki. I guess it's not easy to handle. Terumi may. Yes, although I'm not as old as some of my predecessors, I also think so. Fourth Hokage. Perhaps you can say that our Cloud Shinobi village steals and grabs other people's secret techniques. But as our strength increases, our Cloud Shinobi village is more and more talkative. Power, strength. In the ninja world, we must look at strength. Look at strength. Shimura Danzo. How can a stinky and shameless person speak of shamelessness so refreshingly? Fourth Hokage. You don't deserve to speak of me. Hello. What is that? Strange. Monster. This. What is Mr. Third Hokage doing? What are Konoha village ninjas doing again? When the huge figure of Shizuru appeared in Konoha village, everyone immediately discovered his existence. Despair. This scene can't help but remind people of the night of the Nine-Tails Rebellion. What is that? Okay, could it be Sunagakure's Jinchuriki? Damn bastards, they actually used Jinchuriki to invade our Yeshur. At this time, several strange sounds suddenly came from the escape. The villagers of Konoha village suddenly realized, Jinchuriki, did Sunagakure actually use Jinchuriki? Damn it, I didn't expect them to use the power of Jinchuriki to invade us. Run for your life. Now is not the time to be dazed. Uzumaki Naruto. While the villagers were still panicking, the sound of Gaara shouting Naruto's name spread throughout Konoha village. How is it? Are you scared when you see me like this? Where's your strength? Don't hide around. Ha! I remember you were the same as me. Oh, by the way, we are all monsters in their mouths, but we choose differently. Look, only a regiment like me who kills everyone can display this kind of strength. And now you can only tremble for it. We are different. If they dare to reject me, I will kill them, but you are afraid. You are afraid that they will say you are a monster, and you dare not use the power that should belong to you. You pander to them in exchange for false respect. Weak. You're the real weak. Gaara's crazy laughter scared everyone in Konoha village to the ground. Subsequently, I saw a huge wind balloon issued from the competition venue. Talent. Boom. After a bang, a certain street in Konoha village was completely destroyed. Ha 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 ha. Incompetent Uzumaki Naruto. I thought of a way to better reflect your weakness. I will destroy Konoha village in front of you, smash all the fantasies in your heart, and slowly tear you apart. Wind style practice empty bullets. Another wind signal exploded from Konoha village. The world of blackness. Sarutobi Hiruzen is trapped. Fortunately, Orochimaru was contained. Now, the only person who can sabotage Uzumaki Naruto's plan is Jiraiya, who came back. At least, he can still cooperate with the summoning beast to block the crane. Tsunade. I remember watching by Ming's Konoha Honkai plan. Jiraiya should be back. Onoki, well, the only person who can help Konoha village now is him. Shizen. Look, Lord Jiraiya is back. Summoning technique, Yatai, collapse technique. Boom. With the appearance of Toad Hiroshi, the three-headed giant snake that broke into Konoha was sat down to death. Master Jiraiya. Ibixi, who is struggling, finally sees a glimmer of hope. Come to Jiraiya's side excitedly. Where's the old man? Your Excellency, third generation is still at the venue. Ibixi said, the situation over there seems to be even worse. Jiraiya looked at the venue and nodded. The situation is really bad. Looking at the purple enchantment and Shizuru who appeared, Jiraiya felt his scalp go numb, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was obviously trapped by the barrier. You guys guard here first. I'm going to the venue to support. Jiraiya just finished speaking and saw a huge white smoke rising from the venue again. The next second, Toad Wuntai appeared in his vision. Jiraiya's expression was slightly condensed, and As the running distance approached, he saw the person standing on Bunta Toad. It's Naruto, it looks like. Wait, that's. Looking at the faint red light emerging from Uzumaki Naruto's body, Jiraiya frowned. Plus the three tails fluttering in the wind. Jiraiya instantly understood that Uzumaki Naruto has also started to turn into a tailed beast. Chunin exam venue. In the spiritual world of Uzumaki Naruto, Nine Tails said, "The Jiraiya kid seems to be coming this way." "I know," Naruto said calmly. "It is because I sensed his existence that I entered the state of the tailed beast." "Are you going to beat Gaara here?" Nine Tails asked in doubt. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head slightly, revealing a hint of cunning by the way. "Big Fox, look over there." Naruto points to the barrier on the high platform. Nine Tails was stunned for a few seconds when he saw this, and asked in a puzzled tone, "What's the matter over there?" "I think Sarutobi Hiruzen is very struggling. After all, he not only has to face Orochimaru, who is close to Kage level with 700, but also faces first Hokage and second Hokage from the opponent's impure world reincarnation. The strength of those two people is not weak." Thinking of first Hokage, Nine Tails is stunned. "I always feel that the other party has not exerted its own strength. Perhaps this is caused by the imperfection of impure world reincarnation. Reanimation jutsu. There is such a magical ninjutsu." Naruto shrugged. "It turns out that this ninja world has ninjutsu that can resurrect people, but the resurrected ones become puppets controlled by others." "All right, let's gossip. I'm going to do a big thing now. I want to break the barrier that traps the third generation and return them to freedom." "What?" Hyming's sudden and sharp operation surprised everyone. They don't understand what the other side is playing. Anoki, could it be that Hyming changed his revenge on Konoha village after seeing Shukaku? Kurumi May, really? He actually wants to free the trapped third Hokage. Fourth Raikage, I guess the kid saw that Gaara had already said what he wanted to hear, and his goal was achieved, so he naturally went back to rescue Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let me just say, at least I can't really see that it will be a troublesome thing for him after the village is completely destroyed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, W. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya, you are such an idiot. Jiraiya. Old man, what do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Stupid. I'm so mad. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. Take a good look. I guess Naruto-kun will be able to explain it to you idiots in a while. Naruto? Nine Tails don't understand what Uzumaki Naruto wants to do. At this time, why does he suddenly want to rescue Sarutobi Hiruzen? Big Fox, look where they are. It's on the roof. That's right, the enchantment was erected on the roof. If people outside enter the room, they can enter the enchantment by piercing through the roof. Why didn't they do that? Moreover, the barrier is continuously maintained by Orochimaru's four subordinates in four corners. With the ability of the third generation, I can cooperate with the Umbu Ninja to find a way to interfere with one of the four people. Although those four people are also protected by small barrier, as long as the ninjutsu is powerful enough, it can also cause them a lot of trouble, even if it can't be realized. Although third Hokage is old, it shouldn't be a problem to break through a roof. Uzumaki Naruto's words suddenly made Nine Tails realize. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to be trapped, but the reality is that he doesn't want to get out of the barrier at all. You mean? Yes. There is nothing wrong with what you think. Uzumaki Naruto said with a smile. Orochimaru's purpose is to fight against third Hokage. The master and apprentice must have reached a consensus on this aspect. Orochimaru seems to want to prove something. Third Hokage is afraid that first Hokage and second Hokage will attack indiscriminately. As long as the enchantment is broken, this balance will disappear. When the time comes, Nine Tails shocked. Actually, it only knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to get out of the barrier, but it didn't expect there to be such a reason. Nine Tails feels guilty, thinking that what she thinks is really all right. When the time comes, the scene will be that third Hokage and a few first generation and second generation who are not against the summoned around. Orochimaru, you have to face the coming Jiraiya. Moreover, once the situation has reached such a point, because it is also necessary to give it a go. And Uzumaki Naruto's eyes gradually become sharp. In the face of Gaara's crazy pressure, Jiraiya can only bet that I can use your power perfectly. At that time, he has a high probability of handing over the key to the 8-sign seal. Mayaboku Sage of 6 Paths. Ninetales was dumbfounded when he heard that. This kid's methods are so terrifying. Then what if Jiraiya doesn't hand over the key? Facing Ninetales' question, Uzumaki Naruto was silent for a few seconds, sighed but spread his hands helplessly. Then I can only wrong you and wait until I become self-taught. That doesn't matter. Ninetales shook his big ears. But once the first generation and second generation are released, the sealing team from Konoha Village will come to help. 1. Don't worry, because of the fox. No one can come to Konoha Village's reinforcements. I took advantage of the chaos just now and sent Shadow Clone a long time ago. Their codename is The Face is Numb. It's the legion I formed. It's over. It's all over. In Kuranoru's world, Orochimaru's Konoha Honkai plan is nothing compared to Kuranoru's methods. In today's scene, Konoha Village's biggest enemy is none other than Uzumaki. Jiraiya helped his forehead helplessly. This kid Ming even counted himself who rushed to help. Of course, with his strength, without these calculations, he would have been able to clean up Gaara long ago. Anoki, can you make a plan for the next step in an instant based on the changes on the scene? Terumi May, okay. I'm completely convinced. And even if Kuromi blows up the Fire Country's daimyo mansion, I won't be surprised. Orochimaru, he can make a series of plans just based on Gaara's personality, not to mention the specific situation on the scene. How do you fight against Naruto-kun? Jiraiya, Orochimaru, I don't want to fight him, and as far as I'm concerned, I didn't suffer too much. The key to the 8-sign seal was originally given to Naruto, whether it's black or white. Why? Jiraiya, it's nothing more than looking at the destroyed Konoha village. I can't accept it in my heart. Uzumaki Naruto, what is the Myanmar Legion that guy's talking about? Shti, Haruno Sakura. Naruto, you, like Black Naruto, can clone thousands of people when you cast Shadow Clone. This number is almost enough to form an army. Yamanaka Ino. So there's nothing wrong with forming an army. Naruto'shokage. If my guess is correct, the Myanmar Legion should be the shadow clones sent by Hyeming to snatch information and secret techniques and to blow up the commercial street. Audience, you don't need to guess, but anyone with a little brain can figure it out. It's just that I didn't expect that Ming, like by Ming, is really a person who says he will do it. In such a chaotic environment, he has not forgotten his original thoughts. Huh? It's finally interesting, Uzumaki Naruto. You have also used the power of the top-tailed beast. Gaara laughs a few times. However, Toad One-Tai, who appeared on the stage, was stupid. I sent this the Chunin exam. I didn't see it in the blink of an eye. Why did it turn into a war? And the guy in front of me. Hey, Naruto, why are you fighting with a guy like Shizuru? Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto didn't pay attention to Toad Bunta's question. He immediately said, Boss Toad, help me stop the big civet cat in front of me first. I will find a way to rescue the trapped third Hokage. Toad One-Tai looked at the 4 purple flame formations, and the frog's eyes trembled. Third Hokage of Konoha Village. The ninjutsu professor is really trapped in the barrier. Okay, Naruto, I see. Although I don't really want to provoke a troublesome existence like Shizuru, I will try to give you a little time. Go and come back quickly. After when Tai finished speaking, he drew out the long knife at his waist and killed Gaara. Uzumaki Naruto, do you want to escape again? Mount Mayaboku, summoning frog. Other ninjas may be afraid, but as a perfect Jinchuriki, Gaara, who has the power to guard the crane, really doesn't see it in his eyes. Facing the hacked toad Bunta, Gaara manipulated the sand and entangled the long knife in his hand. Buzzing. But at this time, Gaara was once again attracted by the roar of the wind-style spiral shuriken. Looking closely, Uzumaki Naruto, who is transformed into 3 tails, hold a Rasengan shuriken in his hand and is flying towards the 4 purple flames. Get out of the way. I'll break the barrier. The voice from above immediately awakened Konoha Umbu outside the CZ formation. Looking back, they were suddenly shocked by the aura exuded by Uzumaki Naruto. Besides other words, several Umbu instant physicians onlookers. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also attracted by Naruto's voice. But looking at the opponent's posture, Sarutobi Hiruzen was terrified and quickly said, Naruto, get out of this place quickly. Don't want. No, Grandpa third generation. I will save you even if I do my best. Konoha Village can't end this war without you. Go. Wind-style spiral shuriken. Boom. Uzumaki Naruto throws a spiral shuriken from midair. The moment the shuriken hit the four purple flames, a strong light burst out. Click. Only a face-to-face, the four purple flame formations appeared several cracks with a soft sound. Master Orochimaru, it's not good. The power of this ninjutsu is too great. We can't hold it anymore. Puff. Boom. The huge power generated by the explosion of the spiral shuriken immediately caused the Odanin Four to vomit blood. At the moment when the four chakra were disturbed and counterattacked, the four purple flame formations were completely shattered. Successful, Naruto actually rescued Hokage-sama. Good job this time. Let's start a counterattack under the leadership of Hokage-sama. Uzumaki Naruto, that's great. Facing the applause from the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely dumbfounded. The scene will become even more chaotic now. Old man, thank you so much for saving me, Naruto. The rest, I will leave it to you, Grandpa third generation. Uzumaki Naruto shows a faint smile. The chakra coat on his body disappears. At the same time, Gaara's huge sand claws also followed, grabbing Naruto at the moment and threw him fiercely. Uzumaki Naruto, your opponent is me. Naruto. Looking at Naruto, who was thrown out, everyone shouted badly. However, at a critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, firmly holding Naruto in his arms. Boy, you did a good job. Toad Sage. Naruto quietly opened his eyes. You take a break first, recover your strength, and I will tangle with them for the rest. Jiraiya reveals a confident face. However, in the face of such a severe situation, he didn't know what to do. However, as Naruto Laozi's master, you can't show timidity in front of juniors. Jiraiya immediately started to act, pointing to several Konoha village ninjas. Go outside and find Konoha village's sealing squad to come to support third Hokage. Orochimaru. Then he set his sights on Orochimaru. Your opponent is hungry. Got it. Totally fell for it. If people think well. No, you don't even need to think about this kind of thing. Even if you move your toes, everyone in Beiming World knows that Haiming is here to play with them. Especially when the barrier was broken. Sarutobi Hiruzen's unlovely expression. It is enough to prove that Hyeming's guess is right. Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want the enchantment to be broken. Seal class. The several Chunin, leading the order, immediately evacuated the venue. With Master Jiraiya and the third generation project, we will definitely win. That's for sure, but don't think so much. Let's go to the sealing class to seal the first generation and second generation items. Where are you going? However, a dull voice made these Chunin stop. At this time, a black-haired man wearing a white pattern mask and a robe stopped in front of them. The place you go to should be the world of blackness. The sudden appearance of a masked man in a black robe surprised everyone in Beiming World. After a few seconds, they realized that this person should be what Uzumaki Naruto called the shadow clone, codenamed Myanmar. And this kind of person should not be alone. The shadow clone guarding not far from the venue may be to prevent someone from asking for help or a rescue team from coming. His job is to kill these Konoha village ninjas. On Oki, the shot is really ruthless, like a killer without emotion. Terumi Mei, that's right. Chunin, who called Senior Jiraiya to ask for help, was killed just by meeting him. Fourth Reikage, and what Haiming did was really impeccable. Even if he used the transformation technique, he still wrapped himself tightly. Luo Sha. Even if it is severely attacked, Shadow Clone will immediately turn into white smoke and disappear. This kind of operation will not make people suspect him at all. Hokage office building. A person with the same appearance walked towards the reference room in the corridor. Fortunately, Gaara's training empty ammo hasn't hit here yet. Hey, hurry up. We need to move these scrolls to a safe place now. It must not fall into the hands of Sunagakure and Inin village. Hurry up, hurry up. There's still those confidential information that must be transferred quickly. Go to the shelter for the time being, and when all the villagers arrive safely, it's time for our counterattack. About Konoha village's response to emergencies. Uzumaki Naruto's memorization is very familiar. If there's a major chaos in the village, the vanguard will be dispatched first, and then the ninjas will lead the villagers of Konoha village to the shelter. During this process, other ninjas will stand still to protect the villagers from evacuating. When all the living villagers enter the shelter, Konoha village will make the eagle howl loudly. And this eagle roar will be the general clarion call for Konoha village to launch a counterattack. It seems that you are not fully prepared yet. Miyama sneers. The voice is so low that it seems to come from the abyss. Of course, this is the instruction of Uzumaki Naruto's body, and it must be comprehensive in order to play. Even judging from the sound, people can't find that the numb face has its own characteristics. Even, in order to avoid the intervention of perception ninjas, Miyama will use Sage Mode's magic chakra to disturb the accuracy of each other's perception. After all, the fairy art chakra is not something ordinary people can perceive. The data keeper was taken aback by the sudden appearance of facial numbness. Seeing the opponent's full-body armed appearance, the data keeper shouted, "Enemy attack." Unfortunately, as soon as the words fell, he was instantly killed by the facial numbness in front of him. Hello? What? The companion who was driven out was shocked when he saw this. But before he recovered, he ended his busy life with the data keeper. I think that most of the Konoha village staff who are engaged in secretarial work are very weak. It doesn't take long for the face numb to kill them all. The vast majority of important documents fell into his hands. Even, roar, this is Konoha Village Ninja and Umbu registration list. This is a good thing. It can investigate a lot of information. Numb. Seeing this, the ninjas of Konoha Village scratched their heads anxiously. Despicable. So despicable. Uzumaki took advantage of the war and snatched such important information from Konoha Village into his hands. In the future, the ninjas in Konoha Village, even those who survived, will not have too many secrets in front of him. Anoki. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sunagakure's has been bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Fourth Rakage. Isn't this pot going to be pinned on Sunagakure and Inin? Orochimaru. Odogakure. Do you think I care about these things? Jiraiya. Orochimaru. I feel like you really care. After all, it's Konoha's confidential document. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. I'm talking about Inin village. Anyway, for me, this group of people is just a tool for my experiments and to facilitate my actions. I don't care about the future of this village that much. Jiraiya. Awesome. As expected of you, you have become really depraved now. Terumi-me. I remember Bai Ming was at 3rd Hokage's house when he stole the sealed book. I think Ming must also go back to 3rd generation's house for a walk. 4th Rakage. Damn it, it's a sealed book. I knew Orochimaru wanted to start a war against Konoha village, so we went to Hidden Village to do the same. Senju Tobarama. You people... Brother, I said that they shouldn't be given tailed beasts back then. You are confused. Senju Hashirama. 4th Rakage. Your Excellency, 2nd generation, don't get excited. I'm just telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask everyone here who doesn't think the same as me. Hurry up, everyone. Be careful. Let's help everyone block the incoming ninjas first. Everyone go to the shelter. Don't worry, everyone. Lord 3rd Generation will find a way to stop the war. Yuzuki Shien directed a group of villagers to move towards the shelter. However, Gaara released the empty ammo like crazy and shouted Uzumaki Naruto's name. This caused the ground to shake, making the evacuation work very difficult. Not only can't run stably, but it's even impossible to know where the empty bullets will be shot. The strong wind is destroying everything in Konoha village. Affected by the storm, the villagers fell into despair one by one. Master Ninja, where is the Jinchuriki in our village? Why don't you show up yet? Yes, I heard from a monster that Uzumaki Naruto was afraid of us, so he couldn't use the power crystal of the tailed beast to fight against him. 1. We have no ill intentions towards him. How can this be called harmless? The Konoha village villagers of the Black Naruto world made the Konoha village ninjas of the White Naruto world feel extremely ashamed. Every ninja has a burning sensation on his face. Perhaps they knew that all of this was Hymen's plan, and his plan seemed to be a great success. They are more aware that when people are in despair, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will regard it as a straw. As a result, the behavior of the whole person will change dramatically. Hey, Ninja-sama, tell me when the Jinchuriki in our Konoha village will be effective. The monster kept shouting his name. No matter where you are in Konoha village, you can hear Gaara's crazed shouts. The villagers of Konoha village don't understand why no one has dealt with that monster until now. Where is third Hokage? Where are the other ninjas? But seeing the Sunagakure ninjas and Inin village ninjas pouring in one after another, they can naturally understand the current situation. Konoha village seems to have insufficient combat power. And according to the regulations of Konoha village, the vast majority of ninjas are busy with the retreat of the villagers. The only one I can count on seems to be Uzumaki Naruto. Damn it, now I know that war is so cruel. What should we do? The opponent used their Jinchuriki. Does it mean that our Jinchuriki cannot master the power he should master? Didn't you listen to that monster? Uzumaki Naruto is afraid that we will see him use that power, so he has been afraid to use it. At this time, a strange voice came from the crowd again. The people of Konoha village were even more frightened and trembled. We have no ill intentions towards Naruto. Naruto, please hurry up and use the King of Power to defeat the enemy. Boom! Another round of empty ammunition landed on a distant street. Call! In an instant, as the street exploded, a gust of wind swept in. At this moment, the villagers were so frightened that their legs went limp and they collapsed to the ground. Cheer up. I'll take you to the shelter first. When the time comes, we will make them pay the price they deserve. Yuzuki Shiin shouted angrily. Moonlight Gale was killed by this group of people not long ago. It's really a new hatred and an old hatred. Mayu Shiin can't wait to kill all the enemies in front of her eyes. But, the chaos at the scene has already made her feel overwhelmed. But at this time, on a tall building not far away, a person in a black robe is looking down at the chaotic commercial street below. His back is facing. It is Yuzuki Shiin not far away. Commercial street? To tell you the truth, after all, I grew up here, and I miss it occasionally. Uzumaki Naruto's another shadow clone, codenamed Myanmar. I suddenly muttered in my heart. A ball on the street caught his attention. In the ruins, Bai Nun's little hand suddenly made him feel a tug in his heart. There seems to be nothing wrong with a newly born child. But no snowflake is innocent in an avalanche. If you want to blame the behavior of the people in the village. If you want to blame the behavior of the village's senior management. If the senior management of Konoha village chose to tell Naruto the truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to tell him the story about his parents. Perhaps there will be no shadow clone with the codename Moth Face standing between these tall buildings. If the senior management of Konoha village can clearly distinguish the seriousness of the matter, they can give the villagers correct guidance and publicity for Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki will not be treated like this. Nothing. Uzumaki Naruto admits that not only his parents, but also those ninjas who died for Konoha village are heroes. Their children are the sons of heroes. However, the person is Jinchuriki, who has been giving everything for the stability of Konoha village since he was born. Yes, Jinchuriki shouldn't be treated like this. Ra, to become a Jinchuriki, you will face losing your life at any time, and you will also face all kinds of exclusion and curses. This reason, In the world of Uzumaki, Naruto does not exist. Miyama raised his head and looked into the distance. There's a ramen restaurant there, since he wanted to go in, but because he had no money and was afraid of others looking at his. The gaze chooses to stop. After so many years, he never went in again. He remembers very clearly that that day, there was an uncle in a black robe sitting in the corner of the noodle restaurant, looking up at the sky at 45 degrees, smoking a cigarette in loneliness. I don't know what uncle is doing now, where he is. The face is numb and the bottom of the heart smiles bitterly. The big spiral wheel in his hand has gradually taken shape. This is the time of parting, the day when the villagers of Konoha village bid farewell to the past. I hope that after this time, their wisdom can get a little enlightenment. For the village, but also for myself. Miyama gently withdraws her arm. The big spiral will slowly falls from the tall building. Hey, everyone! Hurry up as much as possible. We will soon. Here, Yuzuki Shien is working hard to persuade the villagers to stop panicking and continue on their way. However, it was accompanied by a huge roar. The Umbu mask on her face is suddenly shattered by the strong impact. The next second, she lost consciousness. I don't know how long it has passed. Maybe it was an instant effort, or maybe it was a long time. Yuzuki Shien pushes away the wooden board pressing on her body with difficulty. Her eyes are in a trance. She stares blankly at the surrounding situation. This is where. In front of me, there's a mess and ruins. All the houses were destroyed. Beside her, there are stumps and broken arms all over the place. Well, Shien only feels a splitting headache. She couldn't help lowering her head. However, the surprise in front of her made her pupils close. Although her eyes were somewhat obscured by the blood flowing from her head, the signboard under her feet was so conspicuous. Ichiraku. This is the signboard of the most famous ramen restaurant in Konoha village. By the way, I seem to be guiding the villagers just now. Have suffered. Yuzuki Shien started talking to herself as if she was in a daze. Who is coming? Who is coming? Save us, Konoha village. Wow. It seems that I can't bear the fear and despair in my heart. As the captain of Umbu, Lung Yinjiao Hua Yui Shien squatted in the ruins and began to cry. Hiss! The big spiral Luanyu finally showed his power. The entire commercial street, including several surrounding streets, was instantly completely destroyed by the shock wave of the explosion of the large spiral wheel. Moreover, this is just a large spiral constriction released by one of Hymen's shadow clone. If he is released by himself, no one knows how terrible things will happen. The ninjas in the entire Beiming world turn pale with astonishment. The tragic situation in Konoha village is simply shocking. Even the timid young ninja was so frightened by this scene that he trembled all over. Perhaps Jinchuriki's rampage has never caused such a large amount of damage. Uzumaki yelled at him. He blew up several streets in Konoha village. Anoki, I really don't know how to evaluate this. This scene is too tragic. Jiraiya, hey, Tsunade, what can I do? Didn't you find Kuramaki's mental activity? Who can blame this kind of thing? Orochimaru, I think what bothers Naruto-kun the most is that the villagers say that he is the murderer of 4th Hokage. Terumi Mei, that's right. I remember that the biggest change in Kuro Ming was after he learned that his father was 4th Hokage. 4th Raikage. Also, the Uzumaki family was exterminated, and his compatriots were used as tools by the ninjas, including her mother and himself. Gaara, don't always judge Hyeming from the commanding heights. I think his behavior is not necessarily bad for Konoha village. At least the future Jinchuriki will not suffer. Treated by him like this, Jinchuriki can become a true friend and companion. In times of crisis, he can better protect each other, instead of just being taken away like us. To be used as a tool of war, to protect them and to be squeezed out by them. Temari, Gaara, don't get excited. Kankuro, it's okay. Let him vent his emotions. None of us can use chakra now. Yamanaka Ino, Gaara said that Kuramaki has been exposed to the rain, so don't you want to let people like him get exposed to the rain again? Shimura Danzo, Nonsense, he's destroying Konoha Village, destroying Konoha Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Enough, Danzo. Can you tell me what you're doing on screen? Shimura Danzo. Humph. Uzumaki Naruto. But he blew up all the Ichiraku ramen restaurants. Kuro called him. It's really pathetic. He didn't even eat Ichiraku. Boom. The huge roar in the distance and the trembling of the ground also shocked everyone in the venue. What happened in the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked back, and vaguely, he saw a messy Konoha village. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, trembling, stopped their hands at the same time and looked together at the same time. Is this the strength of the perfect Jinchuriki? Several people are horrified. It even attributed the masterpiece of the big spiral Luinyu to Gaara. Gaara is slightly puzzled. However, he doesn't care about that much anymore. Uzumaki Naruto. Shoha's huge body looked down at the tiny Uzumaki Naruto on the ground. Gaara sarcastically said, "I have some good news for you, Sleepy Leaf." It exploded. Uzumaki Naruto was silent for a while upon hearing this. How can he not be clear about this kind of thing? After all, he caused it all by himself. However, Uzumaki Naruto still pretends to be weak. There is no response from Gaara. I can't go on like this. The ceiling class hasn't arrived yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very anxious. As he expected, when the barrier was opened, the two undead bodies, first generation and second generation, caused more trouble to the Konoha shinobi participants on the scene. 1. But the ninjas of Sunagakure and Inin village didn't have the idea of joining together. On the contrary, the scene was more favorable for them. Only Baki looked disappointed. During the battle, he kept thinking, the war's been going on for so long. Why is there no fourth Kazekage? Did Kazekage-sama lead other teams to search inside Konoha village? He looked at Orochimaru, although he was suspicious, but the negotiations between 880 4th Kazekage and Orochimaru seemed to be beyond the knowledge of people of his level. Ha! Gaara burst into laughter again. It's really boring, Uzumaki Naruto. With you who can't use the power of the tailed beast, I am not interested at all in front of me. End of words. Suddenly a figure appeared from the top of Shoha's head. It is the body of Gaara. I'm a little tired of playing. Next, let everyone present die. Gaara looked ferociously at the people under her feet, and her hands began to form seals. Fake sleeping technique. Not good. In front of Gaara's sleeping technique, when she returned to Ji, her complexion turned pale with fright. Fourth Kazekage is not here. Konoha village's third generation and Jiraiya are entangled by others again. People present, there is absolutely no one who can stop the real Shoha who will show up after a while. Gotta run. Baki pondered for a while. The situation of the venue is almost the same. As long as the two masters of Konoha village are completely restrained, there is no reason for him to stay here. It's better to go to the inside of Konoha village to see the situation, and to meet Lord Fourth Kazekage is the right thing to do. Baki jumped and immediately chose to flee from the venue. At this moment, Gaara's hands hang down feebly, and the whole person suddenly fell into a coma. Huh? That Kigura? Uzumaki Naruto frowned, and the voice of Ninetales came from his mind. Naruto, that guy is going to come out completely. That rascal. Naruto's eyes trembled slightly, and he instantly understood what Ninetales meant. Keep the crane. Sunagakure's tailed beast shrine crane. Is it fully awake? After the idea was settled, Uzumaki Naruto noticed that Shuzuru's originally dull eyes suddenly flashed with a flash of light. The orange-yellow pupil suddenly became brighter. The next moment, a sharp and joyous roar burst out from his mouth. Hey ha! I'm finally out. Gaara, you finally fell asleep. Is this Shukaku? Uzumaki Naruto was startled. This guy seems to be much happier than expected. After Shoha came out, his expression was slightly startled. Ahead, there's so many people. Hum. It can make a sinister smile, its stomach suddenly bulges, and it blinks. Wind-style practice empty bullets. Boom. This training blank bullet is more powerful than the training blank bullet Gaara fired back then. Moreover, it is aimed at the place with the largest number of people in the venue. In that place, there are a group of trembling villagers and dignitaries from all over the world who dare not move. Boom! A round of empty bullets is passed. A terrifying gust of wind blew up the entire venue. Wow! Uzumaki Naruto, who was huddled in a corner, squatted on the ground with his head hugged by the wind pressure. Wait until the wind pressure passes. They raised their heads slowly, but everything in front of them made them dumbfounded. The auditorium that was attacked has already been completely penetrated. The people who were sitting there before all disappeared without a trace. This is... What the hell is this? Silly. Everyone was stunned by Shoha's sharp roar and behavior. Hey, haha, dead. Those guys are dead. I was blown up by lousy. Bang, bang, bang. Shoha was as happy as a child. He jumped twice happily, which made the scalps of everyone present go numb. Hateful. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya clenched their fists angrily. Orochimaru said with a hint of playfulness, Sasuke, I didn't expect the development of the situation to be more interesting than I imagined. Orochimaru, what are you doing for? Jiraiya, standing on the head of Toad, gritted his teeth and looked at Orochimaru, who was standing on top of Wanshi. If Orochimaru does not retreat, and the first generation and second generation projects are not sealed, and if this drags on, Konoha village will completely cease to exist. Jiraiya glanced at Uzumaki Naruto below. Gamafumi had already returned to Mount Mayaboku due to lack of combat power. Uzumaki Naruto, who has not recovered below, is in danger. Jiraiya. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly called Jiraiya to stop. The sealing class has not come for a long time. There must be a problem. We have no choice now. Which trick do I want to use to completely seal the first generation and second generation projects? You cooperate with me. At the critical moment, I will also take Orochimaru with me. It's really too dangerous to keep this guy. Old man. Jiraiya's expression froze when he heard the sound. Unsurprisingly, the third Hokage in front of me is probably trying to use the ghoul seal with the first generation and second generation items, plus Orochimaru. The four go on the road together. However, this trick of sealing is actually not easy to do. Jiraiya looked at Shutsuru with an embarrassed expression. That guy seems to be indistinguishable from friend and foe, but his eyes are looking at the huge Toadairo and Wanshi. It's more tricky than Gaara's control. Trust Naruto when it comes to guarding the crane. Didn't he tell you that he has a good relationship with Nine Tails? Sarutobi Hiruzen was speaking while resisting the attacks of the first generation and second generation. What? Jiraiya was horrified. Just in case, Jiraiya people are numb. If Nine Tails deceives Naruto, then Konoha village will not have a problem with Showa. That is to face Nine Tails Jayashu, the two-day tail beast. When the time comes, the village... No. The current Konoha village seems to have to face a complete disappearance if it drags on. Jiraiya originally wanted to turn on Sage Mode to completely defeat Orochimaru and then think of a way to deal with Shukaku. However, it took too much time for him to enter Sage Mode. Now, is there really no other way? Thinking about it, Jiraiya shook her head helplessly. Sorry, Minato. This is all the old man's idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo. Look at the good apprentices you teach. One destroys leaves, one disappears, and this one has already started to blame you. Jiraiya, I'm not wrong. That's what he meant. You detained Kohar Humph. I didn't expect Hiruzen from the Black Naruto world to be so irresponsible. He will definitely die when he casts Ghoul Seal, and then leaves all subsequent troubles to us. Meet Okado Hamura. Yes. Hiruzen. You in the world of Konoha are really stupid. If Konoha fails, Konoha village will be destroyed, and the rest of the people will still remember that you sacrificed to protect the village. If you succeed, you can really use the power of Nine Tails to save Konoha village, and your reputation will rise to a higher level by sacrificing your identity. Orochimaru. As expected of my teacher, no wonder you have been able to sit in the Hokage seat of Konoha village for decades. Compared with you, the people around you are super rubbish. Shimura Danzo. Orochimaru. What snake fart are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Stop arguing. I won't use Ghoul Seal. You go to seal the first generation and second generation? Onoki, I still feel that Haiming really drove you to a dead end. Terumi Mei, I think Haiming is going to have fun now. After all, third Hokage's immortality is not a good thing for him. Fourth Raikage. Also, he forced Jiraiya to hand over the key to the 8-sign seal, and finally stepped on all the ninjas in Konoha village as a hero. 0. Orochimaru, what a clever boy. He beat the other party, and the other party thought he was a lifesaver. Pure Land World. Uchiha Madara watched with gusto. Uzumaki, this kid, has his own feeling. At least compared to silly Obito, this kid seems to be more suitable to be his successor. TSK, unlucky Obito. How will he collect tailed beasts in Hyuming's world? Then you still haven't been killed by this little yellow hair? Uzumaki Naruto, spiritual world. One person and one fox are chatting calmly. Ninetales, Naruto, there's a reason why we played so peacefully this time. Uzumaki Naruto nodded in agreement. I never thought that Orochimaru would get involved. Look at this. It seems that the Ining village and Sunageki are the land of winds he led seem to have premeditated. This time, it's not clear who helped whom. However, I still think it will help us more. If Jiraiya still refuses to hand over the key to the 8-sign seal for a while, the two of us will hide in one place and pretend to be dead, and wait quietly for this to end. The voice fell to the ground, but Uzumaki Naruto sighed melancholy. When the time comes, Konoha village will be really ruined. It's also caused by Jiraiya's disbelief in my words, and it has nothing to do with us. Axe, your face is really too thick if you weren't planning Gaara's rampage behind your back. This scene is not as scary as imagined. However, just when Uzumaki Naruto was chatting with Ninetales, a levitating toad suddenly appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Hurry up, Naruto, open your mouth and let me jump into your body. Uzumaki Naruto. Nanny. Naruto looked at the toad in front of him. His eyeballs almost jumped out of their sockets in shock. Even in Mount Mayaboku, he has never seen this species of toad. Toad In. The head and feet don't look any different from other toads. However, its frog body is a long scroll. What the hell is this? Hey you. Uzumaki Naruto had a flash of inspiration, as if he had guessed something. Let's leave mine alone, click. This scene is too scary. If I die carefully, the key to unlock the Ninetales 8-sign seal will be gone. Haimo In looks around in horror. F***K. Orochimaru. F***K. Watch the crane. What the hell is going on here? Sure enough, it is the key to unlock the seal, but this key... Naruto grinned in embarrassment, but for his own future. He said decisively, you should move faster or it will be too disgusting. In words, 0.7 Uzumaki Naruto directly grew his mouth. Todin also didn't hesitate at all, jumped up and stuffed his long body into Naruto's body through Naruto's mouth. Vomit. After everything is done, Uzumaki Naruto retched. I didn't expect this 8-sign seal key to be so special. Ha ha. Naruto. I was really laughed to death by you, but now. Ninetales sits up her huge body, looks at Naruto with soft eyes. Are you really going to break my seal? Aren't you afraid? But the next second, Ninetales saw Naruto's small fist stretched out towards her. Over the years, you are the one I communicate with the most. You have been in my body for 12 years, and we have gone through 12 springs, summers, autumns, and winters. This is not an easy task. Although I still have a lot of things to do, I said that if you really want to murder me, I will admit it. But before that, I want to know if you have a name. At least you can remember a special existence in my heart after death. Whoa. Ninetales was completely moved when he heard this. It has gone through thousands of years and has seen countless human beings. However, I have never seen anyone like Uzumaki Naruto in front of me. I don't know how to evaluate it, but Ninetales only knows that the kid in front of him is deeply attracted to it. Snort! Ninetales pursed her lips and stretched her huge fist towards Naruto's small fist. My name is Kurama. Kurama. Got it, Kurama. Let me introduce myself. My name is... It's done. Uzumaki Karanaru, that kid, really hit it off. Inside by Ming's body, Nine Tails instantly refreshed. Uzumaki successfully obtained the key to the 8-sign seal. And when he lifted the seal, he didn't hesitate at all. In this way, it seems that Haiming's world is a bit petty, and he's still trying to test Haiming impatiently. Haiming's decisiveness and what he said to himself fully showed his pattern. Cut. Nine Tails flicked its tail a little irritably. Boy, look at Haiming. He is looking at you. I am very proud when my practice becomes stronger. What Uchiha Sasuke do you want to surpass? You are the Jinchuriki of my mighty Nine Tails. What are they? Bai Ming was silent. He could feel the dissatisfaction of the Nine Tails inside him. Without comparison, there will be no fluctuations in people's hearts. Bai Ming admitted that in his heart, the companions of Konoha village are much more important than Nine Tails. Even he himself was about to be assimilated by the people in the village. They think that the Nine Tails and their bodies are terrifying existences, companions who can harm their village. But when Chunin took the exam, he beat Niji and Gaara from drowsing technique. Various actions to protect the village, and various actions that gradually made Uzumaki Naruto recognized by others. It all came from Nine Tails protecting him. You have to protect the village and your companions, but in my heart, the only person I want to protect is you. Uzumaki Naruto. Bai Ming was confused and in a trance, shaking his head quickly to drive away the strange thoughts in his mind. Pointing to Nine Tails, It's not that you always show me a scary look, you just want to escape from the seal to give me strength. Nine Tails also grinned. You are embarrassed to say, why can't you open your heart to me, but open your heart to those who exclude you and curse you? Are you stupid? Just say you Uzumaki Baiming is a fool. Bai Ming, I hate it to death. My mouth is too stupid to quarrel with you. Nine Tails, you silly boy, watch Hyeming Kid perform what is called a strong man. You should be envious. That's right, in that kid Hyeming's world, Sasuke followed him like a younger brother, 30-0, and that chick named Haruno Sakura, who can't be driven away. Bai Ming, slightly, if I don't listen, I won't listen. Crack. As Uzumaki Naruto turns the seal of the abdomen with the chakra in the key. The door lock under the 8-sign seal is also slowly opened. Finally, after the last seal lock was opened, the gate of 8-sign seal was completely opened. Then the entire gate disappeared. One person and one fox, standing and looking at each other. Nine Tails' ears couldn't help shaking a few times. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled lightly when he saw this. Llama, congratulations on your exit. The corners of Nine Tails' mouth raised slightly. Now is not the time to talk about this matter. What are we going to do next? Of course, let the whole village see your majestic figure. After defeating Shuha and Gaara, I will arrange for Myanmar to take Gaara to take advantage of the chaos and leave. That's too simple. Nine Tails laughed. Just as he was about to start action, 2 chakra energy fluctuations came from Naruto's spiritual world. This mutation immediately made one person and one fox nervous. Nine Tails even widened a pair of fox eyes, unable to believe this chakra. Could it be that? Oh, Naruto was taken aback and hurriedly turned his head to look at Nine Tails. But in the next second, a strong force suddenly hugged Naruto in his arms. Naruto, my good boy. Impossible. The audience was also dumbfounded by the sudden vision. Only Uzumaki Kushina and Namake's Minato. The two just smiled, without any overreaction. Jiraiya, amazing. Minato actually sealed his own chakra and Kushina's chakra inside Naruto's body. Tsunade, I understand. Once the 8-sign seal is completely lifted, the two of them will come out to meet Naruto. Shihahong. This is what parents miss about their children. Uzumaki Kushina. It's not just a simple yearning. Minato will appear when Naruto has the 8th tail and repair the seal again. 8 tails? This is... Everyone suddenly remembered what Naruto said before. When he has 4 tails, his body will suffer burn damage. 8-sign seal can use the chakra of the tailed beast, but it will also cause the seal to loosen due to long-term use. The 4th Hokage of Konoha village set up such a condition to prevent 9 tails from going completely berserk and breaking through the seal. Fourth Raikage. As expected of a man who fought me several times in the Third Ninja World War and bears the title of Shadow, he can do such a handwriting. Namikaze Minato. Ahaha, I'm overwhelmed. Uzumaki Kushina. And because I wanted to see Naruto, Minato was sealed in the child body together with my chakra. The condition is that when Naruto wants to fully use the power of Nine Tails, I can come out to help him. Nine Tails cut. You two are really good at scheming. I think Hei Ming is your own and didn't run away. Nine Tails was dumbfounded. It didn't expect Namikaze Minato to set such a trigger condition when he sealed himself. I have to say that the clever ones of these two couples are also depressing. Just imagine, I work hard for a long time to make Jinchuriki burst out with 8 tails, and the seals suddenly return to before. This feeling of instant bankruptcy and futility can traumatize any living being and take a severe blow. Nine Tails sees two familiar people. He opened his mouth and said, "Humph. I didn't expect the two of you to appear. I think you must have a lot to say to Naruto. I suggest that you can change to a place with a better environment." Uzumaki Naruto seems not to have heard what Nine Tails said. He stared blankly at the two people in front of him. One was his father, 4th Hokage from Sleepy Leaf Village. The other one has dazzling red hair. If there is no accident, I think she is my mother, a member of the Uzumaki family. It turns out that my surname really followed my mother. However, Uzumaki Naruto, who was feeling the change in space, suddenly became nervous at this time. He didn't expect to release his parents' chakra after breaking the seal. And judging from Nine Tails' surprised expression just now, even a fox who was sealed didn't know about it. It's numb. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know how to face the parents in front of him for a while. While he was excited, he was also frightened like a child who did something wrong. If the other party has been in their own spiritual world, then they also know clearly what they have done. Facing the father who used to be Konoha Village Hokage, the village they protected was severely destroyed under their own planning. Uzumaki Naruto doesn't know how to explain to the two. There is nothing to explain, Naruto. Suddenly, Namikaze Minato's gentle voice made Uzumaki Naruto tremble. "Father, Namikaze Minato shakes his head. "Your mother and I believe that you must have your own ideas." Namikaze Minato and Kushina, the two looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of them with eyes full of indulgence. This relieved the nervous Naruto a little bit. The corners of the eyes became moist. "Shimura Danzo, damn it, Hiruzen. Even Minato from the Black Naruto world has betrayed you. It's all because of your teaching. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what does this have to do with the old man? Besides, Minato and Kushina are already from another world, so they don't need to care so much. Namikaze Minato, I think it's okay to believe in Naruto. Before I seal Nine Tails, I told Kushina that I wanted our child." Uzumaki Kushina, yes. No matter in any world, we firmly believe in Naruto. Besides, if there is no plan of Orochimaru, Naruto will take Gaara to scare the villagers of Konoha Village. The reason why Konoha Village suffered such a disaster is Orochimaru's the matter. It must be traced back to how you Konoha Galyasu solved the problem of rebellion and tolerance. Shimura Danzo, it's not unreasonable for you to say that, Hiruzen, if you didn't let Orochimaru go because you couldn't bear it, these things wouldn't have happened. On the high platform of Baming World, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled with anger. Shimura Danzo, an old man, is afraid that he wants to take all the blame in front of the entire ninja world. Seeing this, Orochimaru said elatedly, "Mr. Sarutobi, I never thought you would be here today. Master Danzo's target has always been you." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Orochimaru. "Don't think that I don't know the tricks between you and him. Since you defected, you haven't broken contact with him. Danzo is really disgusting. Don't give me a face." The family of three chatted a lot. Uzumaki Naruto's mood also began to become cheerful, and told Minato and Kushina about my practice in fishing. He even proudly stated that if the ninja world holds a fishing competition, he will definitely be the #1 in the ninja world. However, Minato and Kushina are not clear about all this. The two of them smiled on their faces and felt pain in their hearts. They are very relieved that their children are very mature, but at the same time they are so mature that it makes people feel distressed. Namake's Minato touched Naruto's head. Even if the village is destroyed, it can be rebuilt. But you must pay attention. The ninja world is not as peaceful as you think. Your mother and I don't want to see you wandering outside alone. Minato paused, then continued. With your special status, you will definitely be targeted by many vicious people. It is very unsafe for you. And, speaking of this, Namake's Minato's face suddenly darkened. The Nine-Tails Rebellion back then didn't go berserk for no reason. Namake's Minato told Naruto what happened back then. Naruto's expression darkened. Father, let's not talk about the masked man first. Let's talk about the place where the mother gave birth is so hidden. How on earth did he find the exact location? 1. After saying this, Minato and Kushina looked at each other. The situation was urgent back then, and they really didn't think about such a problem. Since the location is only high, it is clear to those at the upper level that the masked person must have learned the information from the upper echelons of Konoha village. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto felt angry. The high-rises of Konoha village, sure enough, there are no good things. This time, Uzumaki Naruto's wrath may be directed at Konoha village's higher-ups. Sarutobi Hiruzen. It never occurred to me that only the four of us knew the exact location. Even Umbu, who was sent there, just told them to carry out a secret mission. Danzo 1, Koharu. Yin, you 3 explained to me. Shimura, Danzo. Hiruzen. What do you mean? You mean the 3 of us leaked such important information about Kushina? Midokado Hamura. Hiruzen. You detained Koharu. How can you doubt us so much? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Isn't it? Only the 4 of us, Minato and Kushina, and my wife who is the midwife know, and my wife was brutally killed by the masked man. Harmful. Dark cave. A red light flickered across the hollow of the mask. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly. They dog eat dog, it's really funny. Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obito, who was talking to himself. Others don't know, but Black Zetsu's heart is very bright. In the Infinite Tsukimi plan, the part of collecting tailed beasts, at that time, Obito went to summon 9 tails, mainly to vent his anger. Vented his dissatisfaction with Namake's Minato's inability to save Rin Noara. By the way, stir up the conflict between Konoha village and the Uchiha clan. Waiting for the collection of 447 Genocide Night, Sharingan. It's all a thing of the past. Kushina and I are no longer from this world. The future still depends on yourself. Namake's Minato looks proudly at his son in front of him. He's actually very satisfied with Naruto's approach. At least it's not bad for him. I still have the other half of the power of 9 tails inside me, but I don't know how to unblock the ghouls. If you really need it, find a way to undo it and learn Impure World Reincarnation, and I will give you the other half of the power of 9 tails. Father, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly shouted. Then can I use dirt? Before he finished speaking, Uzumaki Naruto dismissed his thoughts. The appearance of being manipulated like a puppet is no real resurrection. Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina is also doting on Naruto's head. You have to remember that people will leave sometime. As parents, we hope that your future will be happy. You will have your own family in the future. After listening to Kushina's words, he asked, Mother, I want to know whether our Uzumaki family can be extinct. Is it true that Xianglin said that they peeped at our abilities and mysteries? That's why they... Kushina heard the sound, nodded slightly, but said with a dissuading voice, It was besieged by the Ninja Village Alliance, hey. But Naruto, don't you? That's impossible, Mother. If you say you can sit back and watch your own family being wiped out, you really can't be counted as a human being. Uzumaki Naruto's refusal made Kushina and Minato shake their heads helplessly. The wings are so hard that I don't listen to my old lady's dissuasion. Kushina slapped Naruto violently on the head, but said distressfully, I know what you're thinking, but that's too dangerous. If you have this idea, You might as well have a few more children in a down-to-earth manner in the future. Then the child will have another child. In the future, won't our Uzumaki family stand on the ninja stage again? Uzumaki Naruto covered his head. He knew that Kushina was thinking about his safety. But, okay, I'm obedient, Naruto said against his will. It's still Mother's idea. That's natural. Uzumaki Kushina forces a smile, but her and Minato's figures gradually fade away. Kushina, the time to maintain chakra is coming. New. The two stopped talking and looked at Naruto at the same time. We're leaving, Naruto. You have to take good care of yourself and don't do anything too dangerous. Kushina reminded Naruto again. Seeing Naruto nodding frantically, the corners of her eyes got wet. Naruto, thank you for being my child, but I'm really sorry, Naruto. Not good. All the ninjas couldn't help but shuddered. The brief meeting between Hei Ming and his parents was touching, but left more panic to everyone. This time, Haiming's anger was not only directed at Konoha village. Kuramaki's world, perhaps the entire ninja world, will be affected by his fire. Pure Land World. Uchiha Madara narrowed her eyes. In his opinion, Uzumaki is a bit arrogant. He should have listened to his mother. No, as part of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Infinite Tsukuyomi's plans. Unfortunately, Uzumaki has no future to speak of. And Uzumaki Hakuming, they're all the same. Shao Organization, Daorin frowned. Deidara, hey, that kid has got the power of Nine Tails. Or do we get rid of him in 3 years? But his big spiral U is really cool. Red Sand Scorpion, I think you want to betray? Deidara, hee, that's impossible. The most I want is to compete with him in art. Kaguya, nowadays it's just not clear how many perfect Nine Tails Jinchuriki there are. Haiden, no matter how strong you are, you can't beat Lord Cthulhu. Hoshigaki Kisame, Daisen, but I feel that Uzumaki doesn't seem to think about these things. After dealing with the Konoha village matter, he is very likely to launch a war against the entire ninja world under the banner of revenge for the Uzumaki clan. Kakuzu, then it will be easier for us to act. The Uzumaki family? Konan turned to look at Pain. She didn't know how Nagato, who was also from the Uzumaki clan, would feel in his heart. Moreover, what kind of reaction will Uzumaki Black Ming have after learning that Nagato is of his kind? In the discussion group, there was a lot of discussion at this time. Shimura Danzo, what an arrogant brat. You want to attack all the ninja villages. Then I have to become the Hokage of the Black Naruto world. This is a great fighter. Onoki, if it's against a few ninja villages, it won't be as simple as him dealing with Konoha. Fourth Raikage, that is inevitable. He is not the Jinchuriki of our village. Terumi Mei, by the way, did you all participate in the siege of the Uzumaki clan? Onaji, don't panic, little one. It's your Kirigakure's fault too. Terumi Mei, Senju Hashirama, hey, it's messed up. It's completely messed up. Senju Tobarama, now I'm afraid that he will use Konoha village's failure to support Yuzushio village as an excuse to do radical things to Konoha village. Shimura Danzo, don't worry, teacher, he must not be able to. As long as I can become the 5th Hokage in the world of Kuro Naruto, I will stop him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'll watch Danzo's after that. Please do your best. Stay until Minato and Kushina's chakra leave. For that sentence, I'm sorry, Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes are moist, and his heart is mixed. Silently said, how can a parent say sorry to a child? Wiping his eyes, he came to Nine Tails again. Do you need to adjust your mood? Naruto. No. Kurama. Uzumaki Naruto said with a smile. I know a lot of things, and I also think about a lot of things. But first, we need to solve the big civic cat in front of us. Let me see the power you keep talking about. Humph. Nine Tails shouted happily. Then you should make good use of my power. The voice falls to the ground. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly felt his body was enveloped by an unbelievably powerful chakra-wia. Even the entire space has stable fluctuations due to this force. At this moment, a golden flame suddenly burst out from Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto's original clothes also broke the zipper, because of the golden chakra, but a golden cloak was attached to him. The six pads texture on the face did not become rough and ferocious because of Nine Tails chakra, but instead formed 6 regular black bars of the same size. Even because the golden chakra turned into arrogance, Uzumaki Naruto's golden hair is like a burning flame, and the hair looks like 2 pairs of small horns. The venue of the Chunin exam. A huge wave of air swept across the venue. At the same time, before everyone could reflect on the specific situation, the empty bullets that Shukaku had mentioned had already spewed out. The target is exactly where Uzumaki Naruto was at the same time. Those people can't do anything. They will be of great help to me in the future. Haha, Naruto, you must play well. Let that stinky cat see the power of you and me alone. Of course. Uzumaki Naruto hits his fists. It's time to F***K Kurama. Come on. Not good. It's the end. Looking at the training, empty bullets flying towards this side, Yamanaka, Ino, Haruno Z, and the others felt their legs go limp in fright. Even lost the idea of escape. Hateful. Is this the end? Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth unwillingly. If you die like this, how can you take revenge? Pity. Maybe this is my own strength. I can only stop here. But after thinking about it, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly prayed in his heart. Naruto, you must have a way. Of course. Just when everyone closed their eyes and waited for death to come, when Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy looked at their disciples in despair, a golden ray of light suddenly flashed in front of the two of them. The next second, I saw a figure standing in front of everyone. With the swing of the cloak behind him, the golden cloak instantly hit Shukaku's training bullet. Boom! Following a loud noise, Showa's wind style, training empty ammo was thrown back by the guy with a golden radiance all over his body with a cloak in the same way. Boom! Practicing empty bullets accurately and unmistakably hit Shua's abdomen, and with a loud noise, the entire venue was instantly swept by the gust of wind. Wow! Another big hurricane. 1. Stop yelling, guys. We were also saved. Who is that person? Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy. While defending themselves against the hurricane, they talked to each other in amazement. Wait until everything calms down. Kakashi realizes that the person standing in front of everyone is... that person. Is that man Naruto? Nanny. Not only Hatake Kakashi from Heiming World, but all audiences in by Ming World almost dropped their jaws in shock when they saw this scene. This is the strength of Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why is his tail beast transformation different from other people's tail beast transformation? And what kind of move was that? Uzumaki only relied on the swing of the cloak behind him, and Byron countered Shizuru's training empty bullet like hitting a baseball. What does this mean? Onoki. Impossible. That a wind-style chakra shot by Shukaku. How could it be hit back so easily? Terumi Mei, what kind of cape is that even? 4th Reikage. Aren't you freaked out? Is that a cape? That's chakra from Nine Tails. Orochimaru. Sparasi, beautiful. Is that what Naruto-kun looks like after he completely liberates Nine Tails chakra? No, only half of it. Jiraiya. Is this so outrageous? Half of Nine Tails chakra actually neutralized Shukaku's attack with a single swipe of chakra. Nine Tails, you blind brat. Why am I so surprised? Who do you think I am? Shoha? Damn stinky fox, what are you proud of? Wait quietly for a few seconds. Everyone found that they didn't seem to be affected, so they plucked up the courage to look up. Just looking at it, I was dumbfounded again. Who is this golden guy in front of us? Could it be that he saved us? Who are you? Naruto. Is it Naruto? Uchiha Sasuke was the first to react, and asked solidly, almost tremblingly. Help. No injury. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto asked softly. At this moment, the ninja in the same period could see his identity through the profile of the opponent. It's Naruto, really Naruto. Yamanaka Ino almost jumped on him excitedly. Fortunately, Haruno Sakura has quick eyes and quick hands, and immediately pressed it down. Ino, it's really Naruto. It was Naruto who saved us. Hey, Naruto, Why did you suddenly become that sailor? Inuzuka, tooth stares wide-eyed, unable to believe that the person in front of him is really Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto-kun, you have always been handsome, Hyuga Hinata said happily. Looking at the glittering Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata couldn't help but blush when he remembered the scene where the other party encouraged him. At this time, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were still fighting, stopped their movements at the same time. They looked toward the audience. That's... Orochimaru frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Jiraiya, on the contrary, laughed loudly. It seems that Naruto has succeeded. Orochimaru, your ambition has come to an end. Successful? What succeeded? Could it be that? Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Naruto with deep eyes. Could it be that kid has mastered the power of Nine Tails? Orochimaru, you become stupid. Your plan has completely failed. Seeing that Naruto successfully grasped the power of Nine Tails, Sarutobi Hiruzen also successfully captured the first-generation and second-generation items. At this time, the sky resounded with a loud eagle's howl at the same time. Uzumaki Naruto raised his head and looked at the flying eagle hovering in the sky. Naruto, it seems that the surviving villagers of Konoha village have made arrangements. They are preparing to launch a general counterattack. You know, it's the right time for us to appear. Naruto finished speaking and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to what Namake's Minato told himself just now, the trick Sarutobi Hiruzen used was to seal up the ghouls. Unfortunately, those who use this trick will also lose their lives. Naruto, that old man. It's the right time to go. Uzumaki Naruto said flatly. I've talked about the will of fire all my life, and this way of death is suitable for him. And Uzumaki Naruto looked up at Shizuru, who seemed to be mad. After the death of third generation, the senior management of Konoha village lost its backbone, and there should be great changes. We will just wait and see the changes. The first priority now is to make Gaara wake. However, at this time, Shohei, who was attacked, was full of anger. This breath, this chakra... It's that damned stinky fox. Damn it, you dare to let me eat it. I'm gonna blow you up. Shizuru found Uzumaki Naruto, who was shining with golden light all over his body. Not only was he not afraid, but he showed a hint of cunning. This trick, let me see how you rebound. The idea is settled. Blue and black chakra balls emerged from Shua's mouth. When the chakra condensed together, it formed a purple chakra sphere. Naruto was stunned. What is Shoha doing? Why is the color of this chakra ball very similar to my big snail you? Like the color produced by overcompressing chakra. You're right. The truth is like this. That's the unique trick of our tailed beast bomb. Tailed beast bomb. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback when he heard this. But no matter what, the power of the chakra ball that compressed and fired the huge chakra of the tailed beast can be imagined how terrifying it is. I will do this too. We can gather a star that collides with it. But in that case, the whole leaf may no longer exist. 1. Is there any other way? Uzumaki Naruto said calmly. I can only say that tailed beast bomb is divided into 2 types. 1 is that it will be launched directly after the accumulation is completed, and it will explode when it reaches the critical point. The second is to swallow this tailed beast bomb into the stomach, and then spray it out in a laser-like offensive form. Naruto, look, I know what to do. Uzumaki Naruto chuckles. At the same time, Sleepy in Leaf Village shelter. Anko looked at Yuzuki Yuyin, who was covered in scars, and was terrified. It's okay, I'm lucky, but a few bones are broken. I'll be fine after a period of training. I just don't know, the current battle situation. Shien said weakly. The next second, she heard someone beside her excitedly shouting, Hey, look quickly, that golden fox is as big as Shoha. Yes. The villagers didn't know how to express their feeling of escaping death at this moment. But they're funny. The forbidden point is that Uzumaki Naruto has finally wielded the power they once feared. Naruto, I'm going to F***K. Nine Tails shouted loudly. The golden claws instantly pounce on the tailed beast bomb of Showa. Damn stinky fox, what do you want to do? Please eat meatballs, raccoon cat. During the speech, the golden fox claws actually pushed the entire tailed beast bomb into the mouth of the guarded crane. You idiot looking for death. Shoha doesn't care. Swallow the tailed beast bomb into the stomach without delaying its ejection. Sinai. Boom. Thick energy rays spewed out from Shua's mouth. But at this time, Rasengan and the golden fox's hand immediately attacked. The moment the laser light collided with Rasengan, it scattered in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The ground continued to explode, and black smoke accompanied by flames burst out from around the venue. This scene even made the people present dumbfounded. Hey, Sasuke, is that man really Naruto? Inuzuka Fong couldn't believe that Naruto could turn into a fox as big as that monster. I know how to use Rasengan. Of course Naruto is not fake. It's just, this power is too great, pour it. The huge explosion outside the venue shook the entire venue. Naruto had no choice but to lie on the ground temporarily in order to stabilize his body. Impossible, how did he block my tail beast bomb? Department. Jinchuriki. However, Uzumaki Naruto has no time to pay attention to Shizuru, who is still in shock. He jumped up and landed on Shua's head, then slapped Gaara on the face. Snapped. The slap went down. Shukaku's body trembled. The eyes gradually dimmed. Stinky Fox, you are so annoying. Damn Fox Jinchuriki. Next time I see you, I will tear you apart. Shocked. No one expected that Uzumaki Hymen would have such an operation. Using the huge body of the Golden Nine Tails, he forced the tailed beast bomb accumulated by into Shohei's stomach. Shuha wanted to release the tailed beast bomb again, but he could only shoot out a laser-like attack. Immediately afterwards, Uzumaki's huge Rasengan scattered the power of the laser light in all directions. After the power is dispersed, it is not as strong as before. Wisdom. Uzumaki Koronaru's combat experience has now grown to such a terrifying level. Yamanaka Ino. Oh my god. Uzumaki Naruto is so handsome in gold. Haruno Sakura. It's a lie. It's really handsome. Inuzuka Kiba. If Bai Ming reconciles with Nine Tails, he could become so cool. Damn, why is it always someone else who is handsome? Killer Bee. Why is his perfect tail beast transformation different from mine? I transformed into Gyuki directly, but I can't act alone like him. Gaara, me too. Nine Tails, huh? What do you say? Gyuki. Okay. Kurama, everyone knows that you're Nine Tails. Okay, stop showing off. You're all so shocked that you can't sing or dance. Uzumaki Baiming also bit his sleeve with an aggrieved look on his face. He was not frightened by Hei Ming on the screen. It was the other party's sentence. Help, you're not hurt. Plus, that look of looking sideways at the other party full of confidence. Uzumaki Baiming wished that the person on the screen was himself. So G cool. The crisp applause wakes Gaara up. Shoha returns to his body, but the huge sand body still hasn't dissipated. Gaara looked around blankly. Who am I? Where am I? Oh, by the way, I just fell asleep using the doze technique. Sleeping soundly, but was slapped hard by someone. Gaara suddenly became angry. Just as she was about to show off, she suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Why did he use the doze technique? Isn't he trying to scare Uzumaki Naruto to death by letting the real Shukaku appear on the stage? I was woken up, that means... Show Crane failed. Gaara froze in astonishment. Looking closely, I realized that there was a guy exuding golden light standing in front of me at some point. Who are you? Gaara exclaimed vigilantly. Uzumaki Naruto. Little gourd, are you a sleepy fool? Naruto's indifferent voice suddenly startled Gaara into sweat. Uzumaki Naruto. 397. Impossible, why are you still alive? Gaara shuddered a few times. After performing the doze technique, the chakra in his body is almost exhausted. Not only didn't kill Uzumaki Naruto in front of me, why did he make this guy stronger than before? Gaara is not stupid. He can obviously feel the oppression brought to him by Uzumaki Naruto. That feeling of oppression made him fearful. and the person in front of him wanted to kill him. Maybe it was just a blink of an eye. Don't come over. Facing death, Gaara panicked. Is this what people fear about death? Gaara, who always uses killing to reflect her own existence value. Only at this moment did she understand how terrifying it is to face death. You. What are you? Uzumaki Naruto pressed Gaara's head and shook it back and forth a few times. Now I know I'm scared. Wasn't I very arrogant at the time? Little gourd. Uzumaki Naruto had a great time playing. Spiritual world. Ninetales looked at Naruto with slightly lowered eyes. Hey, don't break his neck. It's okay. He wears sand armor. Ninetales. Audience, it's numb. This time it's really numb. This time, if Gaara can return to Sunagakure alive, if he sees Uzumaki again in the future, he might be scared and take a detour. No, he will definitely be able to go back alive. After all, Uzumaki Blackming said to let him live. Terumi May. Poor Gaara. When I hear the word Uzumaki Himing, I'm afraid I'm going to tremble with fright. Temari. Damn Uzumaki. He dares to treat my brother like this. Kankuro. Damn it, it's my absence. Inazuka Fong. Hey, why are you better at blowing than me? Don't forget, you in the black world. You have already fled far away with this woman. Kankuro. Speaking of it, you didn't see how tragic the scene was and how many people died. If it weren't for Uzumaki, one of your genins would have died. Ruined, Gaara fell into deep despair. Only then did he realize that Uzumaki Naruto had used the power of the tailed beast within him. However, I didn't expect this guy to become so terrifying after using that power. If you can't win, even if you give yourself several times more strength, you can't be this guy's opponent. All right, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly let go of his hand. Dob. I should also plan to send you to die. Don't want. Stop. Gaara panicked completely. He was severely frightened and found that he didn't even have the courage to speak. However, at such a critical moment, a figure suddenly flashed by. Pick him up and run away into the distance. Oh, what a fast speed. Uzumaki Naruto pretends to go forward to chase, but then pretends to look casually at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has fallen to the ground. Third Generation Project. Grandpa of the Third Generation. Boom. Orochimaru and Jiraiya collide and both separate. Jiraiya, I think we'll stop here. My plan is actually very successful. Konoha village will suffer a lot after going through this difficulty. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto rushing towards the fallen Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru can't help shivering. If this kid vents Sarutobi Hiruzen's death on his own head, wouldn't he be able to eat and walk around? The idea falls to the ground. Orochimaru said to the wounded Otanagakure, "Get out." Orochimaru. Jiraiya wanted to chase after her, but stopped immediately. It is best to stay in the village now. After all, a village that has been so devastated. I don't know what else to face. Terumi May. Uzumaki, black name, he played too much like him. The person who rescued Gaara must have a numb face. Anoki. Although the opponent's speed was so fast that I didn't see it clearly, but the black hair didn't run away. Fourth Reikage. Well, then Ming pretended to be shocked when he saw the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, so that he didn't even have to chase after him. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo. Hey, watching Hiruzen's death again, I thought that in Kuro Naruto's world, there would be a different result. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Luckily I'm dead, otherwise I might be tricked to death by that old buddy. Senju Tobarama. Senju Hashirama. I'm wondering, what are you talking about? Fourth Hokage told Uzumaki Himing that someone outside is plotting against Ninetales from the tone of his voice. That guy wearing a mask shouldn't be an ordinary person. Senju Tobarama. Brother, obviously the stronger Konoha village is, the safer it is for Kuranoru, but he seems to want to point the finger at the Konoha executives for leaking the location of Kushina's delivery. Uzumaki Kushina. I don't know what to say, but I think Minato and I from Black Naruto believe in him, and I'm willing to believe that he must have a better solution. Tsunade. Please, he pointed the finger at Konoha's senior management because of his personal grievances. After resolving the personal grievances, his purpose is to control Konoha. At that time, wouldn't the ninjas in Konoha village still exist to protect him? Senju Tobarama, this seems to be okay. Senja Hashirama, it's really, we created Konoha village to protect the villagers, and Kuranoru did it the other way around. Jiraiya, that's not necessarily the case. Maybe with Hyumin's aptitude and talent, there will be no rivals in the entire ninja world in the future. Orochimaru, then Naruto-kun needs my help. Wait for the mask guy to be solved. I will quietly watch him go to the peak of the ninja world. Dark Cave. Uchiha Obito stood up slowly. Isn't it that you can use the power of 9 tails? What can I do? That Uzumaki Black Ming is too big. Black Zetsu. Looking at Obito's indifferent appearance, he felt guilty at the bottom of his heart. I think you are the one who cares for you. You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. This guy may really be tricked by Uzumaki Black Name at that time. What's more, Uzumaki Hyumin looks like he will take revenge if he knows that Uchiha Obito killed 4th Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina. At that time, it may not be known what will happen to Uchiha Obito. If Obito falls into Hyumin's hands, he must die. Perhaps it would be better to die happily. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu also became numb. Hyumin World, his plan to save his mother, is afraid that there is a high probability that it will run aground. Temari and Kankuro, who have left Konoha village, are still terrified by the previous scene. Keeping the crane, Shoha actually lost, defeated by Uzumaki Naruto. Besides, the giant golden fox was able to forcefully stuff the tailed beast bomb that Shoha had accumulated into its stomach. Is that what Uzumaki Naruto looks like in Tailed Beast? Compared with Gaara, it is simply a cloud and mud. Defeated, they Sunagakure, completely lost to Konoha village. No, it should be said that it was completely defeated by Uzumaki Naruto. What do we do now? At this moment, Temari and Kankuro froze. What does Sunagakure failure mean? At least, Gaara, who failed to escape with them, was in danger. We have to find a way to save Gaara. As the elder sister, Temari is always trembling because of Gaara's unstable power. But in the final analysis, Gaara is his biological brother. How can we save the two of us? You didn't see it. That Uzumaki Naruto is the real monster, and the two of us may not be able to beat him with one hand. Not to mention that he was stimulated by Gaara to use the power of the tailed beast. Temari was immediately discouraged after hearing this. Then we can't do nothing, can we? Kankuro hurriedly comforted. The situation in Konoha village today is worse than our Sunagakure. Even more powerful. I think, if the balance of the entire ninja world is considered, they shouldn't have a hard time with us. Let's go back temporarily and tell Grandma Chio everything and ask her to help figure out a solution. Grandma Chio? She has long since ignored the affairs of the village. Please, what's going on now? Our father Kazekage doesn't know where he went. Baki doesn't know what's going on. If Grandma Chio doesn't show up, Sunagakure will be finished. Just when the siblings were at a loss, a few soft sounds of leaves startled them. Could it be the pursuers of Konoha village? Temari and Kankuro were shocked and hurriedly put their backs on their backs to take a defensive posture. However, the next moment, what caught their eyes was a black-robed and black-haired man with a strange mask. The opponent is carrying the weak Gaara. Gaara. When they saw Gaara, Temari and Kankuro were overjoyed, but seeing the person coming, they became wary again. Senior, you are. Boom. There's a soft sound. Mahjong Gaara is thrown at the feet of Temari and Kankuro. Bring him back to Sunagakure. When you go back, don't tell anyone about seeing me. 1. The face is numb and the voice is cold, giving people a chilling feeling. Master. This person must be a master. Temari and Kankuro were surprised, but still said, "Thank you very much. However, I don't know about you. There are too many things to worry about, but today, I saved Gaara's life. In the future, if you need to find your 3 siblings, you'd better cooperate well. Otherwise, snort." Myanmar just snorted coldly and said casually, "I can save Gaara from Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha village, and I can also kill you quietly. Do not forget, leave a word coldly, face numb, and leave in a flash." Only the three siblings are left in a daze, at a loss. Who is he? But the last sentence of the other party was like thunder. He's right. He can save the weak Gaara from Uzumaki Naruto, and he will surely be able to kill all three of them. This scene instantly stunned Yama, a member of the ninja world. Isn't Noodles Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone? He even pretended to be a master. However, what the other party did was impeccable. No matter who looks at it, the Konoha village collapse plan failed, and it is impossible for Uzumaki to forgive Gaara. And Myanmar can easily rescue Gaara from Uzumaki Hyeming, which is enough to see that Myanmar's strength is not inferior to Uzumaki Hyeming, even taller than Uzumaki Kuranoru. There is no need to take action against such a terrifying existence, and it is definitely not something Gaara and his brother can fight against. Onoki, Uzumaki Haimaru, this is really a good trick. Terumi Mei, I really didn't expect him to keep such a trick, not only to let people in Konoha village know that Jinchuriki from other villages are alive, but also to control the three Sunagakure Jinchuriki siblings. Temari, help. Is the fate of our three siblings in Uzumaki's hands? Kankura, damn Uzumaki Black Wu. Why is he so vicious? Gaara, is it possible that in the future I will only follow Uzumaki's Black Horse? Jiraiya, hey, it seems that Kuranoru wants to control not only Konoha village, but his claws have already extended to Sunagakure. Hatake Kakashi, Ming is really good at tricks. Myanmar wears a mask. His identity is close to the masked man who attacked Konoha at the beginning, and Ming uses the identity of Myanmar to do something beneficial to himself. For the matter, the final scapegoat will be pinned on the head of a masked man somewhere in the ninja world. Dark Cave, Uchiha Obito, what do you mean? Uzumaki Ming only knew of my existence, so he already prepared a scapegoat for me? The world of blackness. On the black frame screen, Konoha village was hit hard like never before. The village is in a mess. However, the result was not completely destroyed. Ending with third Hokage's funeral, the black framed screen slowly dimmed. At this moment, the ninja audience frowns. Is the black world ending here? It stands to reason that there should be the election of fifth Hokage, the return of Tsunade, and the Valley of the End. Onoki, speaking of which, the world of Black Naruto and the world of Hakunaru have undergone tremendous changes. Terumi Mei, nowadays Black Naruto, is so terrifying, Jiraiya will definitely not take him to find Tsunade because there is really nothing to teach him. Tsunade, it's better not to look for me. That kid is too scary. I don't want to have anything to do with him. Maybe he'll be eaten without bones left. Shimura Danzo, cut. In the end, didn't anyone in Konoha village notice Kuranoru's weirdness? Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Sunagakure are responsible for all the blame. So what's the problem with Kiro Kimaru? Can't you find something abnormal? Yakushi Kabuto, and Master Orochimaru has not been sealed by the ghoul. His hands are still there, so there is no need to go to Tsunade at all. Orochimaru, I also failed to present Sasuke with the seal of Heaven's curse, and no one knows what will happen next. Behind, Shao organization. Everyone was silent. Watching the borders of the screen gradually turn white, they knew that Uzumaki Beiming would appear 3 years later. Then, it's time for them to take the stage. The screen representing Beiming World began to flicker. The 3-year agreement has come. Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya have returned from practice and returned to the long-lost Konoha village. Everyone, Uzumaki Naruto is back. 3 years later, Uzumaki Naruto grew a lot taller, became more muscular, and looked more mature. His period has also changed a lot, and everyone has become Chunin except him. Hyuga Niji became Jonin even more, and Gaara became Sunagakure's 5th Kazekage outrageously. Luo Sha, Nani, Gaara is actually Temari, Kazekage. Kankuro, this is really unexpected. Gaara's personality seems to have changed a lot. Gaara, is this all influenced by Uzumaki Hakomi? The first task of Uzumaki Naruto's return is to accept Hatake Kakashi's test together with Haruno Sakura to test their changes over the past 3 years. Haruno Sakura learns from Tsunade. Uzumaki Naruto tremble from the strange fist. And he is no longer the Uzumaki Naruto he once was. In order to avenge his two-finger revenge, Naruto almost cast 1,000 years of death on Kakashi. In the end, the combination of the two still failed to defeat Kakashi in terms of strength, but Naruto's pretended spoiler of Kind of Heaven forced Kakashi to make a mistake. The two barely snatched the bell from Kakashi's hand. Uzumaki Naruto. Gap. Even if he came back from 3 years of practice, he is still far behind Uyankiming. Dealing with Kakashi is still so strenuous. The good times don't last long. Konoha village receives an urgent report from Tsunade, and Gaara is captured by the Akatsuki organization. Uzumaki Naruto rushed to rescue Gaara for this, and met with Akatsuki for the first time. Their opponents are Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara. As a result, the Red Sand Scorpion died under the joint efforts of Chiyo Grandma and Haruno Sakura. Deidara broke both arms and fled. In the end, Gaara's tailed beast died after being pulled away. Grandma Chiyo used her forbidden technique to save Gaara again. And this time, the relationship between Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto, the two Jinchuriki, is getting deeper and deeper, and the relationship between Konoha village and Tsunade is relatively more stable. Thank you, Naruto, you saved me. Anoki, Deidara, the B*********** D actually joined the Akatsuki organization. Fourth Hokages, people from the Akatsuki organization finally surfaced. Mother-in-law Chiyo, my good grandson didn't expect that he would transform himself into a puppet. All of a sudden, everyone in the ninja world frowned. The Shao organization mentioned before finally appeared. Is this the strength of an S-rank rebel? Gaara, who is the 5th Kazekage, was taken away by them. If Chiyo hadn't sacrificed his life, Gaara would have died young. Jiraiya, I think everyone in the Akatsuki organization, you should be able to show your face, there is no need to hide it. The Red Sand Scorpion, I didn't expect that I would die at the hands of the stinky old woman and that pink-haired girl. I will kill you first when I see you in the future. Deidara, I laughed so hard. So this is how Brother Scorpion died too? Red Sand Scorpion, shut up. Deidara, you're no better. And in the mouth of the scorpion, Haruno Sakura learned that Yakushi Kabuto was going to meet him at Tenji Bridge. In order to find Sasuke's clues, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura, led by Yamato plus Sai, a member of the original Root organization. 4 people formed the new 7th team to Tenji Bridge. The enraged Uzumaki Naruto, incarnated as 3 Tails, had a fierce battle with Orochimaru, and finally incarnated as 4 Tails, tailed Beast Bomb against Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru's scalp tingles from the beating. Eventually, under Yamato's Necklace of Wood style and first Hokage, Naruto returned to normal. After that, he finally met Sasuke, but at this time he found that Sasuke 3 years later was much stronger than he imagined. The other party seems to have forgotten the relationship they used to get along, and even almost killed them. This meeting with Sasuke, Naruto finds himself getting further and further away from the other party. Back to the village, Naruto began to practice the shape change of chakra nature transformation ninjutsu. At the same time, Kakuzu and Haiden killed the Jiro of the Temple of Fire, and even killed Asuma when Asuma was chasing them. Naruto was stimulated by Sasuke. He quickly completed the practice of wind-style spiral shuriken. The 10th squad is also led by Kakashi, and it is bound to take the lives of Haiden and Kakuzu to comfort Asuma's spirit in heaven. Haiden was buried in a deep pit by the wise Shikamaru, and Kakuzu died under Uzumaki Naruto's wind-style spiral shuriken. At this time, news came that shocked the ninja world. Orochimaru was killed by Uchiha Sasuke. But Sasuke, instead of returning to Konoha village, moved towards the direction of looking for Uchiha Itachi and formed a snake team consisting of Xianglin, Suigetsu, and Zhongin. As a result, Sasuke met Deidara halfway, and the two made a big fight, and Deidara was forced to blow himself up. Sasuke uses 10,000 snakes to pick and roll 10,000 snakes pawn. On the other hand, Jiraiya learns the location of the leader of the Shao organization and secretly goes to Rain's shinobi village to meet the former disciple. However, Yahiko at this time is called God Pain. The war was about to break out. Jiraiya was in sage mode, but still died in the hands of Pain, who owned Rinnegan due to insufficient information. Before he left, he finally understood everything, and the son of prophecy he had been looking for all his life was by his side. Naruto, there is no doubt that you are the son of prophecy, and everything after that is up to you. And Uzumaki Naruto, who was on the way to pursue Sasuke, didn't know about it. The battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi ended with Sasuke winning. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't meet Sasuke, but met a person who wears a mask but has a Sharingan. The guy who claims Uchiha Madara. Back to Konoha. The news of Jiraiya's death in battle made Uzumaki Naruto devastated. Fortunately, with the comfort and encouragement of Iruka and Naruto'shokage, Uzumaki Naruto finally stood up again and went to Mount Mayaboku to practice immortality. Until, feel the pain, consider the pain, accept the pain. Those who don't know pain will never know true peace. The sky above Konoha village ushered in the arrival of the god of pain. From now on, let the world feel the pain. Shinluo Tianzhong, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, who owns Rinnegan, instantly blasted the bustling Konoha village to nothing but Hokage rock and a deep pit. At such a time of despair, Uzumaki Naruto, who practiced celestial arts, came to Konoha in the form of a handsome sage. With Pain, start a life-and-death battle. It's a pity that even Naruto, who has practiced immortal arts, is not Pain's opponent and was ruthlessly thrust into the ground. At the critical moment, Hyuga Hinata rushed to save Uzumaki Naruto regardless of his life, but was almost killed by Pain. At this moment, Naruto became angry and lost his mind. 4 tails changed to 6 tails, and Pain had almost no experience of parrying. Even though Pain's pain is above Naruto, he is still not the opponent of 6 tails Naruto. In desperation, Nagato had to use the planetary devastation, but Naruto, who continued to run away, pierced the 6-path star during 8 tails. However, at 8 tails, 4th Hokage appeared in time and sealed the seal again. Uzumaki Naruto, who shoulders the teacher's expectation and father's love, firmly believes that Jiraiya's ideal is correct. He hopes that one day, people in the ninja world can understand each other. What the master firmly believes in, I also firmly believe in. Naruto defeated Pain and came to Nagato. He used Jiraiya's novel, The Story of Perseverance, to explain Nagato. Nagato realized that his path was wrong and put all his hopes on Uzumaki Naruto and cast Rinne Tensei to resurrect all Konoha village villagers and ninjas who died in this battle. Naruto, I'm just the teacher's second bad work, and you are the perfect one. So, we must let the ending of the story have a happy ending. Nagato died in front of Naruto with the expectation of Naruto. Konan took away the bodies of Yahiko and Nagato and left Naruto with a bouquet he made himself. Zero looking for flowers. Uzumaki Naruto, who returned to Konoha village, became a hero welcomed by everyone in Konoha village. The hero who defeated Pain. And in the country of rain, the masked man finds Konan and asks him to hand over Nagato's Rinnegan, claiming that it's not the other's eyes. Konan fought with him, and she was ready to split the sea and stored 600 billion detonating symbols that were about to explode. But she still underestimated the power of Uchiha Sharingan. Izanagi's mobilization allowed the masked man to escape, killed Konan, and finally took away Nagato's Rinnegan. Here, except for the masked man, Dried Persimmon, Ghost Shark, and Ju, all members of the Akatsuki organization were killed. Seeing this, everyone in the ninja world felt ups and downs. Is this what happened in Ninja World 3 years later? In terms of feeling, everything is a big event, and even the masked man still has a shocking conspiracy. All the members of the Akatsuki organization are well-known figures in the ninja world, and only Hoshigaki Kisame died in the end. And the masked man even calls himself Uchiha Madara, which is not too far-fetched. And Pain Shinluo is a magical skill, and he wiped Konoha village off the map with one move. This kind of person is terrible. Shao organization. Everyone's face was ugly. Datara, hey, Chief, isn't that hooligan an intern? Pain, Red Sand Scorpion, Datara, you idiot. Is your brain full of clay? He is obviously the mastermind behind the scenes. Haiden, damn it, I didn't expect that I would die at the hands of a brat. Zero, Kakuzu, that's because you're stupid. There's nothing you can do about it. Haiden, are you fine? Didn't you get rid of 2 hearts at once by Uzumaki Beiming's new ninjutsu? I didn't expect that ninjutsu to be so pervert. Hoshigaki Kisame. Am I the only one alive in the end? Everyone is dead. The money we used to do the mission. Kakuzu, don't mention this. It hurts me more than death to mention it. Where did Conan get the 600 billion detonating charms in the end? Did she use so many chakra to make it with her own paper? I guess I must have spent all my money on explosive charms. Conan, Kakuzu, you are slandering. Pain, Datara, boss, don't be silent. Are you upset to see yourself losing to Beiming? Red Sand Scorpion, Uzumaki Beiming's strength up to now is similar to that of Uzumaki Heiming during the Chunin exam. The two of them. Wait, something is wrong. Judging from the screen, Uzumaki Beiming failed to reconcile with 9 tails until he defeated Pain. Even so, Ino's Naruto has beaten Pain incomparably. So according to Uzumaki Black Ming's strength, Datara, Datara, I finally understand why the boss is silent. I'm afraid it's because I'm afraid that when the world of Heiming is played, I will be tortured by the other party. Haiden, when I first joined this organization, I felt that this organization was unreliable. There is Nagato behind the boss, and a masked man behind Nagato. The rest of us are all F****************G. Toolman. Facing the future results, everyone in the Akatsuki organization didn't know how to express their feelings at this time. Everyone has almost become the background wall for Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto to level up. Pain's act of erasing Konoha village was cool, but it ended up being said by Uzumaki Naruto to resurrect everyone in Konoha village. The child who went down was not very big. Jiraiya. I didn't expect Pain to be Nagato. Nagato. Mr. Jiraiya, even if I see the future, I still think that your expectations are only idealized, and people cannot be understood. Jiraiya. But Nagato, aren't you also influenced by Naruto? Nagato. Perhaps I, who failed, have no better choice. Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, we don't play like this. You on the screen have clearly changed your past. Terumi Mei. Do you want everyone to understand each other? This kind of thing can't be done at all, even if Uzumaki Beiming is. 4th Reikage. The Son of Prophecy? I've heard that it can bring great changes to the ninja world. Anoki, Bai Ming is the Son of Prophecy. What about Haim Ming? He won't be the same. Luo Sha. Let's wait and see what happens. Now I want to know the identity of the masked man, Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. That's impossible. Didn't Madara die in the Valley of the End? Uchiha Madara. Cut. You don't understand too many things. Senju Tobarama. Is it really you? I guess you're not such an honest guy. Did you use some magic to prolong your life? Uchiha Madara. Hee. Why don't you take a good look at it? Pure Land World. Uchiha Madara is in high spirits. Sure enough, this big screen will introduce the specific situation of the future of this world. Really looking forward to the follow-up Feat B, where I perform the Infinite Tsukimi project. The story of Uzumaki Beiming continues. Shao organization is destroyed. Uchiha Sasuke did not return to Konoha village after his revenge. Under the explanation of the masked man, he knew that Uchiha Itachi's genocide was caused by Uchiha Itachi in order to prevent Konoha village from fighting with Uchiha, causing other villages to take advantage of it. Uchiha Itachi chose to stand on the side of Konoha village and kill the Uchiha clan. But the condition is to spare the life of my younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. Thus, Sasuke once again embarked on the road of revenge, targeting the high-level Konoha. Tsunade fell asleep due to Pain's attack. Shimura Danzo finally defeated Hatake Kakashi and became the reserve 6th Hokage. And because Sasuke attacked Cloud Shinobi Village and captured 8 Tails, 4th Raikage was furious and asked Konoha Village to punish the traitor. After Uzumaki Naruto learned about it, he resisted the anger of Killer Bee's apprentice for Sasuke and was beaten black and blue. Then, he took advantage of the 5 Kages meeting to pray for 4th Raikage to withdraw his pursuit of Sasuke. Even for this, he knelt before the 4th Raikage. Of course, everything is useless. Uchiha Sasuke makes a big fuss about the 5 Kages meeting. The masked man took this opportunity to announce the start of the 4th Ninja World War. Then take Sasuke to chase Shimura Danzo, who is running away. Finally, Sasuke, who opened Mangekyo Sharingan, fought Danzo on the bridge. Even Shimura Danzo, who has an armed Sharingan, has used Izanagi several times, still being forced by Sasuke to shout everything for Konoha and finally seal the bridge and die. Uchiha Sasuke, damn Danzo, what's up with your armed Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku, also, why is Shursui's Sharingan on your body? Uchiha 360 Shursui, hey, Master Danzo didn't believe me, so he took one of my Mangekyo away, and I gave the other to Itachi, and then jumped off the cliff. Uchiha Itachi, Shursui, now say this. Uchiha Sasuke, damn guy, you were talking, 1st generation, 2nd generation. Is this what you explained to Uchiha? Senju Hashirama, Danzo, why do you have so many Sharingan on your body? Please come out and explain. And what's the situation with style on your body? What are you guys doing? Shimura Danzo, Master 1st generation. Uchiha wanted to rebel at the beginning, and we were forced to destroy them under pressure. But Sharingan and style are the most important forces to suppress tailed beasts, so I transplanted them, all for the sake of Konoha Village. Senju Tobarama, hey, you make yourself look like a ghost. Are you sure you are for Konoha Village? Shimura Danzo, I'm carrying the dark side, naturally for Konoha Village. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki White Naruto looked silly. They're the same at the same time. Is this really their Konoha Village high-rise? Why would someone make such a terrible operation in a village that looks sunny? Slaughter the Uchiha clan, transplant one-armed Sharingan. Yamanaka Ino, okay, so scary. Hiruno Sakura, I can't believe it. We at Konoha Village will have. This is too scary. The new generation of Konoha Village ninjas stared at each other in astonishment. They couldn't believe it, and couldn't even accept this kind of thing that shocked their concepts. Naruto'shokage, looking at it now, Uzumaki's method is already a normal operation. Yamanaka Ino, at first I thought that Kiranin was a bit cruel besides being handsome, but now I see that he is simply a bodhisattva. Shimura Danzo, because the masked man called himself Uchiha Madara, the 4th Ninja World War was announced. The ninja villages of the 5 major countries have unexpectedly formed an allied ninja army. After Danzo's death, Tsunade wakes up and continues to serve as Hokage of Konoha Village. Uzumaki Naruto went to the small island of Cloud Shinobi Village to practice to control the power of 9 Tails, and the person who helped him was Killer Bee of Cloud Shinobi Village. Moreover, another purpose of the coalition forces is to protect the 9 Tails and 8 Tails on this small island, so as to prevent the masked man from gathering tailed beasts to carry out his project Tsuki no Mi. The war is extremely tragic. The masked man has not only 100,000 white Zetsu under his command, but also Yakushi Kabuto, a celestial being who inherited Orochimaru's will and returned from practicing immortal arts. The army of impure world reincarnation has brought endless troubles to the coalition forces. However, Naruto, who can use part of the power of 9 Tails, inadvertently sensed the external situation and rushed to the battlefield with Killer Bee. At the same time, impure world reincarnation also came out. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Senju Hashirama, Madara, What the hell is going on? Who is that masked man? Is there something wrong with you too? Senju Tobarama. Brother, I think Madara must know the true identity of the masked man. Uchiha Madara, don't get excited. Hash is hot. Maybe soon, you will know everything. The dirty soul Madara is extremely brave. Facing the Ninja Alliance, he is alone. Breaking into the coalition ranks is like chopping melons and vegetables. Tengai Shinsei subverted all ninja cognition. They came to a reason. Maybe the other party is using the power of God. Rinnegan Plus with style, Uchiha Madara dances in front of the Ninja Alliance at will. Facing the joint attack of Tsunade, Gaara, Inoki, Turumime, AI, and 5 Kages. Uchiha Madara's wood-style avatar was 5 against 1. The full-body Susun opened the mountain with one sword and instantly tortured the 5 shadows to the point of being powerless. Fortunately, Sasuke, who transplanted Uchiha, Itachi Mangekyo, opened the Eternal Eye, and Yakushi Kabuto defeated Yakushi Kabuto and unlocked Impure World Reincarnation, which made Hokage heave a sigh of relief. But Reanimation Jutsu, I can't control Uchiha Madara in front of me at all. In the end, 5 Kages almost died tragically in the hands of Madara. With the help of Sasuke and Orochimaru, first generation, second generation, third generation, fourth generation. Successive Hokage was released from Shinigami by Orochimaru and Impure World Reincarnation. After Senju Hashirama told about his original intention of creating Konoha Village with Madara, Sasuke chose to help Konoha Village. Because of Itachi's sentence, no matter what, I am Uchiha Itachi from Konoha Village. Orochimaru passing by saves Hokage who is dying. Uzumaki Naruto, who fought the masked man, also reconciled with 9 Tails and became the perfect Jinchuriki. And the real clone of the masked man is Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, Obito, my guy. It's actually Shihahong. Impossible, because why was the leader of the 9 Tails rebellion back then? Asuma, this. Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's impossible. In the dim, slowly looked towards the discussion group. Uchiha Obito, sorry, I won't pretend anymore. The masked man is indeed me. My plan is to collect tailed beasts, implement the infinite Tsukumi plan, let you all live in your own beautiful dreams, and the world will be truly peaceful. Uzumaki Kushina. Obito? Didn't expect you. Namikaze Minato. Obito. Uchiha Obito, don't talk. Teacher, take a good look. The world I created is the perfect world in the true sense. Crazy. This kind of thing is just crazy. For a moment, the people in the ninja world felt their scalps go numb with fear. However, everything didn't develop in the direction that Dai Wang thought. He absorbed 10 tails and possessed the power of 6 paths. However, under the cooperation of Mingzhou and everyone, Obito's heart collapsed, and all the tail beasts in his body were pulled out. At the same time, Black Zetsu turned his back on the water, controlled Obito's body to cast Rinne Tensei, and Uchiha Madara was completely revived. Nanny, Black Zetsu. Uchiha Obito promised on the front foot, but was betrayed on the back foot. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Black Zetsu. Obito growled. It's a pity that Black Zetsu spread his hands. Obito, the person who originally implemented the infinite Tsukumi plan, was Lord Madara. Oh, by the way, you can't do anything harmful to me while watching the movie. You idiot. Even if you fail at a critical moment, it is because your heart is not firm enough. People who are not firm in their hearts are doomed to fail in everything they do. Black Zetsu taunted in his heart. Uchiha Obito obviously already possessed the power of 6 paths, but because of his inner wavering, he lost to Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. It's just that the mud can't support the wall. Senju Hashirama, hey, what the hell are you doing? Good ninja world, you have to make a mess. Uchiha Madara, Hashi is hot. Keep your eyes open. Only I can truly bring peace to the ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto. But sleeping in a dream, isn't everything about people fake? It's just a dream. Uchiha Madara. Naruto, don't you experience less pain? I wonder why even a person like you would work so hard for the ninja world. I think Uzumaki would definitely agree with me, the Infinite Tsukuyami Project. Uzumaki Naruto. Stop talking nonsense, Kuranoru won't. The resurrected Uchiha, Madara, quickly and neatly. Pull out the 9 tails from Uzumaki Naruto's body and stab Uchiha Sasuke's heart with the sword. Absorb 10 tails and become 6 paths Uchiha Madara. Madara, who seemed to be going well, encountered Obito's betrayal, and the awakened Uchiha Obito helped Uzumaki Naruto snatch back part of the tailed beast chakra from his body. When Naruto and Sasuke were in a coma, Sage of 6 Paths appeared and gave them the power of Yin and Yang respectively, and told the two about Akatsuki Kaguya and the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura. After Naruto wakes up, he fights Uchiha Madara. However, they didn't stop Uchiha Madara from casting Infinite Tsukuyami. Just when the whole world fell into a dream, except for the 4 members of Class 7, Black Zetsu stabbed Uchiha Madara. Akatsuki Kaguya descends. Even the legendary Sage of 6 Paths came out. Not only that, even the mother of Sage of 6 Paths appeared in the ninja world. Pure Land world. Uchiha Madara is numb. Is this the end result of oneself? I thought everything was under my control. I thought everything was my pawn. Turns out Black Zetsu is the real mastermind behind it. Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu. Don't make noise as long as the losers shut up. Senju Hashirama. Madara. It's over. Your life looks equally bleak and ended up like this. Inoki. I really didn't expect that such terrible things would happen in our ninja world in the future. Terumi Mei. Akatsuki Kaguya. Chakra Ancestor. My God, what the hell is this? With the power of Yin and Yang from the Sage of 6 Paths, Naruto once again battles Akatsuki Kaguya. Finally, with the help of the awakened Obito, the 7th class led by Hitaki Kakashi successfully sealed Kaguya together with Black Zetsu. It's just that Sasuke, who was influenced by Uchiha Itachi's life, and Uzumaki Naruto started a dark battle in the Valley of the 2 men leveled the entire canyon, each of them broke an arm, and the battle was forged. The fate of Indra and Ashura also ends here. Uchiha Sasuke admits defeat. Uzumaki Naruto hunted for several years and finally brought him back to Konoha village. Uzumaki Naruto, who saved the ninja world, became a hero in everyone's mind for a while. Ninja villages of the 5 major countries have also entered an unprecedented period of peace. Even intermarriage between villagers began in their villages. So far, under the leadership of Uzumaki Naruto, the ninja world that won the 4th Ninja World War has entered a period of peace. A few years later, Uzumaki Naruto understood Hinata's intentions after defeating Akatsuki Tonari, who was in love with Hyuga Hinata. The two are married, raised 2 children, a boy and a girl. Uzumaki Baruto, Uzumaki's sunflower. After another few years, Hitaki Kakashi, who is the 6th Hokage, thought the time was ripe and took the initiative to abdicate. The person who becomes 7th Hokage is undoubtedly the ninja who brings peace to the ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto. It worked. The ending of Uzumaki Baeming's life is perfect. The young man who was excluded in the early stage relied on his personal strength, relied on the cherishment of his companions, relied on him to face despair time and time again, and came back from adversity time and time again. Finally got the approval of Konoha Village and even the whole ninja world 3.5, and fulfilled his ideal, became the Konoha Village 7th Hokage that surpassed the existence of previous Hokage. Inoki. I didn't expect such a terrifying power to exist in our ninja world. 4th Raikage. Especially the last battle between Hakanai and Sasuke, it was absolutely devastating. Terumi Mei. It's really not easy for Bai Ming to go all the way, for Sasuke to be beaten, and for Raikage to kneel down. Luo Sha. In order to allow people to understand each other, it was his forgiveness that made Obito wake up, and in the end helped Naruto defeat Akatsuki Kaguya. Jiraiya. This kid really revolutionized the ninja world. Namikaze Minato. There is nothing wrong with believing in your own children. in the stands of the Chunin venue. Bai Ming breathed so excitedly that he felt a little short of breath. Is that his future? Actually led the ninja coalition to defeat the enemy's conspiracy and even sealed Akatsuki Kaguya. Because of his existence, because of his experience, his heart, and his choice, the ninja world has changed everyone's eternal concept. It changed the situation of incompatibility among ninjas, making all ninjas friends and companions. Even, he really became the Hokage of Konoha village, Tashiram Hokage. After the excitement, Uzumaki pinched his waist with both hands and straightened his chest. This time, he should not lose to Uzumaki Himing. Compared with future strength, Uzumaki, who has reconciled with Nine Tails, should not be too far behind himself no matter how hard he tries. But with Himing's personality, it would be impossible for everyone to respect him from the bottom of his heart and become his companion from the bottom of his heart. Uzumaki Baming straightened his collar and looked at the sky quietly. At this time, the sky and the white-framed screen have disappeared. The screen representing Himing World began to flicker. The audience has finished watching the story content of Baming World. Judging from the current ending, Uzumaki Baming's efforts have been recognized by everyone. Thanks to his contribution, the ninja world is completely at peace. Nowadays, the pressure was on Uzumaki Kuranoru. According to everyone's understanding of Uzumaki Himing, the existence of this guy will definitely be the opposite of Bai Ming. At least, with his existence, it is absolutely impossible for the ninja world to have peace. Orochimaru. As a fan of Himing, I would like to ask what you are thinking now. How? Especially seeing the future of the world where Bai Ming lives. Relying on his tenacity, Bai Ming finally made the ninja world completely peaceful. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled lightly. Orochimaru didn't even look at him. Is Baming's world peace because of Baming's resilience? Is it really because of mutual understanding between people? This is nothing short of a joke. 1 month has passed since Konoha Honkai plan. During this time, Konoha village was in a mess. They blocked the news and blocked the preparation data of the loss of Konoha village as much as possible. And in order to worry about the suspicion of the outside world, Konoha village did not stop accepting mission entrustments. There are more important things, and that is the candidates for 5th Hokage. After all, the village can't live without someone to lead, and Hokage was elected 1 day earlier, which can also stabilize people's hearts. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto is continuing to flip through the various scrolls he got from Konoha village at home. Of course, with Naruto's prudence, he will organize all the scrolls properly so that no one will find them from his home. This time, he just used the scroll storage ninjutsu that he learned from seeing the ninjutsu used every day. Organize all the scrolls and put them in the scrolls he carries with him. Naruto, you've been rummaging through these ragged lists at home for a month. What's there to see? Nine Tails asked boredly, but Naruto just smiled. Llama, you must know the truth of knowing yourself and your enemy. And I found that there are many interesting things in these lists. For example, 02 this. After speaking, Sway Naruto took out a confidential document. The content registered above is exactly Orochimaru. Orochimaru, Ninja number 002300. The list produced by Uzumaki Naruto contains detailed records of Orochimaru's experience as a Konoha village ninja. Graduated at the age of 6, a ninja because of talent. Complete SABC, the number of times of various types of tasks. Ninjutsu good at big and small incidents you have participated in and job transfers you have held. Orochimaru also entered a root organization. Naruto stared at Orochimaru's login list and said to himself, what is the root organization? I see that many of these people's lists mentioned root. Especially in the list of those Umbu personnel, many of them were transferred from the root organization. And it was 5 or 6 years ago. 5 or 6 years ago wasn't that the time when the Uchiha genocide was exterminated? The other ninjas were puzzled, but the higher-ups of Konoha village knew why. When Uchiha was exterminated, Sarutobi Hiruzen cut off the right of assistant of Danzo Hokage. disbanded his root organization and incorporated the members of the root organization into Umbu directly under Hokage. Ninetales doesn't have much impression of root either. After all, the information he obtained was obtained when Uzumaki Kushina was chatting with Namikaze Minato. There are even many, with its state of mind at the time, it is not in the mood to listen at all. I still think that it is useless for you who already have my power to study these things. Ninetales said proudly, but was opposed by Naruto. Don't say that. At the beginning I thought Sasuke was really the only one left in Uchiha. Just look, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke's older brother. There is another one called Uchiha Shursui here. In the records of these two men, their Sharingan is called Mangekyo Sharingan. 1. In particular, the illusions of these two people are very scary. It's a pity that one of the Logins died and the other one defected. As long as there is one alive, we have to pay attention. Uzumaki Naruto sets his sights on Uchiha Itachi's roster. This person he knows. The guy who taught him Shuriken. I didn't expect that he was indeed a cruel guy who could kill even his parents. You only watch this stuff? Ninetales showed disdain. What's so interesting about this? The result is the next second. The two lists fell in front of Ninetales. What is this? Ninetales read it carefully. Orochimaru, Tianzong. Who is Tianzong? I have no memory at all. Ninetales didn't bother to continue reading and fanned out the list. Llama. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head helplessly. Don't be so inflated. The reason why Orochimaru defected was to experiment with people from the village. And this Tianzong, there's a special mark. The only ninja in Konoha village who can use with style. And according to another confidential document, Konoha village once tried to fuse the cells of first Hokage to make other ninjas have with style. But the results all ended in failure, and in the end the experiment could only be stopped and the remaining Hashirama cells were sealed up. 1. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his chin, thought for a few seconds. I have seen the wood style cast by first Hokage of impure world reincarnation. Since the document says it all ended in failure, could this man named Tianzong have something to do with Orochimaru's experiment? But I don't understand why people in Konoha village conduct wood style experiments. Is wood style very strong? In Bai Ming's story, Tenzo is the descendant of Yamato, who was transferred from Umbu to lead Uzumaki Baiming. But in the Taiandikyo battle, everyone naturally knew his identity. Orochimaru's wood style. Anoki, could it be? Terumi Mei, no way. Isn't this kid really going to find Orochimaru? Senju Hashirama, hey, I didn't expect that I would not be able to die safely. Sarutobi Hiruzen, first generation, you also know the power of your wood style, so we can only. Uchiha Madara, I'm laughing to death. Isn't Danzo also with style? Look at the level he uses, and that Yamato. Is there with style a joke? Senju Tobarama, in Baiming's story, Sage of Six Paths doesn't mean that the elder brother inherited the sage body. The more he develops the sage body, the stronger his ninjutsu will be. Jiraiya, I remember that Naruto also has it, and it's not surprising that Kuro Naruto also has sage body. He won't be eyeing with style. At this time, in the dark cave, Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu sitting side by side, like a pair of fellow sufferers. Black Zetsu, I can also with style. Obito, it's useless. I just know that if you let Uzumaki know your identity, you may die a miserable death. And I feel that his purpose is not just as simple as with style. Obito and the two of us in Hymen's world may never recover. Okay, let me tell you the truth, Naruto. Actually, with style has the ability to suppress the tail beast chakra. Ninetales sat up awkwardly. The reason why I was sealed back then was actually controlled by Yubalu to attack Konoha village. In the end, Madara was defeated by first Hokage, and I was also sealed. Uzumaki Naruto. This big fox can really hide. Such a shameful deed is not a last resort, and it doesn't want to talk about it. That's right, this shows that Konoha village not only counts on Sharingan, but also wanted to use the power of wood style to suppress you. Llama, you said we can go to Orochimaru to discuss it. Give me wood style or Sharingan too. Huh. Ninetales jumped up in fright when he heard the words. Naruto, are you crazy? And you can't be sure that Tenzo's wood style is the work of Orochimaru. It is also possible that he is a descendant of first Hokage himself, and he will use wood style himself. No, think about it. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, did you see any ninjas who could use wood style appear? If the wood style of first Hokage is hereditary, why does Konoha village conduct the wood style experiment? I think Tenzo's wood style is probably the result of Orochimaru's experiment. Nine Tails and Uzumaki Naruto debated this issue. Nine Tails showed weakness and waved his hands. I really don't understand why you have such a deep obsession with becoming stronger. Uzumaki Naruto doesn't care. Llama, you have to know that in this world, if you want to be respected, you need to be strong. Everything is false. You have to remember that forgiveness is the quality of the strong. Nine Tails was startled, savored for a long time, then shook his head. I don't understand. It's very simple, just like the Konoha Honkai plan last time. I didn't choose to forgive the residents of Konoha village for ostracizing and cursing me, so I blew up a few streets of Konoha village, causing them to die countless times. The strong have the absolute right to choose. You provoked me, but caught up with me feeling like I don't care about you. I will forgive you, and you will escape death. But I'm in a bad mood, then you will die. It's that simple. So don't listen to nonsense. The reason why they are honest is because they fear our power, not because they really want it in their hearts. Right? Orochimaru's eyes flashed brightly at Uzumaki's words. This is the Uzumaki he knows, and this is the truth he recognizes. There is no real peace in this world. The world created by Uzumaki Beiming is peaceful because Uzumaki Beiming is a pacifist, and he is the most powerful existence in the ninja world. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who is his equal, has, and the only person who cares is Uzumaki Beiming. If these two join hands, the entire ninja world will not be enough for them to fight. People in other ninja village will of course live in peace. Uzumaki Naruto. Why is Black Naruto always thinking about it? How good it is to be happy with friends. And in the future, everyone will understand each other and peace will come. Orochimaru. Uzumaki Naruto. You seem to be against Naruto-kun's ideas. Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, I feel that he is really lonely like this. Not as good as my choice. Orochimaru. Then let me ask you, if you don't have great strength, do you think these people will regard you as a friend? Boom. In the next second, Uzumaki Beiming's mind exploded. Orochimaru's words obviously made him very uncomfortable. The beautiful picture that was obviously just constructed was suddenly shaken. Uzumaki Naruto. Don't talk nonsense. I believe everyone can still live in harmony. Orochimaru. There is not much point in arguing now. Although you have become the 7th Hokage of Konoha village, it does not mean that your life is over. Maybe in the future, there will be stories about you. Tsunade. Hiranuru, don't argue with Orochimaru. He is a fan of Kiro Kimaru. Jiraiya. This kind of thing is quite easy to solve. Let's wait and see how the ninja world will look after Naruto becomes 7th generation. Nagato. That's right. I entrusted the future to 613 Beiming. I just need to know what the future range shinobi village will look like, and that will prove everything. Are you sure? Nine Tails looked solemn. Naruto nodded. I'm sure. I need to find Orochimaru now to confirm this matter. Uzumaki Naruto fell into silence again, thinking for a long time before speaking. We are still strong now. I have the capital to negotiate with Orochimaru. I must ask clearly, and I need to cooperate with him. After all, the masked man on the Night of Nine Tails has a sworn feud with me. Since he can control you, he is a very dangerous existence to me. I must prepare early. That guy, I will definitely make him pay the price. If possible, not only with style, but even Sharingan, I want both of these. Boom! Uzumaki Kiraning's words were thrown into the crowd like a bomb. He thought that after Konoha Honkai's plan ended, he would be able to live a little more peacefully. Unexpectedly, he really set his mind on Sharingan, not only Sharingan, but even with style. Senju Tobarama. Does he have to acquire all these powers that can control the tailed beast? Namake's Minato. Perhaps the kid Hymen thinks that if he wants to resist his own shortcomings, he should make up for them. Having these two special blood inheritance is the best way. Uchiha Madara Humph. Thanks to this kid who can think of it, but don't forget, he is the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. If he uses Uchiha Sasuke's cells to obtain Sharingan, it will not be such a simple thing as Sharingan. Uchiha Madara's words once again threw a blockbuster to the ninja world. They just remembered that Uchiha Madara relied on the chakra contained in Senju Hashirama cells to pull out the chakra of Sage of Six Paths, thus obtaining Rinnegan. Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, can this guy really make it? That's Rinnegan. Uchiha Sasuke. I don't know, but if Kuranoru, I think it should be successful. After all, he is someone I admire. Pamphlet Street. Tsunade came alive suddenly. Uzumaki Kuranoru is getting more and more interesting. He has already dabbled in the idea of medical ninjutsu. This kid may be a good hand in medical ninjutsu in the future. Pure Land World. The most bewildering is Sage of Six Paths Akatsuki Hagoromo. He never expected that in the world of Kuramaki, the reincarnation of Ashura would suddenly have such an idea. If the other party really did so, Ashura and Indra's chakra fused to pull out the Six Paths chakra. The fusion of the two chakra will completely cut off the fateful entanglement of Ashura and Indra in the Black World. Akatsuki Hagoromo murmured, "The world of Black Naruto seems to be much more interesting than the world of White Naruto. Maybe after being messed up by that kid, the ninja world can achieve real peace." Early in the morning, Uzumaki Naruto received a towed message from Jiraiya. The content of the letter is probably that there is a problem with the Konoha village Hokage election. A high-level executive named Shimura Danzo is dissatisfied with the Sarutobi Hiruzen faction and refuses to invite Tsunade back. Also, due to the excessive loss of Konoha village this time, and the fact that many celebrities from all walks of life were killed and injured, the daimyo of the Land of Fire who escaped the catastrophe was extremely angry. But due to the persuasion of Nara Shurgyo, the captain of Konoha village Jonin, and Sannin Jiraiya, without considering the future harmony between the Fire Nation and Konoha village, a step back due to fame. If Tsunade cannot be found after 1 month, Shimura Danzo will be the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. However, regarding Tsunade or Shimura Danzo, who will become Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto has not considered from the bottom of his heart. His current thoughts are almost all on finding Orochimaru. Audience, Shimura Danzo? In an instant, there was an uproar in the ninja world. After all, in the Beiming world, Danzo didn't officially appear on the stage until Pain invaded Konoha. Unexpectedly, in Hymen's world, Danzo is about to become 5th Hokage. Rude organization. Shimura Danzo's face was full of disbelief. What kind of method did Hymen world's self use to actually? No, Danzo knew that. Since the Uchiha genocide, his own rights have been almost emptied by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The disbandment of the root organization also almost wiped out the resources in his hands. If it weren't for the destruction of Konoha village that exceeded the standard due to Hymen, maybe I would have no way to fight against Sarutobi's faction. Danzo trembled with excitement. It seems that Jiraiya left Naruto at home to guard Konoha village, so she went looking for Tsunade by herself. Do I have a chance? Danzo took a deep breath. Now, with no power, even if he sends Umbu to attack Tsunade halfway, he can't do it. After all, the other party is Sannin, and they are double Sannin. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, I guess you must be very excited to be silent, but don't think about it. You have no chance. Shimura Danzo. Humph. Senju Tobarama. Monkey, Danzo. I asked you to help each other. You two have lived like this for me for decades. Have you had enough trouble? Uchiha Sasuke. Cut. It would be best if Shimura Danzo becomes 5th Hokage. Then we can see how Kuro Naruto can deal with him. Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke. Why did Kuramaki deal with Danzo? Danzo didn't provoke him. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, you're an idiot. With Danzo's ambition, he might let Kuranoru go, and Kuranoru was going to control Konoha before. Now he's just looking for a way to become stronger. When he turns around, who is Hokage pushing unlucky? Jiraiya. But Danzo has Shurisue's distinguished heavenly god Sharingan in his hand, so I'm afraid when the time comes. Uchiha Madara. What are you afraid of? Wait for Kuranoru to activate Rinnegan. No matter how powerful the illusion is, it is Mangekyo's pupil technique. The upper limit is already here. What can we do? Uchiha Fugaku. Ancestor, listen to what you mean. Can Black Naruto really activate Rinnegan? Uchiha Madara. If he turns on Sharingan, he will definitely become Rinnegan. It's just a matter of time, and transplanting Hashirama cells will not cause any rejection for him at all. Senju Tobarama. Is it because he and the elder brother are Ashura's reincarnation? Uchiha Madara. You were smart once. Ninetales looked down at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. It is very clear that after the other party thinks about it, he will definitely find a way to achieve the goal. How's the situation? Ninetales asked curiously. Today, Uzumaki Naruto discovered through perception that 2 strands of chakra that do not belong to Konoha village entered Konoha village. These days, people who are waiting for Orochi came to look for Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto almost became the monitor of Konoha village. He distinguishes the people who come in and out very carefully. And the chakra of these 2 people, one of them is actually comparable to a little-tailed beast. According to the report from Shadow Clone, Uchiha Itachi entered Konoha village. And that super strong chakra is in the body of a guy named Kanshi Kisame next to him. Uzumaki Naruto lies on the bed with regret. I thought it was Orochimaru, but I didn't expect it to be his ninja shuriken master. But for Uchiha Itachi, the current Uzumaki Naruto doesn't have any good impressions. The guy who can kill the whole family, but he is ruthless. What's more, they know that the organization's target is the 9 tails in their bodies. That would be even more unforgivable. Lama, you may not know, Hatake Kakashi was instantly blamed by Uchiha Itachi. The opponent's illusion is really good, just stare at it. And Kakashi is paralyzed. And that Yuahong, I thought that as Jonin, who is in charge of the 8th class, she can have 2 brushes. On the list, she was said to be a master of illusion, but guess what? She used an illusion on Uchiha Itachi, and it bounced back to herself. It's really tempered, people are cold, but when they start to fight, people are weak and talk a lot. Hatake Kakashi. Shiri Hong. Damn it. Heiming looks down on people so much. I insist on teaching him a lesson. Fortunately, Might Guy came to support, and Hatake Kakashi was spared being taken away by Uchiha Itachi. The news brought back by Shadow Clone made Uzumaki Naruto extremely depressed. In the afternoon, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame had already left, and Uzumaki Naruto did not wait for the new chakra wave to enter Konoha village. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, there's a knock on the door of Naruto's house. It sounds like the other party is very anxious. The door just opened a crack, and a familiar voice broke into Naruto's ears. Naruto, it's not good. Haruno Sakura said anxiously. Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei were taken to the hospital by intruders. Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly upon hearing this. The expression is a little strange. Hatake Kakashi was stared into the hospital, and he knew it. Why did Uchiha Sasuke follow into the hospital together? And from the analysis of Haruno Sakura's words, both of them seem to be beaten by Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. Let's go. Let's go and see the situation together. Naruto didn't say much and took Haruno Sakura with him, and the 2 quickly arrived at the hospital. First, I took a look at Hatake Kakashi lying on the bed. The 2 came to the hospital again. Looking at Sasuke lying motionless on the bed, covered in cold sweat, his face twitching from time to time. His symptoms are exactly the same as Kakashi. Don't think too much. I must have been glared by Uchiha Itachi too. Is Uchiha Itachi's illusion so strong? Naruto was a little surprised. Sure enough, the Sharingan of the 3-hook jade and the Sharingan of the dart shape are completely different. Recalling the situation where several people were fighting, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly realized that the shape of Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan was not the same as that of Kakashi and Sasuke. Sharingan it really is a terrifying and special existence. Sasuke was rescued from the hands of the two when Might Guy was following Uchiha Itachi. At this time, the medical staff came and said to Uzumaki Naruto respectfully, "There is no previous disdainful attitude at all." "You mean, watermelon-headed teacher?" "Yes, from what Guy said, Uchiha Itachi used the same method he used against Kakashi Senpai against Uchiha Sasuke. When Guy went, the opponent didn't seem to be in the mood to fight him, so he left Sasuke and left. By the way, Naruto." The medical staff seemed to have thought of something and continued, "Sasuke's wrist seems to be broken, but the problem is not serious. The serious thing is that the spirits of him and Senior Kakashi seem to have been greatly impacted, and the chakra in their bodies is very disordered. This is an important reason why the two of them cannot wake up. For our current medical ninjas in Konoha village, chakra control has not reached the level that can help them calm down chakra. I think I can wake them up, but I have to wait until Master Jiraiya brings Master Tsunade back to the village. Only Master Tsunade's chakra controls the level of fineness to wake them up." Uzumaki Naruto was overjoyed by the medical ninja's words. That is to say, there is no possibility that Sasuke and Kakashi are awake at all. Naruto, medical ninjutsu really requires strong chakra control. I think at your level, it is not very difficult to get rid of the chakra disorder of the two of them now. Ninetales kindly reminded me, but I heard Naruto let out a smirk. "Llama, can't you see that this is a great opportunity? Even if we can wake them up, why should we do it? Chance. What chance?" Ninetales was at a loss. Of course it's a chance to draw Uchiha Sasuke's blood. As expected of Uzumaki Black Naruto. Could it be a heart of stone? Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke are, after all, his companions from Class 7. He just had the heart to watch the other party suffer mentally. What if Jiraiya doesn't get Tsunade back? Wouldn't Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke have to lie in bed and suffer from fear all the time? Senju Hashirama. The point is he actually drew little Sasuke's blood while he was lying in bed. Senju Tobirama. Is this really the Uzumaki clan? I've never seen such a Uzumaki clan. It's so evil. Uzumaki Beiming and Uchiha Sasuke petrified directly on the spot. "Hey, open your mouth and shut your mouth to help." As a result, at the critical moment, you actually backhanded the assistant as a stepping stone to your success. This is against the rules. Uchiha Makoto. Kushina. Black Naruto is too. Uzumaki Kushina. Aha. Don't worry, Makoto. I think that child will not be so cruel. He may wake up Sasuke after drawing blood. Uchiha Fugaku. 4th generation. Is this child really born to you and Kushina? Namikaze Minato. It should. No, it must be our own, but the environmental changes are too affected. After listening to the narrative of the medical ninja, Uzumaki Naruto sighed. "Help. It's so miserable." Naruto has a distressed expression, and he has already guessed the outline of the matter. It must be that Sasuke heard the news of Uchiha Itachi's return to the village, so he chased after him, which eventually led to such a tragic situation. This guy, his desire for revenge has never changed. Of course, killing. A family's enmity. If you don't take an oath, you won't be a human being. It's so miserable. I can't sit idly by. I'll stay in bed here today. Uzumaki Naruto waved and signaled the others to leave. Naruto, I will be with you. Haruno Sakura sees the opportunity is rare, so he rushes over. No need, little Sakura. Just now that everyone has free time, you should practice hard, you know. Uzumaki Naruto's mouth twitches into a smile. Haruno Sakura's heart flutters when he sees it immediately. Sure enough, Naruto is always so gentle and kind no matter what time it is. Let me take a look here. You go quickly. Wait until everyone is driven away. Uzumaki Naruto sat until the evening. Late at night, Uzumaki Naruto slowly opens his eyes. Feeling that there was no one around the ward, he slowly took out the spare medical equipment from the medical box in the ward. It's just a few medical equipment, so it shouldn't attract anyone's attention. Naruto chuckled inwardly. Use a needle to lightly pierce Sasuke's arm, and after a while, Naruto draws a needle of blood from Sasuke's body. Hurry up and put it in a storage container. After sealing it up, Naruto directly stored Uchiha's blood in the scroll base that he carried with him. After doing everything, Uzumaki Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Wait now. However, just as Naruto was thinking, 4 new strands of chakra burst into his perception field. Take a look carefully. Naruto immediately beams with joy. These 4 strands of chakra do not seem to belong to Konoha village, but they are no strangers to Naruto. These 4 people are the ones who used the 4 purple flame formation back then. Sure enough, Orochimaru still sent someone to find Sasuke. Naruto sweeps towards Uchiha Sasuke on the hospital bed. I just wanted to help Chakra, who was in a state of disorder in the opponent's body, but after thinking about it, now doesn't seem to be the time. It is true that Uzumaki Naruto intends to go to Orochimaru, but he did not give up Yuan completely. He will leave a shadow clone to receive information from Konoha village at any time. In this way, some unnecessary troubles and disturbances can also be avoided. And Naruto sets his sights on Sasuke, Wang Dezhou. If he wakes up now, it won't be so easy for him to get out. The thought landed, Naruto withdrew his arm. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared in the ward. At this time, the 4 people of Inin village are standing on the branches of the forest in Konoha village. Looking in the distance is still the dilapidated Konoha village. Hee, as expected of our lord, Orochimaru. Kidomu, the leader, laughed. Yes, it can only be Lord Orochimaru's plan to destroy the largest ninja village in this state. 1. Zuijin, who has 2 heads, folds his arms around his chest, with an arrogant expression on his face. I said you two, it's not the time for us to sign now, is it? We must find Uchiha Sasuke quickly. Lord Orochimaru can't wait. Taiu's impatient tone immediately interrupted Kidamaru and Sakin's enjoyment. The 2 looked at Taiuya with distaste. Master Orochimaru just got a new body, so it should be fine. Taiu also disdainfully said, we need to bring Sasuke back first. Lord Orochimaru will bestow him with the seal of the heavenly curse, plus observe whether he can resist and follow up Shinshin pill to enter. The second phase of the desperate test. Master Orochimaru must be in a hurry. I advise you, if you don't want to die, act faster. Cut. Why did Master Orochimaru give that kid such a high regard that he gave him a heavenly curse? Zuijin said sharply. Give you a curse? Can you live? All the scenes of Inin foursome fighting each other were all seen by Uzumaki Naruto. Sure enough, these 4 people did not. It seems that Orochimaru really likes to help. The sudden sound immediately alerted the 4 members of Inin. However, just as they were about to take action, they felt a surge of chakra hitting them like a sea wave. For a moment, they were so oppressed that they couldn't move. Uzumaki Kuranoru's plan begins. Everyone in the ninja world was nervously waiting for the development of the situation. Given the current situation, if the 4 of Otagashi reject Uzumaki's request, Kuranoru might really have a hard time finding where Orochimaru is hiding. But refuse? Denial means death. Uzumaki Naruto naturally knows why Orochimaru desires Sasuke. Jiraiya told Naruto that Orochimaru seems to have learned some kind of ninjutsu that can occupy other people's bodies. Occupying the body allows him to maintain the opponent's physical skills and guessed abilities. Naruto has a high level of comprehension, and he understood the opponent's purpose in an instant. Sharingan. Swirl. Uzumaki Naruto. After seeing the person coming, Duoyu couldn't help screaming in horror. Not only her, but the other 3 felt their bodies tremble suddenly. They never expected that they would meet Uzumaki Naruto the second they entered the village in the middle of the night. They didn't forget the other party's performance in the Konoha Honkai plan last time. If Uzumaki Naruto was not present, Konoha village would have been destroyed by Orochimaru and Shukaku long ago. Especially thinking of Naruto playing with Gaara's head as a ball, the 4 of them broke out in a cold sweat. In the middle of the night, the 4 of you don't sleep. What are you doing in Konoha village? Can't sleep because of insomnia? Come back to review the original achievements? Naruto chuckles. No, not an opponent at all. The four did not hear Uzumaki Naruto's speech at all. It was the first time they had such close and direct contact with Uzumaki Naruto's chakra. Fear. The horror of the opponent is completely beyond their imagination. Why are you here? Taiyuya's body trembled uncontrollably. It's really bad. I didn't expect to die here when I just came to Konoha village. Uzumaki Naruto still kept smiling. Of course I'm waiting for you. I've been waiting for you for several days. What? The four people were even more terrified when they heard the words. It turned out that the other party had already calculated that they would return to Konoha. Seeing that the four were silent, Uzumaki Naruto became impatient. Shouldn't you four use what you have learned to attack me? Attack a hammer. Didn't you see that we are unable to move under the pressure of your chakra? The four of them are terrified with embarrassment. Okay, since you guys don't talk, then listen to me honestly. 093. Uzumaki Naruto retracted the joke just now. His eyes became indifferent. For Orochimaru's subordinates, Naruto has no so-called kindness. These people are the ones who kill people without blinking an eye. I will give you a chance to live now. Take me to Orochimaru. Of course I'm impatient. You can refuse, and you will end up dying where you are. Uzumaki Naruto's words immediately made the four of them gasp. Take him to meet Orochimaru. What is the difference between this and death? However, at this moment, Naruto spoke again. Don't worry, I have something to discuss with him. I don't want to become a hostile relationship with him. If our negotiation goes well, in front of him, you have made a great contribution. Maybe there is still a chance of survival. Made a great achievement? The audience burst out laughing at Uzumaki's words. In Hakunaru's world, the Uchiha Sasuke that the four of them brought back almost became Orochimaru's real father. Waiting for a long time for fear that the other party would be unhappy, but in the end he was attacked and dismembered by Sasuke. This time the four of them are going to take Uzumaki back again. Wouldn't that bring back an ancestor? Orochimaru would be lucky if he didn't hack them to death. This is the sealed book of Konoha village. I think Orochimaru will be interested. 1. Uzumaki Naruto took out a large scroll and shook it, then took it back. The ninjutsu on the Book of Seals, Naruto Suezwa has already memorized it by heart. Impure World Reincarnation, 8 inner gates for Elephant Seal, Ghoul Seal, Tandem Paper Bombs, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. He sealed the ghouls and erased them from the Book of Seals according to the level of ninjutsu's danger to himself. The remaining ninjutsu should not be a big problem in the hands of Orochimaru. And as far as Impure World Reincarnation is concerned, maybe because I have learned ninjutsu from it a long time ago. The ninjas of Konoha village turned into muggles on the spot. In the world of Beiming, Orochimaru encouraged Mizuki to steal the sealed book. In the world of Kirokimaru, although Mizuki had no excuse to get close to Kuromaki, who would have thought that this guy would actually use the sealed book of Konoha village as a bargaining chip to trade with Orochimaru. Senju Hashirama, Black Naruto, and Haku Naruto, their worlds are really turned upside down. Senju Tobarama, damn hey Naruto, who actually used the ninjutsu developed by the old man as a bargaining chip. Uchiha Madara, haha, I think Konoha is dying. Uzumaki Kushina, hey Ming erased the ghoul seal of our Uzumaki family. I don't know whether he is worried or has an opinion on our family's sealing technique. Namikaze Minato, with that child's prudence, I think it's necessary to worry. After all, once you're caught by a ghoul, you really have no choice but to run away. Sarutobi Hiruzen, hey, it's really hard to guard against a house thief. It's hard to guard against a house thief. Jiraiya, old man, what are you excited about? Don't say you haven't shown Orochimaru the Book of Seals. Otherwise, how did he learn Impure World Reincarnation? Tsunade, I also want to say this. The old stuff must have been shown to Orochimaru before. The reason why he asked Mizuki for it may be because some research needs the above ninjutsu. Inin gritted his teeth unwillingly. But now they have no better choice. It is impossible to find Sasuke tonight. If they want to play tricks on Uzumaki Naruto's eyelids, they know very well that the other party can quickly kill them. Cursed Seal. Don't forget, Uzumaki Naruto didn't use the power of the tailed beast. Not to mention, he seems to have inherited the art of immortality and summoning at Mount Mayaboku. After experiencing Uzumaki Naruto's surging chakra, the four people dared not have any friction with him out of fear. I can only obediently take Uzumaki Naruto and leave Konoha village. This is the third time Uzumaki Naruto has walked out of Konoha village. Excluding Mount Mayaboku, it was only the second time. Because of the Honkai plan, the current Konoha village is only a bluff on the surface, and the internal tension is so high that it is difficult to manage the entry and exit of personnel properly. Otherwise, at the level of these four people, Uzumaki Naruto followed the four of them alone, and he wasn't worried at all about the other party's tricks. After all, he wanted to kill four people, but it was only an instant effort. But in the spiritual world, Naruto, are you really sure you want to take this risk? After all, any experiment is accompanied by risks. Otherwise, why would the wood-style experiment in Konoha village be forced to suspend? Uzumaki Naruto is of course aware of Nine-Tails' concerns. He shakes his head slightly. Kurama, it's a lie to say you don't worry about risks. 1. But we have too many opponents, because we are strong. There is still an existence that can control you. Uzumaki Naruto is not a fool. Although he learned the art of immortality at Mount Mayaboku, he is very clear that his most powerful power comes from the chakra of Nine-Tails in his body, which is different from other species. He has no contact with Sharingan. Of course, with his special status, he wouldn't be so stupid as to go to war with someone just to do an experiment to test whether the opponent can control the Nine-Tails in his body. I read the wood-style experiment recorded in the Konoha secret file. Because the power of wood-style is too strong, no one can resist the irascible chakra, which caused wood-style to go berserk and the experimenters died. I think it's not just wood-style. The principle of Sharingan is the same. If your own chakra and body can't withstand the impact of these two forces, they will naturally fall apart. So I decided to take a gamble, relying on the super physique of my Uzumaki clan, chakra, and your existence. I want to try to see if I can suppress these two special blood successors. Uzumaki Naruto's gaze became extremely deep. Tianzong. He has never met Tianzong, but in Naruto's mind, that guy must have something special. Perhaps ninjas with dual attributes of water and soil have a better effect on transplanting wood-style. It's useless to think about it now. When we meet Orochimaru, let's listen to what he has to say. After Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, he looked at the four people ahead. Didn't you have enough to eat when you went out at night? Follow Orochimaru. Can't even eat enough? Why do you run so slowly? Hurry up. Yes. Uzumaki Naruto's low voice once again scared the shit out of the four of them. I was afraid that Uzumaki Naruto behind me would be upset, so he rushed up from behind and sent him to the Pure Land. Don't dare to think too much. The four of them immediately quickened their pace. What a pity. Everyone in the ninja world couldn't help but mourn for a few seconds for the four people in the black world. But on second thought, all four of them seemed to have died in the battle for Sasuke in Baeming's world. Looking at it this way, it is not unacceptable if you're only intimidated for a few words but can save your life. Inin and the four of them dare not neglect. Run overnight to the experimental base where Orochimaru is hiding. Soon, the five people came to the outside of the experimental base. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the base in the deep pit, frowning unavoidably. Orochimaru, is this really a snake? So like living underground. Also, it's not winter yet. Uzumaki Naruto-sama, this is Lord Orochimaru's base. Taiya said tremblingly, not at all as arrogant and impatient as when entering Konoha village. Naruto gave the four of them a blank look and immediately shook them in fright. Don't you guys know how to lead the way? Take me directly to Orochimaru. Uzumaki Naruto said in a deep voice. When he came here, he had already collected all his breath. Careful like Orochimaru. If people in this area catch a trace of strangeness, they will definitely run away. It seems to see what Uzumaki Naruto is thinking. Taiya forced a smile. Master Orochimaru just got a new body recently. Still getting used to... Uzumaki Naruto heard this and glanced at Tayuya. Without further words, he followed the four of them into the dimly lit laboratory. Hiss! Uzumaki Kuramaki's glance made Tayuya gasp in fright. It's over. The look means a lot. I'm afraid it won't be the time when I will kill myself. Tayuya, Master Orochimaru. What do you mean by Kuranora's look? Orochimaru. Tayuya. There are two possibilities. One is that Naruto-kun is disgusted by your betrayal of Chiyoron, and he will find time to kill you. Tayuya. No, that's not right. If you want to talk about the seller asking for glory, the four of us brought him to you. Isn't that already considered the seller asking for glory? Orochimaru. That's the second point. Naruto-kun thinks that you are a good flatterer. If you perform well in the future, you may be reused. Tsunade. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. I remember correctly. This is your subordinate. Have you given up struggling? Orochimaru. Jiraiya. I like Naruto-kun's way of doing things better than your so-called understanding between people. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I really think too much. Orochimaru became fascinated by Kuranoru through the various inner thoughts of Kuranoru and the dialogue of Nine Tails after watching the movie. But in the world of Kuranoru, you can. It is not clear about all this. Red Sand Scorpion. At that time, the stinky snake will fight Hei Ming and let Hei Ming slap him to death. Orochimaru. That can't be. I still know myself very well. Orochimaru's experimental base made Uzumaki Naruto feel uncomfortable. It is not so much an experimental base as it is a large prison. The rooms on both sides of the aisle are all cells. The people locked inside are shackled and handcuffed, as thin as a mummy. Orochimaru, it's really a bad taste. Naruto thought to himself. However, based on his knowledge of Orochimaru and the data, he immediately understood that this group of people are all the other party's test products. The people who can escape from here, like the group of four, who can move freely, presumably are the existence of successful experiments. Lama, I didn't expect that we would become Orochimaru's test subjects one day. Nine Tails is speechless, lying down with head tilted. It's not because of your strong power. Just follow what you said. Bear with it. Until entering a spacious room. The moment the four of them entered the door, they immediately knelt down on one knee beside the bed. Master Orochimaru, we're back. What about Sasuke? Didn't you bring him back? Orochimaru, who is leaning on the bed, looks weak. After mentioning Sasuke's name, he sighed slightly. Perhaps because of the influence of Uzumaki Naruto, it is indeed difficult for you to persuade Sasuke to come. It really doesn't work, just tie him up. When he sees the power I give him, I will rekindle his desire for revenge. Orochimaru coughed lightly, completely missing Uzumaki Naruto standing by the door. Master Orochimaru, we did not bring Master Sasuke back this time. Tayuya said respectfully. In the eyes of the four, Uchiha Sasuke seems to have long been Orochimaru's next incarnation. That is, their leader. But the change in Tayuya's tone made Orochimaru startled. But we brought Master Uzumaki Naruto back. Orochimaru. What did you say? Who? Orochimaru couldn't believe his ears. The four said they brought Uzumaki Naruto back. The Uzumaki Naruto, who has learned Senjutsu and become the perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What are you doing when you bring him back? Are you planning to take over the old nest? However, it has not waited for the big snake to come out of the gap. Uzumaki Naruto has stepped to his bedside. Orochimaru, we meet again. Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru paled in shock. These four wastes must have been threatened by the other party with their lives, so they chose to betray themselves. Don't get excited because this snake. I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. The negotiation between Uzumaki, Kuranoru, and Orochimaru started, and everyone was extremely nervous. It is unclear what the outcome of the negotiations between the two parties will be. On the high platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced sideways at Orochimaru, but he was taken aback by Orochimaru's staring eyes. As his master, Sarutobi Hiruzen had never seen Orochimaru so engrossed in a single moment. Cold sweat broke out on his hard face. Orochimaru, must be more nervous than the others at this moment. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he is a crazy experimental pervert, lamenting the fragility of life while wanting to study all ninjutsu in the world to get the truth of the world. Even he softened and transformed his body into a variant. Pervert also morphs, but Orochimaru asks himself, he is not a bloodthirsty person. Especially when you are weak, it would be foolish to fall out with Uzumaki who is in front of you. There should be no problem at all. Orochimaru swallowed nervously, staring intently. Master Orochimaru. Hearing the commotion, Yakushi Kabuto suddenly rushed in from the outside. The moment he saw Uzumaki Naruto, he couldn't believe his eyes. You four idiots, why were you followed here by Uzumaki Naruto? After speaking, Yakushi Kabuto took out his kunai and made a defensive posture. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Yakushi Kabuto coldly and sarcastically said, Orochimaru, your subordinates are very loyal to you. It's a pity that his courage stops here. If my subordinates don't charge up with kunai now, I will look down on him from the bottom of my heart. Yakushi Kabuto was stunned when he heard this, and then said harshly, Don't talk nonsense. I'm thinking about the safety of Lord Orochimaru. Cut. Uzumaki Naruto is too lazy to talk to Yakushi Kabuto. If he can really be stabbed by kunai, he thinks he can live in the ninja world without shame. I didn't respond to Yakushi Kabuto's sick behavior. Naruto didn't come to fight Orochimaru after all. Go outside and give me a chair. Don't bother me and you guys to buy Shanwang Dajong if other people are fine. Uzumaki Naruto points to Taiyuya. Taiyuya was stunned, nodded quickly, and said, Okay, wait a moment, I'll do it right away. This scene directly stunned the ninja world, especially the same period of Uzumaki Beiming. Is this the strength of Hymen? Totally unreasonable. Yamanaka Ino. Heiwu is so domineering. Haruno Sakura. But he's a little handsome. Hyuga Hinata. Naruto-kun like this is very attractive. Uzumaki Beiming was even more stupid. This guy doesn't make any noise. He casually lets the people below do things honestly. And the other party is Orochimaru's subordinates. Is this what Orochimaru calls the privilege of power? Could it be that the peace in the ninja world I created is really just an illusion that others fear me? Uzumaki Beiming, confused. Stay until Taiyuya comes back. The Otoge Cure 4 and Yakushi Kabuto look at Orochimaru in embarrassment. The dilemma of wanting to leave, but not daring to leave, made them look bitter. Orochimaru, go out. If Naruto-kun really wanted to harm me, he would have done it long ago. Orochimaru waves his hand. The other five were relieved and walked outside. The moment the door closes, Uzumaki Naruto took out the small scroll that he carried with him, and took out the large circle of the sealed book. This is the sealed book of Konoha village. I don't know if it will be useful to you, but the purpose of my trip is to confirm one thing with you, whether Tianzong's wood style is related to your wood style experiment. Sealed book. The moment Orochimaru saw the sealed book, his head seemed to explode. Why did Uzumaki Naruto come to him with the sealed book of Konoha village? Is he a defector? No reason. Looking at Orochimaru's silence, Naruto narrowed his eyes. You are a traitor. Do you still want to keep a secret for Konoha village? Moreover, this is the real sealed book. Answer me, whether Inzon's wood style is related to your experiment. 1. This breath. So F************ G hard. The audience was dumbfounded. Is this to talk about cooperation? It's like interrogating a prisoner. Thinking that he is a dignified Sannin, but being said like this by a younger generation, Orochimaru is dissatisfied, but now he is in a weak position, so he can only frown. Who is Tianzong? Uzumaki Naruto, what? Seeing Naruto's staring eyes, Orochimaru suddenly panicked. But after thinking about it for a long time, he really couldn't remember who Tianzong was. But soon he suddenly realized who Uzumaki Naruto was referring to. I remembered, you said that, child. At the beginning, I used the wood-style experiment done by many children, but only one survived and was later brought to the root by Danzo. Tianzong must be his later name. After all, I don't remember the names of those children at that time. Orochimaru sneers. At least in terms of momentum, you can't lose to the Whirlpool Naruto in front of you. You are really crazy, just for the experimental data? Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Orochimaru contemptuously. You never let go of the child. For the sake of experimental data, I will not consider the so-called positive teeth. Uzumaki Naruto nodded knowingly. In this world, the strong have absolute privileges, just like Orochimaru in front of me. So what if he does such a thing? Those villagers can only eat Coptus chinensis. That's fine. Uzumaki Naruto also no longer wants to talk nonsense with Orochimaru. Throw the sealing techniques directly on Orochimaru's bed. Don't worry, just open it. I got it from Sir Toby Hiruzen's house. 1. The purpose of my visit this time is to let you help me transplant the ability of Wood Style and Sharingan. Orochimaru didn't go to get the sealed book immediately, because Naruto's words were deafening. You mean? However, before Orochimaru could react, Uzumaki Naruto continued to speak. Since you were able to impure world reincarnation out of first Hokage, I think you should have got his corpse. Extracting Hashirama cells should not be difficult. There is also a question about Sharingan. I've got Uchiha Sasuke's blood. You can also extract his cell from his blood. 1. Uzumaki Naruto finishes speaking. The whole room fell silent. I don't know how long it took. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Uzumaki Naruto angrily. The body you occupy this time is so hard to be Minato. Orochimaru, 1. Overbearing. Uzumaki Black Ming is too domineering. The audience was dumbfounded by the negotiation between the two. Is Uzumaki Black Naruto negotiating a deal? He behaved almost like a boss reprimanding his subordinates. Orochimaru was said to be dumbfounded. With difficulty, Orochimaru reacted. Afterwards, the conversation between the two finally became much more positive. Naruto-kun, are you crazy? I think you should also know the purpose of my go to Konoha village. It seems that you already know a lot about me. That's right, the next person I will be in the container is Uchiha Sasuke. The purpose is the same as yours. I want to obtain Sharingan by occupying his body. Do you know why? Orochimaru smiles evilly. Seeing that Naruto remained silent, Orochimaru immediately added, if you can successfully transplant the Sharingan just by extracting the cells so that you can get the Sharingan, then I don't need such trouble. Because the cells contain chakra energy, if two energies that cannot be fused are injected together, severe repulsion will occur, and the body cannot bear it all. Look at Hatake Kakashi's Sharingan. Even after the transplant, the burden is still quite heavy. If you fuse the cells in Uchiha Sasuke's blood into your blood, the chakra in his cells will completely destroy your body. Wood Style's experiment is the same. If you want to find a matching body, it is simply 1 in a million. Maybe even if you're a member of the Uchiha clan, you may not be able to fuse with the chakra in Sasuke's cells. Do you understand? After listening to Orochimaru's words, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly realized. No wonder he used so many children to collect experimental data. The purpose is to show off the election. According to what you said, isn't this luck? Naruto-kun. Orochimaru shook his head. You are so naive. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. So the success rate of the experiment depends entirely on the compatibility between cells? That is to say, before this, we can use the cells in our body to do fusion experiments. Is that so? If the compatibility is higher, the success rate will be higher when reimplanted. Uzumaki Naruto's words stunned Orochimaru. This kid, it can't be true. Yes. Orochimaru nodded mechanically. So, when can you start? Just fuse my cells with Sasuke's cells and first Hokage's cells. Let's see the situation first. 1. Then, based on your experimental data, analyze the probability of success after the fused cells are completely implanted into my body. Orochimaru, is this guy not understanding what I'm talking about? 0. Ask for flowers. Orochimaru was immediately stunned. Especially talking to such a person who has no idea of experiments is simply torture. Who do you think you are? Cells are very strong if they can fuse in pairs. You don't want to fuse one cell together. But after thinking about it, Orochimaru's eyes showed a trace of imperceptible evil. Uzumaki Naruto, the child of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, has the blood of the Uzumaki family and is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village. This kind of experimental material is rare, not to mention that the other party still took the initiative to send it to the door. Orochimaru rolled his eyes and became excited. You come to the laboratory with me now. We will start now. So happy to agree. Uzumaki Naruto didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Orochimaru didn't even. Have a look at the sealed book on the bed. Sure enough, for Orochimaru, nothing makes him feel better than doing experiments. What Uzumaki Naruto has to do is very simple. That is, to give Orochimaru the blood he prepared in Sasuke's blood. Next, I need to collect blood cells. It may take a little longer. If you have nothing to do, you could take a stroll around. However, don't destroy my experimental equipment and experimental materials. Orochimaru greets Yakushi Kabuto as his assistant. However, he did not explain to Yakushi Kabuto why Uzumaki Naruto came. The steps of the experiment seem to be very troublesome. Orochimaru extracts cells, culture cells. I don't know how much time has passed, even in the dark basement. If you don't look at the time, you don't know how many days have passed. -0. Wait for everything to be properly completed. The cell fusion experiment is officially started. Suddenly, Yakushi Kabuto's exclamation came from the experiment in the back room. Master Orochimaru, look quickly. Orochimaru naturally saw the result through a microscope. Uzumaki Naruto's cells and Uchiha Sasuke's cells fused quite smoothly, and it could even be said to be a perfect combination. The chakra in the cells of the two of them did not show any signs of rejection at all. This is impossible, even brothers. It is impossible for the chakra contained in the body to achieve such a perfect fusion. What exactly is going on? Orochimaru, who does not believe in evil, put the cultured Hashirama cells into Ming's Cell King. As a result, the once berserk Hashirama cells were also perfectly fused into the Ming's cells. Yakushi Kabuto is stupid. Orochimaru is even more stupid. He seems to have discovered a new continent. He remembers very clearly that when he was doing the wood-style experiment, the cells from both sides were so perfectly fused. Even if there is no phenomenon of chakra crowding out and exploding, cells that can fuse a little bit are good-looking experimental materials. They will transplant this cultured cell into the human body and then create this new type of cell in the body. After transplantation, it depends on the physical problem. If the body cannot be suppressed or is not suitable, the wood style released by the chakra in the first Hokage cells will directly penetrate the body and die. Like Uzumaki Naruto, the phenomenon of direct three-party cell fusion does not exist at all. Quick though, you combine Sasuke's with first Hokages. Orochimaru continues to experiment. There are also Uzumaki Naruto's and first Hokages. But it's strange, Sasuke and first Hokage have flaws, but compared to the past, they are already quite perfect. Only Uzumaki Naruto, the fusion with both of them is perfect. Orochimaru, what the hell is going on? Why is there a flaw in Sasuke's first-generation purpose? Uchiha Madara, cut. You still do experiments like this, although one of them is Indra and the other is Ashura, but they don't belong to the same era. Mingzwa, me, and Hashirama. This is belonging to Ashura and Indra of the same period. Jiraiya, there's a difference? Then why Naruto and first generation? Tsunade, Jiraiya, are you an idiot? My grandfather and Naruto both belong to Ashura. What can go wrong with chakra between them? Uchiha Fugaku, wait a minute, I have a problem. Even if the chakra of Sasuke and Naruto and first Hokage includes Ashura and Indra, they also have their own attributes. For your own chakra, why didn't you reject it? Senju Tobarama, I think it should be the grade of chakra. Ashura and Indra are the sons of Sage of Six Paths, and their chakra is the closest to Sage of Six Paths, so we put it. His chakra is completely covered, and the fusion of these two chakras will produce the chakra of Sage of Six Paths, which presumably can cover everything. Orochimaru. It seems to be like what second Hokage said, otherwise it really can't be explained. Recently, Orochimaru forgets to eat and sleep, busy day and night. Never walked out of that laboratory. Uzumaki Naruto will occasionally take a look because the attitude towards him has obviously changed 360 degrees. Orochimaru seems to have forgotten the discomfort of taking the house not long ago. The fusion of cells is perfect. This is the most perfect, valuable, and meaningful experiment I have ever seen. Orochimaru's excited appearance also made Uzumaki Naruto heave a sigh of relief. It seems that the cell fusion is very smooth. After all, Uzumaki Naruto doesn't understand the meaning, let alone the effect of a little more fusion of two phases in the experiment. Naruto, I think the rest of the time is for cell transplantation. This step is quite critical. I looked at Orochimaru's appearance, and it seemed that the success rate was very high. But have you ever thought that if you succeed, Orochimaru will fuse all this into other people's bodies? If that's the case, wouldn't you create yourself an opponent whose strength is comparable to yours? Nine-Tails' words made Uzumaki Naruto stunned. He looked at Nine-Tails with a look in his eyes as if looking at a fool. Hey, Naruto, I'm not joking with you. A mad scientist like Orochimaru doesn't care about these things. However, Naruto signaled Nine-Tails to shut up. Llama, even if a person like me is really created, does he have immortal skills? Does he have Kurama? Please think about it. Two opponents who could be at the same level are afraid that the opponent will win with one move and a half. Not to mention, I have more Senjutsu and Kurama than him. Why should he beat me? 363-inch. Open 8 inner gates, nitrogen life. Rock Lee. Mr. Guy. Is Hyming laughing at me? My guy. Yoli. You can't think like this. This is Hyming's recognition of US. Don't forget the red blood that burns after turning on the 8 gate. It really boils people's hearts. Uchiha Madara. It's just Krypton's tricks. Can you not mention 8 inner gates formation? Hyuga Niji. Hei Ming is right. When Lee was fighting against Gaara, the side effect of 8 gate was too great, and now he has the sealed book of Hei Ming in hand. I don't know if he... Senju Tobarama. This kid, I'm afraid he's going to heaven. Uzumaki Naruto's words made Nine-Tails feel relieved, especially when mentioning herself. Nine-Tails flicks her tail proudly. Well, now that you've said that, I don't care about it. And I think what you said is right. With Maya and your fairy art, even if the other party fuses your cells, they can't defeat us. The two exchanged a few words, and Orochimaru came out of the laboratory excitedly. In his hand, he also holds a glass vessel. It is filled with red liquid. I have integrated the cultured cells into your previous blood. Now you just need to re-inject your blood into your body, and then put you in my special culture medium for cultivation and observation. Orochimaru looks at Naruto expectantly. Suddenly, he said earnestly, I hope you can persevere and recultivate new cells from your blood to change the environment in your body. The new chakra may be able to stimulate you to successfully open Sharingan and have Wood-style secrets. Uzumaki Naruto nods. The transplant process was also quite smooth. Orochimaru did everything well and locked Uzumaki Naruto into a container of culture fluid. After waiting for several hours, seeing that Uzumaki Naruto seemed to be asleep, Orochimaru left with a little peace of mind. Master Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto sees Orochimaru appear and rushes up to him. Did the experiment go well? Uzumaki Naruto. There is no phenomenon of Wood-style rampaging and piercing the body. Orochimaru let out a long sigh. Several hours have passed. I think there should be no big problem. 1. Just wait for new cells to be born in his body. In this way, his blood will also undergo some changes due to the changes in the cells. You mean if the experiment is successful, he is no longer a member of the Uzumaki clan? Yakushi Kabuto asked. However, Orochimaru shook his head. Of course he is still a member of the Uzumaki clan, and the physique of his Uzumaki clan will not change because of this. If the experiment is successful, nothing more than his Uzumaki physique will be greatly enhanced. Of course, all of this must wait until the experiment is successful. Orochimaru is full of anticipation. This is the most perfect experiment he has done so far, and the materials used are all quite terrifying. Think about it for a while. Orochimaru's eyes showed a hint of expectation. He picked up the remaining experimental materials and went to other rooms. In the room, there are several strong ninjas ready to move. If you succeed this time, you will become invincible existences in this ninja world. The strength will surpass the 5 major countries. At that time, even if you hate me and want to kill me, it will be quite easy. Bring it on. Orochimaru injected the remaining material of the 3-party cell into the person in front of him in the form that was just injected into Naruto's body. Of course, at the moment when he injected the first person, only heard a loud bang. The man's body exploded on the spot. Nanny! The impact of the explosion destroyed the entire laboratory on the spot. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto are rushed out of the laboratory while rolling. Damn it! Obviously, this can also be integrated with the latest model. Why the experiment will fail. Orochimaru is dumbfounded. Such precious experimental materials were completely destroyed in the impact just now. But he doesn't know which step he took wrong. Audience, in response to that sentence, people's hearts are not enough to swallow an elephant. Perhaps no one of them is aware of the special identity of Uzumaki Himing. The error between this kind of information will naturally lead to this kind of consequence. Uchiha Madara, I'm dying of laughter. Do you really think everyone is the reincarnation of Ashura? Namikaze Minato, Senior Madara, those people are clearly able to fuse into the new type of cells. Why did they have problems when they were implanted? Senju Tobarama, Ashura, and Indra, the chakra of Sage of 6 Paths has been pulled out of the cells. This kind of chakra can take care of everything. Orochimaru obviously reversed the order due to insufficient intelligence. Namikaze Minato, simply put, because Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura chakra, the closest person to 6 Paths, so he can adapt to chakra from Sage of 6 Paths and change to any normal ninja. See, it seems that the fusion is perfect, but they are actually swallowed by the chakra of 6 Paths, and they themselves cannot bear the chakra of Sage of 6 Paths. Tsunade, as expected of Konoha's most talented people in history, so those people's bodies exploded, which is a very normal phenomenon. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, always engage in such self-righteous cleverness. If Naruto really opens Sharingan, I believe Orochimaru will definitely transplant the remaining materials into his body. Tsunade, it's a pity that this is impossible. If he dares to do it, he will explode in the next second. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, bang, exploded. Orochimaru, hashtag. In the spiritual world of Uzumaki Naruto, he seems to be asleep, and his mind is chaotic. Suddenly, he seemed to feel his eyes turned into a pair of scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan. But in the next second, there was a stabbing pain in his eyes, and 2 bloodstains emerged from his eyes. 2 pupils flicker. Sangyu's Sharingan changed suddenly and turned into a pair of rippled eyes emitting purple light. What is this? Uzumaki Naruto said something casually. Sharingan. Why is it gone? However, soon, his eyes returned to his original blue pupils. At the same time, an inexplicably huge chakra gushes out from Naruto's body. Chakra. What a powerful chakra. Who is it? Uzumaki Naruto only felt that his eyes were dark. He was unconscious, and this inexplicably powerful chakra was enough to make him panic. In front of this powerful chakra, the chakra that I was once proud of is simply insignificant and not worth mentioning. Uzumaki Naruto roared in horror. At the critical moment, Dao Dao's familiar voice rang out from his ears. Naruto! Hey, Naruto! Naruto, wake up! Are you okay? Don't scare me. 1. Hey, kid! Damn it, it's all your fault for being too impulsive. I didn't let you take risks at the beginning, and you didn't listen. This voice. It turned out to be a llama. Uzumaki Naruto's eyelids moved slightly. In the sea of spiritual consciousness, Ninetails saw that Naruto had some reaction and immediately continued to shout, Wake up, Naruto. Don't fall asleep. Hello. Finally, with nine tails yelling and yelling, even writhing Naruto with their claws. Uzumaki Naruto finally opened his eyes, and his eyes are still blue. Llama. Uzumaki Naruto always felt profusely sweating. The powerful chakra just now made his heart skip a beat, and he broke out in a cold sweat. That's right. As if thinking of something, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Nine Tails beside him. Kurama, look into my eyes. Have you become a Sharingan? Staring at Naruto's blue eyes, Nine Tails sighed with a regretful expression. Although I'm sorry, but Naruto, we seem to have failed. Uzumaki Naruto heard the words and instantly became distraught. I just felt like I already have a Sharingan. But in the blink of an eye, those three Tomo Sharingans turned into something else. One, so it's all a dream. Uzumaki Naruto lying on Nine Tails. On the huge claw. It's over, Llama. We have failed. Sure enough, experiments and so on are all lies. If I wake up completely, we will go to Orochimaru to settle the score. The ups and downs of mood make Uzumaki Naruto a little sad. It's just that at this moment, a strange voice broke into the ears of him and Nine Tails. I didn't expect Hama Wan's prophecy to be quite accurate. 10 years later, a blonde boy with blue eyes will be able to play with the tailed beast. 1. However, this prophecy seems to have some deviations. The blue-eyed boy actually pulled out the old man's chakra and activated the Rinnegan in order to gain power. But, no, without using Rinnegan's power, he is still blonde. But the ninja world is really messed up. Decades ago, Uchiha Madara also pulled out the old man's chakra to open Rinnegan for power. 1. This time, become the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra again. In this life, it seems that the fate between Ashura and Indra has ended before it even started. The sudden sound scared Uzumaki Naruto and jumped from Nine Tails' claws. However, Nine Tails pricked up his ears. The voices are very familiar to him, as if he has heard them from somewhere. Very familiar and very rude. Forehead doesn't seem to have noticed my existence. Look here. I'm here. Uzumaki Naruto not only didn't notice the existence of that person, especially the babble that the person was talking to himself just now, he couldn't understand a word. Look in the direction of the sound. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. Even the Nine Tails next to him were so scared that they almost exploded. Uzumaki Naruto, old man. Nine Tails, old man. Hey, why is there another old man in my spiritual consciousness who talks to himself and doesn't understand what he's talking about at all? He's actually still floating in midair. What is he doing? Is he an alien? Uzumaki Naruto pointed at the Sage of Six Paths that appeared and said in horror. He has never seen an old man with such a strange appearance, especially the way the other party talks. He really can't understand a word. Nine Tails, hey, Naruto, this is not some alien. He is Kurama. Long time no see. You seem to be having a very happy life. Maybe Ashura's reincarnation is not suitable for my way of speaking. I will change it. Uzumaki Naruto. Do you know each other? Naruto, who calmed down a little, looked at Sage of Six Paths again, but his pupils suddenly closed at this look. Grandpa, your eyes. The person who appeared in my dream just now was you. 3 Tomo Sharingans suddenly turned into these rippled eyes. Sage of Six Paths smiled kindly. No, I didn't enter your dream. And that huge chakra, it must be emitted by you. Are you trying to scare me for fun? Sage of Six Paths continues to maintain a kind smile. I didn't release chakra. How should I say it? Actually, the things you just dreamed about are all your own. Well, it's your own. What? Uzumaki Naruto froze on the spot when he heard this. Is that terrifying chakra just now my own? Also, that pair of eyes that are the same as those of the strange old man in front of him are also my own. At this moment, the audience didn't know how to express their inner thoughts. Although the first meeting between Uzumaki and Sage of Six Paths was a bit funny, it has to be said that it was under the operation of Hiyamaki. He really hit it off. As Uchiha Madara said, he really turned on the Rinnegan, and while pulling out the Six Paths chakra, his own chakra got an unprecedented, terrifying boost. In a dark cave, Black Zetsu patted the silent Uchiha Obito. Obito, although in the white world, we have a little misunderstanding, but in the black world, I can only say one thing. Brother, let's go. You too, Black Zetsu. Don't think about saving your mother anymore. Faming world. The audience once again heard Sage of Six Paths' explanation of the past of the ninja world. However, they are very curious. Uzumaki's thoughts on what it would be like to hear the idea of Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths tirelessly tells about his past. Birth of Sage of Six Paths, opposite to Mother Akatsuki Kaguya's philosophy. Mount Mayaboku learns Sage art, and seals Akatsuki Kaguya with younger brother. 10 Tails, Divine Tree. Ninja, Trial of Ashura and Indra. The reincarnation of chakra and the confrontation of destiny between the two brothers. Fairy Eyes and Sage Body. Waiting for a series of content makes Uzumaki Naruto's head feel a little painful. It never occurred to him that he was actually the reincarnation of the so-called Ashura chakra. No, to be precise, I have Ashura's chakra in my body, which also inherits the sage body of Sage of Six Paths. And the person who opposes him is Uchiha Sasuke. It's a pity that under my own manipulation, the fate between him and Sasuke was completely cut off. The ninja sect I created is based on the idea of implementing love and benevolence and wanting to bring peace to this world. Even though the older brother Indra has talent, Ashura, who possesses love and kindness, passed the test. And in the practice of helping others hard all the way, Ashura's sage body gradually blossoms and bears fruit. It has to be said that Sage Body is a bug-like existence. He will gradually strengthen his body and chakra as he practices. The released ninjutsu power and physical power are qualitatively different from other ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly. Sage Body plus his own Uzumaki blood. No wonder he was able to outshine the ninjas of the same period. But Sage of Six Paths raised his deep gaze. Ashura seems to have a problem when he came to you. Last time, it was Indra who brought out the old man's chakra to turn on renegades. He will use the Geto statue, summoning on the ball to return to the two-love image. In this way, as long as the chakra of a 9-tailed beast is collected, the 10 tails will be resurrected. This is a very dangerous behavior. I don't want you to use this power to do this kind of thing. The tone of Sage of Six Paths is getting heavier, as if warning Uzumaki Naruto. However, Naruto didn't care. He nodded first and said casually, "So Grandpa Immortal is the founder of Ninja Sect. The purpose is to let everyone have a spiritual bond through the connection of chakra. This way, everyone in the world is like a family, and they can help each other to achieve a perfect and harmonious world." 1. No wonder Ashura's chakra has problems with you. You have the chakra of Ashura, but the wisdom of Indra. 1. Unfortunately, it seems that Indra does not accept all this. Don't say that Indra doesn't accept it, and I don't agree with it either. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the sighing Sage of Six Paths. Even though the other party was so powerful, he looked like a powerless old man now. Difficult. It's really too difficult. However, Uzumaki Naruto finally understands the true meaning of chakra in the mouth of Sage of Six Paths. Chakra is not used to develop and perform ninjutsu. It is to connect everyone's thoughts together, and everyone can sense the thoughts. In this way, everyone can only move closer to the direction of truth, goodness, and beauty. The world will be peaceful. Unfortunately, the current ninja world has hit the old face of Sage of Six Paths severely. However, this kind of thing is the trend of development. Thinking of the heart depends entirely on one's own will. So what if everyone knows about it? Once someone has a wrong mind, someone will inevitably start to follow suit. Over time, the balance of all this was completely shattered. I still don't know what to do about your thoughts, Grandpa. However, I'm quite curious about what you just mentioned about your mother, Akatsuki Kaguya. You said that she always stared at the sky alone for a long time, and that she came to this continent from a very far away place. Did you come from heaven? Uzumaki Naruto's question stunned Sage of Six Paths, and then laughed. Haha, I haven't considered this kind of question. 1. Then have you considered the mother's worries you mentioned? Naruto changed the topic sharply. This is what he is most worried about. From the mouth of Sage of Six Paths, he is very clear about the strength of Akatsuki Kaguya, but it is definitely a big problem for such a powerful person to worry about it. As expected of Uzumaki Black Naruto, the direction of the research problem is different. While the audience was admiring, they suddenly felt that the situation was not good. There is such a crisis in Uzumaki's world, which means that there is also such a crisis in Baming's world. Senju Hashirama, I see that in our world, no one seems to care much about this issue. Senju Tobarama, the main thing is that when Sage of Six Paths told about this matter, it was simply for Naruto and Hokage who came out of our dirty soil back then. Others didn't seem to know about it. Namikaze Minato, however, this is indeed the problem. Naruto and Sasuke sealed Akatsuki Kaguya. It seems that the world is peaceful, but the real crisis. Is it the attack of the Akatsuki clan? Everyone trembled in their hearts. Black Zetsu. When I rescue my mother, I once said that infinite Tsukuyomi is a technique to create an army of white Zetsu. Don't you think about it? Hatake Kakashi. Even if you want to, what can you do? We ninjas face problems and solve them. Nagato. Perhaps the ninjas think that Naruto can even seal Kaguya. Even if Akatsuki strikes, we can naturally solve it by finding a solution together. Jiraiya. So you just don't pay much attention, do you? Terumi Mei. It's impossible not to care about it. I think the story of Bai Ming becoming Hokage's follow-up may give us the answer. Onoki. But nowadays, Kuramari seems to be paying special attention to this issue. Of course I care. This is what Uzumaki Naruto cares most about. Invaders from outer space. Crazy. What kind of drama do you want to stage? This, Sage of Six Paths, was dumb, feeling as if he was being questioned by Uzumaki Naruto. Grandpa, you are against war and want to make the entire ninja world peaceful. Let's not talk about the battles that have resulted in countless deaths and injuries for thousands of years. Just chatting, assuming the world has reached peace. Then what? Even if people are really connected because of chakra, they have completely reached the perfect state preached by the ninja sect. What about the invasion of external forces? Besides, you also said that your mother, Akatsuki Kaguya, warned you that the other party is completely ignorant of love, and it is impossible to reason. You said, what should we do? Are we just waiting to be killed by the other party? Uzumaki Naruto's words made Sage of Six Paths a little confused. Thousands of years, he did not find any people related to the so-called tribe of his mother came to Ninsei. Actually, from the very beginning, he did not believe what his mother Akatsuki Kaguya said. Your question is very interesting. To be honest, I have not considered the consequences of the invasion of external causes on this land. I didn't care about what my mother said back then. I'm sorry. After Uzumaki Naruto heard this, his pupils suddenly opened, and he looked at Tomai in front of him in disbelief. Hey, Grandpa, are you kidding me? No, I really haven't thought about this problem. The Sage of Six Paths laughed awkwardly again. Surprised. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was completely shocked. As the founder of the ninja sect, it can be said that they are the ancestors of their ninjas for countless generations. He actually told himself that he hadn't thought about such a problem at the beginning. Then what should we do now? Naruto spread his hands. Is your mother immortal? Her clan must be similar to her, right? They just haven't come to your mother for 1,000 years. It doesn't mean they won't come after 1,000 years. You said, what should we do when the day they come? To reason with them, to instill love and peace. You promise that the other party won't come up and give us a few slaps. Crazy. The audience was dumbfounded by Uzumaki's aggressive demeanor. What is he doing? He's questioning the fabled Sage of Six Paths. However, the questions raised by Haiming are quite constructive. Now that the problem of peace in the ninja world can be ruled out, what if we give you perfect peace? Without power, how can we kill the foreign invaders by mouth? This, Sage of Six Paths scratched his head in embarrassment. Hey, it's over. I hope they don't come before I die. At that time, the ninja world may be many times worse than it is now. After all, even Grandpa and Mother are afraid of existence. Uzumaki Naruto sighs, ready to smash. Sage of Six Paths coughed lightly upon seeing this. You are still young. Now that you have activated the Rinnegan to pull out my power, you could be said to have a bright future. Also, maybe the reason we met was because of the question you mentioned. Naruto, stretch out your hands. Sage of Six Paths raised his arms, but Naruto was stunned for a moment. Grandpa, what do you mean? Speaking like this, Uzumaki Naruto still listened to the other party's words, and then raised his arms. Then, one old and one young, face each other with four palms. In an instant, two strange forces suddenly entered Uzumaki Naruto's body through the arms. Feeling this incredible power, Naruto trembled all over. I entrust all my yin and yang power to you. Since you can see through the problems that I failed to discover in a short moment, I think you will be able to solve them in the future. Now, you have my chakra, also have my yin-yang power. Once upon a time, I became the Jinchuriki of 10 tails, and these two powers also have traces of chakra remaining in them. Although there are not many, you can still guarantee that in the future, no matter what kind of Jinchuriki you become, you will trust me. When it goes well, and after they leave your body, they will not have any impact on your life. The rest is about some so-called ninjutsu that I know. You can rely on this power to slowly understand. Okay, the reincarnation of Ashura. No, you shouldn't be called that now. Uzumaki Naruto, the future of the ninja world is in your hands. Uzumaki Naruto. In this 170 instant, Naruto froze in place. Before he could speak, the figure of Sage of Six Paths slowly disappeared into a sea of spiritual consciousness. At this moment, Naruto is completely confused. Wait a minute, my god. Let me solve the problems you left behind. Hey, isn't that a little too much? Wahaha. Naruto, what we gained this time is really unexpected. Ninetales didn't care about Naruto, who was in a daze, but laughed wildly. You accidentally became the strongest ninja world. The strongest fart. This power is just inherited from Sage of Six Paths, but they can't think of a solution. Can I think of a hammer? What? The last operation of Sage of Six Paths shocked everyone in Baming World. Uzumaki, a 13-year-old boy, accepted the inheritance of Sage of Six Paths and stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Senju Tobarama, the power of yin and yang. I remember by Ming and Sasuke, who received the power of yang and the power of yin respectively. Uchiha Madara, good guy. That guy Kuramaki himself accepted the yin and yang power of Sage of Six Paths. This is the existence of 1 + 1 far surpassing 2. Namikaze Minato. That kid, did this directly exceed our expectations for him? Uzumaki Kushina. Hey, it's a pity that Kuranoru also has an extremely heavy task on his shoulders. Jiraiya. Kushina. You can't think about things like this because the worry about Akatsuki Kaguya is not about Kuranoru alone. It's about the whole ninja world, even. The whole world of things. Tsunade. As long as Kuranoru still exists in this land of ninja world, once the opponent really comes, it is impossible for him to avoid the battle with the opponent. Orochimaru. So Naruto-kun has used all the power of Sage of Six Paths for nothing? I feel that Sage of Six Paths is going so urgently because he didn't think of this question at the time. Embarrassment and guilt. 11. Audience, this is definitely the most outrageous thing ever. Uchiha Fugaku. Wait a minute. Sage of Six Paths gave Naruto the power of yin and yang. So what about Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. In the world of Black Naruto, I don't seem to be such an important existence anymore. Uzumaki Naruto. Yeah, even if Akatsuki Kaguya is unsealed, Kuranoru alone can seal it. Hatake Kakashi. Squad 7 seems to be disbanding in his world. Not to mention that Black Naruto seals Akatsuki Kaguya by himself. It will be more convenient in battle. No need. Troublesome things between fits. Tsunade. And the most important thing is that Hymen is really not afraid that no one will accompany him in the future. When he is bored, he can release Ninetales to play with him, and Nine Tails can return to his when needed. In the body, life has added a bit of on the screen. Uzumaki in the Culture Solution closed his eyes slightly. Bai Ming focused his attention on the person who looked exactly like him, but chose a different one. At this moment, Bai Ming knew that his own story was not over. Perhaps he lived out his dream and became the 7th Hokage of Konoha Village. It's not that you can be recognized by becoming a Hokage, but only by being recognized can you become a Hokage. Bai Ming kept this sentence in mind deeply. He did it himself and realized it. However, the story of the two is still going on, and he can foresee that Kaguya's so-called tribe will come to Renzi. The stories of the two are definitely still different. How are you going to do it? Naruto. Nine Tails looks at the standing back of Uzumaki Naruto. Suddenly, it realized that the yellow-haired boy in front of him was standing in front of him like a mountain. Are you from Akatsuki Kaguya? Sage of Six Paths' mother's main family. Nine Tails knew in his heart that those people might be even more terrifying than the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto, don't stress too much. Think about it. Those people haven't come to the ninja world for thousands of years, and accidents may have happened long ago. That's right. Like with Orochi, it might be sealed. Nine Tails tried to give encouragement, trying to keep Uzumaki Naruto in a relaxed mood. However, the next moment, Naruto's leisurely voice came from its ear. Llama, I don't really care about this at all. After all, if they really come to the ninja world while we are alive, war will be inevitable. So it doesn't matter. Nine Tail 1. F **** K. Don't say anything else. As a tailed beast, I don't have a lifespan limit, okay? Are you gone? What should I do? Okay, Llama. It's been a long time. The rest of the Power Emperor's perception will be carried out slowly in the future. 1. It's time for me to wake up and see what's going on outside now. Uzumaki Naruto spoke unhurriedly. However, there was a trace of seriousness in the expression. This kid, it looks like he already has a plan. Nine Tails caught the instant change of Naruto's expression and thought to himself. Sure enough, for Uzumaki, he is not the kind of existence who can let others trample on him. If the tribe of Akatsuki Kaguya really called when Kuranoru existed in the ninja world, it would be really exciting. The audience is gearing up. Subconsciously, they have full confidence in Hyming, but they're a little worried about what will happen to their world in the future. At least, with Uzumaki's state at this time. Sage of Six Paths realized the seriousness of the matter and entrusted all the power of Yin and Yang to Hiyamaki. In the Beiming world, Mingzwa is like a tool man. After sealing Akatsuki Kaguya, the power of Yin and Yang was recovered by Sage of Six Paths. Especially watching the battle between Bai Ming and Akatsuki Tonari. Akatsuki Sharon has the ability to make truth-seeking balls, but Bai Ming does not. Although Bai Ming can touch the truth-seeking ball without hindrance, it always makes people feel uncomfortable. Orochimaru's experimental base. Orochimaru paces up and down the room agitatedly. It's been almost a month since Uzumaki Naruto entered the culture medium, and I didn't expect the other party to wake up. Master Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto greeted with concern. Don't be so anxious, after all. This experiment is not a simple experiment. Perhaps. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise came from the depths of Orochimaru's base. Nanny happened. Boom. Orochimaru raised his head suddenly, and before he could recover, the room he was in was instantly crushed by the violent impact. With a bored in himself, he flew out of the doctor in response. Time passes by every minute and every second. I don't know how long it took before Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto emerged from the ruins. Master Orochimaru. At this moment, Oda Gakushi and the others supported Kimimaro and appeared in front of Orochimaru. At this point, Orochimaru regained his composure. My own underground laboratory was blown away from the roof by the explosion just now. Now, the location they are in is a deep pit full of ruins. Jiraiya. This is Kurumi-me. This must be the damage caused by the chakra eruption after Kuroni woke up. Fourth Reikage. With Uzumaki's current power, maybe this was a whim after he woke up? Anoki. Why do I feel like I'm getting angry? Tsunade. Now it's unclear how Kiraning will go next. But anyway, Orochimaru's old nest has been taken over by him. Orochimaru, Sparasi, this child's breath is so shocking. It really is my most satisfying work. Jiraiya, huh? Tsunade, what? Orochimaru, you really dare to put gold on your face, saying that your underground base was blown up? Don't you feel bad? Orochimaru, compared to Naruto-kun, a mere base is nothing. Tsunade, when a mood calmed down, the few people found Uzumaki Naruto standing not far from them. According to the previous layout of the underground base, that is where Uzumaki Naruto soaked the culture fluid. That child, safe and safe. Orochimaru looks up and down at Uzumaki Naruto in a bathrobe. Double pupils shoot countless rays of light. Did you make it? It should be a success. Alala, Naruto-kun's waking up is really scary. It looks like the experiment was successful. Orochimaru took a few steps towards Uzumaki Naruto, but looked at the blue flashing in his eyes. He frowned. No Sharingan. Suppressing doubts in his heart, Orochimaru asked softly, Naruto-kun, how do you feel now? Have you successfully opened a Sharingan, or... Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto did not answer Orochimaru's question, but just said lightly, Where are my clothes? Oh, I'll get it for you right now. Taiya heard the sound and went to the ruins to search for Uzumaki Naruto's previous clothes without stopping. At this time, the voice of Nine Tails came from Naruto's mind. Naruto, what should we do next? Go back to Konoha village to see the current situation of Konoha. Naruto pondered for a while. Lama, let's ignore the issue of the Akatsuki Kaguya tribe for now. But I do agree with Kaguya's idea. She wanted to take all this piece of land into her own hands and then find a way to deal with the attack from the outside world. I think this method is feasible. It's just a pity that Kaguya cares too much about the deterrence of power and doesn't know how to use both soft and hard. 1. So there are too many people who oppose her. Here, Naruto fell silent. After thinking about it, he said to Nine Tails, Kurama, I still have a lot to do, and I don't have time to think about the Akatsuki clan every day. Before they come, let's take the whole ninja world in our hands. Nanny, Ming's seemingly understated remarks made everyone in by Ming's world fall silent in shock. Didn't this guy just want to run Konoha village? Now, do you want to hold the entire ninja world in your hands? Uchiha Madara, this kid is good looking. His style of doing things suits my taste. With such a powerful force, it is natural to do something big. Don't be like some people who are clearly invincible, but still want to shrink in a village. Senju Hashirama, Madara, Uchiha Madara, Hashi is hot. I'm talking about you. Senju Hashirama, ugh. Of course I know you're talking about me. Uchiha Madara, 3 brains of mine couldn't figure out what you did when the 5 Kages first talked about your behavior of sending tail beasts. You really, Senju Tobarama, Anoki. But in my opinion, Kuranoru's ambition is too great, and his results are similar to Kage's. There are many people in the ninja world who are not afraid of death. 4th Raikage, right? So I don't think he can do it. Terumi Mei, don't underestimate Uzumaki. Think about his methods. Blow up Konoha village. People in Konoha village still think that he is the hero who saved the village. Tsunade, should we use hard and soft methods together? I want to see how he does it. Anyway, I look at Ming's world, and 5th Hokage is probably Danzo. Do you want to take down the entire ninja world? Nine Tails became inexplicably excited after hearing this. This time, its life should not be so boring. And didn't Kushina tell you to have more children? Actually, in a ninja world, those big names or celebrities can have many wives. 1. I didn't misunderstand you. Your kid is really talented. In this way, not only can the hatred of extermination be resolved, but also the mother's entrustment can be fulfilled. 2 birds with 1 stone. Nine Tails shook his huge body in excitement and said anxiously, Go, let's take down Konoha village now. Uzumaki Naruto won. This stupid fox. Naruto shook his head helplessly and said earnestly, Lama, why have you been working with me for so long and still don't understand? Don't talk about a broken village. It's a country. It can still be rebuilt after being blown up. The key lies in the heart. Forget it, you'd better watch me operate. After Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, he suddenly felt a tentative attack coming towards him. However, he didn't even look at it. Boom! The ground trembles for a while. Just as the figure approached Naruto, a slightly huge body jumped out from the cracked ground. In the blink of an eye, the attacker was caught in his hand. Wooden Golem. That's Senju Hashirama's Wooden Golem jutsu. The audience were all surprised by Uzumaki's operation. The opponent didn't seem to take any action. That is, he had already made a move. However, the fly in the ointment is that the wooden golem he summons seems to be much smaller than Senju Hashirama's wooden golem. Moreover, the wooden golem is not wrapped around the wooden dragon that fought alongside it. Pure land world. Uchiha Madara frowned. It shouldn't be. According to Hyumin's current power, the power of wood-style wooden golem is incomparable. It can only be manifested in this way. Could it be that Uchiha Madara thought of something in a trance and was so shocked that his pupils trembled violently? This kid controls the power of the wooden golem. Could it be that you were worried about catching that brat wearing glasses to death? Master Orochimaru. At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto, who was caught by the trapped person, panicked. He just came up to test Uzumaki Naruto at Orochimaru's request, but he didn't expect to end up like this. He can clearly feel that as long as this wooden golem exerts a little force, his body will be crushed to pieces. This scene made the big one and the 5 Inrin terrified and did not dare to breathe, for fear of disturbing Uzumaki Naruto. Oomph. This blind thing, Naruto. Squeeze him to death. Ninetales makes a contemptuous sound. Yakushi Kabuto's level of ants dare to launch a sneak attack when Naruto is talking to himself. Cut. This group of people must die. Unfortunately, to the surprise of Ninetales, Uzumaki Naruto smiled. Llama, today is a happy day. There is no need to go to war. Besides, we are able to obtain such a powerful force. Orochimaru has no credit but hard work. Orochimaru, does that take away my credit? Jiraiya, who told you that you have nothing to do and want to test Hyumin's current strength? Let's do it now. Let's play big. Tsunade, fortunately, he has gained new powers and is in a good mood. Otherwise, you might all really have to die. Anoki, come on. I see that kid Hyumin probably wants to use them right now. So spare their lives, otherwise these people will all be beaten to death by this lord. The scene fell into embarrassment for a while. Uzumaki Naruto finishes chatting with Ninetales. Controlling wooden golem throws Yakushi Kabuto aside. This time I fell, it hurts a lot. It's a pity that Yakushi Kabuto didn't care about the pain at all. He escaped from the sky and lay on the ground, gasping heavily. The process of rubbing shoulders with Shinigami just now was really terrifying. Naruto strolls towards Orochimaru. Seeing this, the 5 people behind him took a few steps back uncontrollably. Here we come. That guy is here. However, when several people were so frightened that they didn't know what to do, Orochimaru forced a smile. Allah, congratulations, Mr. Naruto. You seem to have successfully mastered wood style. And he was able to successfully use the advanced wood style ninjutsu that can only be used by first Hokage of Zhao. Okay, don't say these things are useless. Naruto interrupted Orochimaru's thoughts. This makes Orochimaru break out in a cold sweat. But in the next second, Uzumaki Naruto laughed and said, I am in a very good mood today, so I forgive your probing rude behavior. And I can tell you responsibly, have you seen this trapped man? I can actually make it much, much bigger than it is now. Next, how long have I slept in a nutrient solution? Back to Naruto-sama, probably you slept for about a month. Taiyuya's quick answer made Orochimaru frown. However, he didn't say anything, but said with a smile, It's true that I slept a little too long this time. By the way, Mr. Naruto, you've been away from Konoha village for so long. Are you really not going to be in trouble? But after thinking about it, Orochimaru wanted to slap himself twice. He is so strong. Just because the high-level people in Konoha village can beat him? Then Orochimaru hurriedly changed his words. By the way, I'll tell you an interesting thing. Jiraiya brought Tsunade back to Konoha village not long ago, and now it is the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. 7. If you want to know about the situation of your new 5th Hokage, I can give you some information about her. Of course, there is everything else you want to know. What a flattering face. Everyone admired Orochimaru's 5 bodies, and his face became faster than a woman's face. But what is unexpected is that Jiraiya really has a way to bring Tsunade back to Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen. My old man's expectations seem to have failed again. Shimura Danzo. Cut. Tsunade, hey. What are you two arguing about? Is it a good thing that Kuro Neru's world becomes Hokage? Oh my god. Damn Jiraiya. He must be out of his mind. Jiraiya. This is hard to say. If you don't want to come back, who can stop you?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.